Bosch tried every rental desk at McCarran International in Las Vegas, but there wasn't a single car left. He kicked himself for not booking ahead and stepped out of the terminal into the dry desert air to hail a cab. The driver was a woman, and when he gave the address on Lone Mountain Drive, he saw her disappointment flash in the rear view. No hotel meant no return fare. "Don't worry," Bosch said, reading her thoughts. "If you wait, you can take me back to the airport." "How long are you going to be?" "Lone Mountain's way out in the middle of nowhere. Could be 5 minutes. Could be 30. I doubt it'll be longer than that." "You want me to run the meter?" "Your call? Meter's fine, or we can agree on a flat rate." She thought it over. "Then put the car in drive." "What happened to all the rental cars anyway?" "Huge convention in town." "Tech stuff, I think." The drive took them 30 minutes northwest of the Strip, deep into the sprawling desert. The gleaming towers of the city faded in the rearview mirror as the taxi pushed further out, moving through quiet suburbs that gradually thinned into nothing. The landscape opened up into a rough, sun-baked brown, scattered with tough, thirsty brush that clung to the parched earth. Each plant seemed to be in a silent, desperate battle for survival, creating a vista of profound isolation. Homes were rare and distant, each one a lonely fortress holding a narrow line against the emptiness. The streets here were laid out in a hopeful grid, paved by some long-ago developer's dream, but Las Vegas's explosive growth had stalled before reaching this far. The sprawl was inevitable, though, creeping outward like a persistent stain. The road began a gradual climb toward a mountain the color of dry clay. The cab shuddered as a convoy of massive dump trucks roared past, hauling away tons of sand from the nearby pits, just as the driver had said they would. Then the pavement simply ended, giving way to a washboard gravel road that churned up a thick plume of dust behind them. Bosch was half convinced the smug clerk at City Hall had sent him on a fool's errand with a fake address. But suddenly they arrived. The destination for Claude Eno's pension checks was a low, sprawling ranch house with pink stucco walls and a roof of sun-bleached white tiles. Peering past it, Bosch saw the gravel road terminate in a ragged cul-de-sac just beyond the property. This was literally the end of the road. Claude Eno had chosen to live where no one else did. "I really don't like the look of this," the driver muttered, pulling in behind a battered Oldsmobile Cutlass from the late 70s. Under a carport, the shape of another vehicle was shrouded by a tarp, its color faded from a deep blue to a brittle sun-bleached white where it was exposed. "You want me to wait? This place is like the surface of the damn moon." Bosch peeled bills from his money clip, handing over $35 for the trip. Then he took 2 20s, tore each neatly in half, and passed one set of halves over the seat. "You wait. You get the rest of these, plus the fare back to the Strip." Plus that, Bosch confirmed. He stepped out into the stifling heat, thinking this would likely be the fastest $40 ever lost in Vegas if no one was home. But luck was with him. The door swung open before he could lift his hand to knock, revealing a woman in her late 60s. Of course, he thought. From this house you could see a visitor's dust cloud from a mile away. A wave of frigid, conditioned air washed over him. "Mrs. Eno?" "No." Irritated, Bosch flipped open his notebook, verifying the address against the numbers nailed beside the door. They matched. "Does Olive Eno live here? You didn't ask that before. I am not Mrs. Eno." "May I speak with Mrs. Eno, please?" Bosch said, his patience thinning. He flashed the badge he'd retrieved after the boat incident. "It's police business." "Well, you can certainly try," the woman said with a sigh that spoke of long exhaustion. She hasn't held a conversation with anyone from the real world in about 3 years. She lives entirely in her own head now. She gestured him inside, and Bosch entered the shockingly cool, dim interior. The air carried the faint, sweet, sour scent of old age, a blend of dust, mildew, and disinfectant. "I'm her sister. I look after her. We were having lunch when I saw your dust cloud and heard the car." She led him down a tiled hallway to the kitchen. There, in a wheelchair that seemed far too large for her, sat a tiny, gnome-like woman with a cloud of white hair. Her thin, pale hands, knotted with arthritis, rested folded on the chair's tray. Her eyes were clouded with milky blue cataracts, staring vacantly at nothing. A half-eaten bowl of applesauce sat on a nearby table. The entire scene told its own sad story in an instant. "She'll be 90 in August," the sister offered flatly, "if she makes it that long." "How long has she been in this condition?" Bosch asked. "A long, long time," the sister replied, her tone shifting from weary caretaker to something darker, almost sarcastic. "It's a real party out here, let me tell you. Just me, the silence, and a sister who thinks I'm a stranger from her childhood. The highlight of my week is when the grocery delivery man forgets to put the eggs on top. It's a thrilling existence." The bitterness in her voice was a stark, unexpected twist in the quiet, decaying house. "I've been looking after her for 3 years," she said, leaning close to the small woman's face and raising her voice. "Isn't that right, Olive?" The volume seemed to trigger something. Olive Eno's jaw moved, but only a garbled, wet sound escaped. She gave up after a moment, and the other woman straightened. "Don't you fret, Olive. I know you love me." She said it more quietly this time, as if worried Olive might somehow manage a contradiction. "Your name?" Bosch asked. "Elizabeth Chivone. What's this about? Your badge says Los Angeles. You're a long way from home." "Not really. It's about her husband, an old case of his. Claude's been dead almost 5 years. How?" "His heart just quit. Died right on that floor, about where you're standing." They both glanced down, half expecting to see a stain. "I need to look through his things," Bosch said. "What things? Files, maybe? From his time on the force. You need to explain yourself. This feels off. It's a case from 1961. Still open. Parts of the file are missing. I thought maybe he held on to something. I don't know what. Anything. It was worth a shot." He watched her mind work, her eyes locking for a second when a memory clicked. "There is something," he pressed. "No, I think you should leave. It's a big house. Did he have an office?" "Claude left the police 30 years ago. He built this place out in the desert to get away from all that." "What did he do out here?" "Casino security. The Sands, then the Flamingo for 20 years. He had 2 pensions. Took good care of Olive." "Speaking of which, who's cashing those pension checks now?" Bosch let his gaze drift to Olive to make his point. The woman was silent for a long beat before turning defensive. "I could get power of attorney. Look at her. It wouldn't be hard. I take care of her. Yeah, I saw the applesauce. I have nothing to hide. You want someone to verify that, or do you want to end this here? Honestly, lady, I don't care what you're doing. I don't even care if you're really her sister. My guess."
"You're not? But I'm busy. I just want to see Eno's stuff." He stopped, letting it hang. He checked his watch. "So no warrant then?" she asked. "No warrant. I've got a cab waiting. You make me get one, and I stop being the polite visitor." Her eyes travelled up and down his frame, assessing the difference between polite and not. "The office is this way," she finally said, the words clipped and hard. She led him briskly down the hall to a study. It held an old steel desk, 2 4-drawer file cabinets, a spare chair, and little else. After he died, we boxed everything up and put it in those cabinets. Haven't touched it since. They're all full. All 8 drawers. Knock yourself out." Bosch pulled another 20 from his pocket, tore it in half, and handed her a piece. "Give that to the cab driver. Tell her I'll be longer than I thought." She let out a sharp breath, snatched the torn bill, and left.
Once alone, Bosch went to the desk. The first 2 drawers were empty. The third held stationery and supplies. The fourth contained a household checkbook and a folder of recent receipts. The last drawer was locked. He began with the lowest file drawers and moved upward. The initial few held nothing that seemed relevant to Bosch's investigation. One contained folders labeled with various casinos and gaming organizations. Another was filled with files bearing individuals' names. A quick glance revealed these were dossiers on known casino cheats. Eno had assembled his own private intelligence library. By now Siobhan had returned and taken the seat across the desk, watching him silently. Bosch tossed a few casual questions her way as he searched. So what exactly was Claude's role for the casinos? He was a bird dog. A what? It's an undercover position. He'd blend in, gamble with house chips, and keep an eye on the crowd. He had a knack for spotting cheaters and figuring out their methods. Guess it takes one to know one, huh? What's that supposed to imply? He was excellent at his job. I'm sure he was. Is that how the 2 of you met? I'm not answering any more questions. Fine by me, only the top 2 drawers remained. The first held no files at all, just a dusty old Rolodex and a few desk items that had likely once sat on the surface. An ashtray, a clock, and a carved wooden pen holder bearing Eno's name. Bosch lifted out the Rolodex, placed it on the cabinet, blew off the dust, and spun it to the seas. He found no card for Arno Conklin. A check under M yielded nothing for Gordon Mittel either. You're not planning to go through that entire thing, are you? Siobhan asked, her voice thick with annoyance. No, I'm just taking it with me. Oh, no, you're not. You can't just walk in here and I'm taking it. Feel free to file a complaint, then I'll file one about you. She fell silent. Bosch moved to the final drawer, which held about a dozen files from old LAPD cases dating back to the 1950s and early 1960s. He didn't have time to examine them closely, but a scan of the labels showed none marked Marjorie Lowe. Randomly pulling a few, he saw that Eno had made copies of files from some of his cases when he left the department. Every one he checked involved a murder, including 2 prostitute homicides. Only a single case was marked closed. Go get me a box or a bag for these files, Bosch said, without turning around. Sensing her hesitation, he snapped. Now? She stood and left the room. Bosch stared at the files, thinking. He had no idea if they were significant or what they might mean. He only knew he should take them, just in case. But what troubled him more than the contents of the drawer was the growing certainty that something was missing. This feeling was rooted in his trust of McKittrick. The retired detective was convinced his former partner, Eno, had some kind of leverage over Conklin, or at the very least, an arrangement with him. Yet there was nothing here to suggest that. And it seemed logical to Bosch that if Eno had held something over Conklin, he would have kept it. If he held onto old LAPD files, he would have held onto that. In fact, he would have kept it somewhere secure. But where? The woman returned and dropped a cardboard beer case on the floor. Bosch loaded a stack of files about a foot thick into the box, along with the Rolodex. You want a receipt? He asked. No, I don't want anything from you. Well, there's still something I need from you. This never ends, does it? I hope it does. What is it? When Eno died, did you help your sister, the old lady, clear out his safe deposit box? How did? She caught herself, but too late. How did I know? Because it's obvious what I'm looking for. He would have kept in a safe place. What did you do with all of it? We tossed it. It was just junk, old papers and bank records. He was confused, getting on in years himself. Bosch checked his watch. His flight was leaving soon. Give me the key to this desk drawer. She stood still. Move it. I'm on a clock. You open it, or I will. But if I do, that drawer won't be much use to you after. She fished in her house dress pocket, pulled out her keys, bent to unlock the drawer, yanked it open, and stepped back. We had no idea what any of it was about. Fine. Bosch stepped over and peered inside. There were 2 slim manila folders and 2 bundles of envelopes held by rubber bands. The first folder held Eno's birth certificate, passport, marriage license, and similar personal documents. He slid it back. The next folder contained LAPD forms pages he instantly recognized as the missing reports from the Marjorie Lowe murder book. Knowing he couldn't read them now, he placed the file into the beer box with the others. When he tried to lift the first bundle of envelopes, the rubber band snapped, reminding him of the band that had once held the blue binder with the case files. Everything in this investigation felt brittle, ready to break. The envelopes were all from a Wells Fargo branch in Sherman Oaks, each holding a statement for a savings account under the name McCage, Inc. The corporate address was a P.O. box, also in Sherman Oaks. Bosch randomly selected envelopes from different points in the stack and examined 3. Though they spanned several years in the late 1960s, each statement told the same story. A deposit of $1,000 was made on the 10th of every month, and on the 15th, an equal amount was transferred to an account at a Nevada savings and loan branch in Las Vegas. Without digging deeper, Bosch suspected these records traced a payoff account Eno had maintained. He quickly flipped through the envelopes, checking postmarks for the most recent one. Nothing was newer than the late 1980s. These envelopes, when did they stop coming? What you see is what we have. I don't know what they mean, and Olive didn't either, when they drilled the box. Drilled the box after he died. Olive wasn't on the safe deposit box, only him. We couldn't find his key, so they had to drill it. There was money in there too, wasn't there? She paused, likely weighing whether he'd demand that as well. Some, but you're too late. It's already gone. I'm not after it. How much was there? She pressed her lips together, pretending to recall. It was a poor performance. Come on, I'm not here for the money, and I'm not with the IRS. It was around 18,000. A car horn blared outside. The cab driver was growing impatient. Bosch checked his watch again. Time was up. He tossed the envelope bundles into the beer box. What about his account at Nevada Savings and Loan? How much was in that one? It was a bluff, based on his hunch that the Las Vegas account receiving the transfers belonged to Eno. Shivone hesitated again, the silence broken by another honk. About 50,000? But most of that's gone too. Taking care of Olive, you understand? Yeah, I bet. Between that and the pensions, times must be real tough, Bosch said, laying on the sarcasm thick. I'm sure your own accounts aren't feeling too light, though. Listen, mister, I don't know who you think you are, but I'm the only person she has in this world who gives a damn about her. That's worth something. Too bad she doesn't get to decide what that's worth instead of you. Answer one question for me, and then I'll leave you to whatever you're taking from her, he said. Who are you? You're not her sister, so who are you? That's none of your concern. Maybe not, but I could decide to make it my concern. Her expression shifted, first showing how deeply his intrusion offended her, then settling into a look of recovered pride. Whoever she was, she carried that identity with dignity. You want to know who I am? I was the best thing that ever happened to him. We were together for years. She had the wedding ring, but I had his heart. Toward the end, when they were both old and appearances didn't matter anymore, he brought me here to live with them, to care for them. So don't you dare tell me I don't deserve something after all that. He simply nodded. As messy as the story was, he found a sliver of respect for her just for telling it straight. And he believed her. When did you two meet? You said one question, indulge me. When did you meet? Back when he was working at the Flamingo. I was a dealer there too. Like I told you, he was a bird dog. Did he ever talk about Los Angeles? About any old cases or people from back then? No, never. He always said that chapter was closed for good. He gestured toward the stacks of envelopes in the box. "Does the name McCage mean anything to you?" "Nothing at all." "What about these bank statements?" "I never saw any of that until the day we opened that box. I didn't even know he had an account at Nevada Savings. Claude had his secrets. He kept things even from me." At the airport, he paid the cab driver and made his way into the terminal, juggling his overnight bag and the beer box stuffed with files. In one of the shops along the concourse, he bought a cheap canvas satchel and transferred everything he'd taken from the office into it. The bag was just small enough to carry on. Printed on its side was Las Vegas, land of sun and fun, with a logo of the sun setting behind a pair of dice. At his gate, with a half hour until boarding, he found a quiet cluster of seats, as far from the clattering slot machines as he could get. He started sorting through the files in the satchel. The one that held his attention was the folder containing the records lifted from the Marjorie Lowe murder book. He sifted through the documents, but found nothing unusual or unexpected. The summary of McKittrick and Eno's interview with Johnny Fox, conducted with Arno Conklin and Gordon Mittel present, was there, and he could sense the simmering outrage in McKittrick's writing. By the final paragraph, it wasn't simmering anymore. Interview with suspect was regarded by the undersigned as fruitless because of the intrusive behavior of A. Conklin and G. Mittel. Both prosecutors refused to allow their witness to answer questions fully or, in the undersigned's opinion, with the whole truth. J. Fox remains suspect at this time pending verification of his alibi and fingerprint analysis. Nothing else in the documents stood out, and it struck him that Eno had probably removed them solely because they mentioned Conklin's involvement. Eno had been covering for Conklin. When he asked himself why, his mind went straight to the bank statements that had been in the safe deposit box alongside the stolen papers. Those were the records of the deal. He took out the envelopes and, using the postmarks, arranged them in order. The earliest one he found had been mailed to the McCage Inc. postal drop in November 1962, a year after Marjorie Lowe's death and 2 months after Johnny Fox died. Eno had worked the Lowe case and then, according to McKittrick, had investigated Fox's killing. A gut feeling settled in him, solid and certain. Eno had leaned on Conklin, maybe Mittel too. Somehow Eno had known what McKittrick didn't, that Conklin had been involved with Marjorie Lowe. Perhaps he even suspected Conklin was her killer. He had gathered enough leverage to force Conklin into a lifelong arrangement, $1,000 every month. It wasn't a fortune. Eno wasn't driven by greed, though back in the early 60s that monthly sum likely surpassed his regular paycheck. For Bosch, the specific amount was irrelevant. The very existence of the payment was what mattered. It was a confession. If a direct link to Conklin could be established, it would become solid, tangible evidence. A surge of anticipation coursed through him. The meticulously kept records of a corrupt cop, dead for 5 years, might just be the key to confronting Conklin directly. An idea struck him. He scanned the bustling terminal for a payphone, his eyes flicking to his watch, and then to the boarding gate where anxious travelers were beginning to crowd. Tucking the file and envelopes back into his satchel, he gathered his things and made for a phone. Using his AT&T card, he dialed Sacramento information, then connected to the state offices, asking for corporate records. Within 3 minutes, he confirmed McCage Inc. was not, and never had been, a California corporation, at least according to records dating back to 1971. He hung up and repeated the process, this time calling the Nevada state offices in Carson City. The clerk informed him the McCage Inc. Incorporation was defunct and asked if he still wanted the available information. Yes, he said, the excitement clear in his voice. She told him she needed to switch to microfiche, which would take a few minutes. As he waited, Bosch pulled out his notebook, ready to write. He saw the gate door open and the first passengers begin to board. He didn't care if he missed the flight. He was too wired to do anything but cling to that phone receiver. His gaze drifted to the rows of slot machines dominating the terminal center, crowded with people seizing a final gamble before departure or a first taste of luck upon arrival. The allure of battling these one-armed bandits had always escaped him. It felt like a mystery. Watching the crowd, it was painfully simple to distinguish the winners from the losers, no detective skills required. One woman, a stuffed teddy bear clamped under her arm, was frantically working two machines simultaneously, a strategy Bosch recognized as merely doubling her rate of loss. Beside her, a man in a black cowboy hat feverishly fed coins into a dollar machine, maxing out his bet with every pull. In the few minutes Bosch observed, the man had easily blown through $60 with nothing to show for it. At least he wasn't clinging to a plush toy. Bosch turned to check the gate again. The boarding line had dwindled to a few stragglers. He was going to miss his flight, and he was perfectly fine with that. He remained calm, holding the line. Suddenly, a triumphant shout erupted. Bosch looked over to see the cowboy waving his hat in the air as his machine erupted, paying out a jackpot. The woman with the teddy bear stepped back from her silent machines, watching the payoff with a solemn, hollow expression. Each metallic ching of a dollar coin hitting the tray must have felt like a hammer blow to her skull, a relentless reminder of her own empty luck. "Take a look at me now, baby." The cowboy whooped his celebration aimed at the universe at large as he stooped to scoop his winnings into his hat. The teddy bear woman, her moment of witnessing another's fortune over, returned to her fruitless task. Just as the gate door began to swing shut, the clerk's voice returned to the line. She reported that the readily available records showed McCage was incorporated in November 1962 and was dissolved by the state 28 years later after a year of lapsed renewal fees and taxes. Bosch knew this coincided with Eno's death. "Do you want the officers' names?" the clerk asked. "Yes, I do."
All right. The President and Chief Executive Officer is listed as Claude Eno. That's E-N-O. The Vice President's name was Gordon Mittel, spelled with 2 T's. The Treasurer was Arno Conklin. Bosch hung up, grabbed his bag, and sprinted for the gate. The attendant gave him a disapproving look. "Cutting it a little close, weren't you? Couldn't pull yourself away from the slots." "Something like that," Bosch muttered, brushing past her onto the half-empty plane.
He ignored his assigned seat, finding an empty row instead. As he stowed his luggage, a thought struck him. Settling in, he pulled out his notebook, flipping to the page with his notes from the incorporation clerk. He studied the abbreviations: President and CEO, CE, Vice President, GM, Treasurer, AC. He wrote the initials in a line, CEGMAC, staring at them. A smile spread across his face. He saw it on the next line. He wrote the anagram, MC Cage. A surge of adrenaline shot through him, that unmistakable electric thrill of the hunt. This was a high the gamblers back in the casino would never know, no matter their luck. They chased money, he was closing in on a killer, and that feeling was the ultimate jackpot. An hour later, Bosch was driving his Mustang out of LAX, rolling down the windows to let the cool, dry Los Angeles air wash over him. The familiar rustle of the eucalyptus trees lining the airport entrance was a welcome sound, a steadying anchor every time he returned. He caught the light at Sepulveda Boulevard and used the moment to adjust his watch. It was just after 2. If he hurried, he'd have enough time to get home, change, grab a quick bite, and still make his appointment with Dr. Carmen Hinojos at Parker Center. Merging onto the crowded 405 freeway, he felt a deep ache in his biceps. Was it from wrestling that Marlin over the weekend? Or from the way Jasmine had held on to him? The thought of her lingered. He decided he'd call her before heading downtown. Their goodbye that morning already felt distant, their promises to see each other soon feeling both urgent and fragile. She was a puzzle, and he had barely begun to fit the first pieces together, with the 10 freeway still closed. He stayed on the 405, taking the long way over the Santa Monica Mountains into the valley. He had a mail drop in Studio City to check, a necessity since the post office wouldn't deliver to his earthquake-damaged house. Switching to the 101, he immediately hit a wall of bumper-to-bumper traffic. His patience wore thin quickly. Exiting at Coldwater Canyon, he wove through surface streets. Driving down Moore Park Road, he passed the skeletal remains of apartment buildings, their red condemnation tags and yellow tape faded to pale ghosts by the sun. Absurdly, some still bore cheerful signs, "Move in special" or "freshly renovated." On one cracked and listing structure, someone had spray-painted a grim slogan that had become a bitter city motto since the quake: "The fat lady has sung." Some days it was depressingly easy to believe it. Bosch held onto his resolve, believing someone had too. The paper reported more residents were moving out than in, but that didn't sway him. He was staying put. He turned onto Ventura Boulevard and pulled into a private mailbox store. His box contained only bills and advertisements. Next door at a deli, he ordered the daily special to go, turkey on whole wheat with avocado and sprouts. Staying on Ventura as it became Cahuenga, he eventually turned onto Woodrow Wilson Drive for the winding ascent home. On the first tight curve, he slowed to let an LAPD patrol car pass, offering a casual wave. They were from the North Hollywood Division, strangers to him, and they didn't return the gesture. Following his routine, he parked about half a block from his house and walked back, deciding to leave his satchel in the trunk, since he might need the files later downtown. Carrying his overnight bag in one hand and the deli sack in the other, he approached his carport. He then noticed a patrol car coming up the road, the same two officers. They had turned around for some reason. Bosch paused at the curb, partly to see if they needed directions regarding his earlier wave, and partly because he didn't want them to see him entering the officially condemned house. The car passed without either officer glancing his way. The driver was focused on the road, and the passenger was speaking into the radio microphone. Must be a call, Bosch figured. After the car disappeared around the next bend, he entered the carport. The moment he opened the kitchen door and stepped inside, a sense of wrongness hit him. He took 2 steps before identifying it. A foreign scent hung in the air. It was perfume, no, he corrected himself. Cologne. A man wearing cologne had been here recently, or might still be present. Quietly, he set his bag and sandwich on the kitchen floor and reached for his waist out of ingrained habit. Though he had no gun, his backup weapon was on a shelf in the closet near the front door. For a fleeting second, he considered dashing to the street to flag down that patrol car, but he knew it was long gone. Instead, he silently opened a drawer and selected a small paring knife. There were larger blades available, but the smaller one would be easier to manage. He moved toward the archway leading to the front entry, stopping at the threshold, still concealed. He leaned forward, listening. He could hear the distant, steady hiss of the freeway behind the house, but nothing from within. Nearly a minute of silence passed. Just as he was about to step out, he heard a sound, the soft whisper of fabric shifting, perhaps from someone crossing or uncrossing their legs. He now knew someone was waiting in the living room, and he was certain they knew he was aware of their presence. "Detective Bosch," a voice finally broke the silence. "It is safe. You can come out." Bosch recognized the voice, but operating at a peak of intensity, couldn't immediately place it. He only knew he'd heard it before. "It's Assistant Chief Irving, Detective Bosch," the voice clarified. "Could you please step out? That way you don't get hurt, and we don't get hurt." Yes, that was the voice. Bosch relaxed, placed the knife on the counter, put the sandwich in the refrigerator, and stepped into the living room. Irving was seated in the armchair. 2 men in suits, whom Bosch did not recognize, sat on the couch. Looking around, Bosch saw his box of letters and cards from the closet now resting on the coffee table. The murder book he had left on the dining room table was now on the lap of one of the strangers. Harry Bosch stepped into his own home to find strangers rifling through his belongings. The scene outside clicked into place. "I spotted your man on watch," he said, his voice tight. "Anyone care to explain what this is?" "Where have you been, Bosch?" one of the men in suits demanded. Bosch stared, finding no familiarity in the face. "Who the hell are you?" He leaned down and scooped up a box of personal letters from the coffee table right in front of the intruder. "Detective," Assistant Chief Irving interjected. "This is Lieutenant Angel Brockman and Detective Earl Sizemore." Bosch gave a curt nod, one name ringing a bell. He fixed his eyes on Brockman. "I've heard of you. You're the reason Bill Connors decided to visit the closet. Bet that earned you a shiny medal from Internal Affairs. Real commendable work." The term was department code for a cop's suicide, and Bosch loaded his words with all the contempt he felt. Connors, a decent Hollywood Division veteran, had taken his own life during an IAD probe into fabricated claims. He'd been hounded over lies, saw no way out, and made that final tragic choice. That was his decision. Brockman replied coldly. "Now you have one to make care to account for your last 24 hours? How about you account for being in my home?" A heavy thud came from the bedroom. "What now?" Bosch marched to the doorway to see another stranger hovering over his open nightstand drawer. "Get out! Get the hell out of my room!" Bosch shoved the drawer shut with his foot. The man retreated, hands raised in mock surrender, and joined the others. "And this is Jerry Tolliver," Irving added. "He's with IAD. Detective Sizemore is from robbery homicide." "Wonderful," Bosch muttered. "A regular reunion. What's this about?" He looked directly at Irving, the only one he half trusted for a straight answer. "Harry, we need to ask you questions," Irving said, his tone unusually evasive. "The details can wait." This was serious. "Do you have a warrant to be here?" "We'll deal with that later," Brockman cut in. "Let's move. Move where? Downtown." The presence of Irving, the department's number 2, told Bosch this wasn't a routine IAD hassle. This was something grave. It had to be more than them uncovering his off-the-books investigation. A cold dread began to coil in his gut. "All right," he said, the words heavy. "Who's dead?" The stony silence from all 4 men was answer enough. Bosch's chest-constricted fear now a sharp, real thing. Faces flashed through his mind: Meredith Roman, Jake McKittrick, Keisha Russell, the contacts in Las Vegas, even Jazz, had he inadvertently endangered her. Then it struck him, the reporter. Keisha Russell must have ignored his warning. She probably went to Conklin or Mittel with questions about that old news clip. She walked into the lion's den and paid the price for it. "Keisha Russell?" he asked, but received only blank stares. Irving stood, and the others followed. Sizemore kept a firm grip on the murder book, clearly taking it. Brockman retrieved a travel bag from the kitchen and carried it toward the door. "Harry, why don't you ride with Earl and me?" Irving suggested. "How about I meet you there?" Bosch countered. "You'll ride with me," Irving stated, leaving no room for argument. The discussion was clearly over. Bosch lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender and walked to the door. He settled into the back seat of Sizemore's LTD, right behind Assistant Chief Irving, and stared out the window as they descended the hill. The eager face of the young reporter haunted him. Her own drive had led to her death, yet Bosch couldn't shake the weight of his own contribution. He had handed her the first thread of a mystery, and she had pulled on it until it unravelled everything. "Where was she found?" he asked, into the heavy silence. No one answered. The quiet was unnerving, especially from Irving, who had always maintained a certain professional respect between them, if not outright friendship. "I warned her," Bosch said, more to himself. "I told her to wait, to sit on the story for a few days." Irving shifted in his seat, turning just enough to glance back at Bosch. "Detective, I have no idea what you're referring to. Keisha Russell?" "Never heard of her." Irving faced forward again. Bosch was baffled. He mentally ran through the names again. adding and discarding possibilities. It made no sense. McKittrick? He tried. Detective, Irving said, straining once more to look back. We are investigating the homicide of Lieutenant Harvey Pounds. These other names are not part of it. If you believe they should be contacted, you can tell me now. The name hit Bosch like a physical blow. Harvey Pounds, that was impossible. Pounds had no connection to the case, wasn't even aware of it. The man was a desk jockey. How could he have ended up in danger? Then the understanding crashed over him, a cold, drenching wave that left a chill in its wake. It made a terrible, perfect sense, and in that same instant he saw his own culpability and the depth of the trap he was in. Am I? He couldn't finish. Yes, Irving confirmed flatly. You are currently considered a suspect. Perhaps now you'll remain quiet until we can conduct a formal interview. Bosch let his head fall against the cool window glass and shut his eyes. Ah, hell! In that dark moment he saw no moral high ground separating him from a man like Brockman, who had sent someone to their doom. Bosch knew in a secret, guilty chamber of his heart that he was responsible. He didn't know the method or the moment, but the truth was inescapable. He had killed Harvey Pounds, and the dead man's badge was a cold, heavy weight in his own pocket. A dull numbness insulated Bosch from most of his surroundings. After arriving at Parker Center, he was taken up to the 6th floor and deposited in a chair in the conference room adjoining Irving's office. He sat alone for 30 long minutes before Brockman and Tolliver entered. Brockman took the seat directly opposite him, with Tolliver positioning himself to Bosch's right. The location itself was a message. Using Irving's conference room instead of an internal affairs interview suite meant the assistant chief intended to keep a stranglehold on this investigation. A cop-killing-cop scenario would be a public relations wildfire, a disaster on par with the city's darkest days, and Irving would need all the control he could get. Cutting through Bosch's days and the jarring mental pictures of a dead Pounds, one urgent thought finally broke through. He was in profound, serious trouble. He couldn't afford to retreat inward. He had to stay sharp. The man smirking at him from across the table would relish nothing more than pinning a murder on Harry Bosch, and he'd go to any length to do it. It wasn't enough for Bosch to know privately that he hadn't physically pulled a trigger or wielded a blade. He had to defend himself. He resolved then to show Brockman nothing. No fear. No weakness. He would match the toughness in the room, ounce for ounce. He cleared his throat and spoke first, stealing Brockman's opening. When did it happen? I'm the one asking questions here. You're wasting your own time, Brockman. Tell me when, and I'll tell you where I was. Let's get this over with. I get why I'm on your list. I don't take it personally, but you're chasing the wrong man.
Bosch,
Brockman said, his voice dripping with a sarcastic, performative concern. Don't you feel anything? A man is dead. A lieutenant. Doesn't that mean anything to you, or are you just running the clock on your alibi? Bosch held his gaze for a long, silent moment before replying, his voice flat and controlled. What I feel isn't the point. No one deserves to die, but I won't pretend I'll miss him, and I definitely won't miss answering to him. Good Lord, Brockman said, shaking his head in disbelief. The man had a family, a wife, a son at university. Maybe they won't miss him either. You can never really know. He was a miserable bastard at the station. Why would home be any different? What does your own wife think about your hours, Brockman? Knock it off, Bosch. I'm not playing your little games. Do you believe in God, Brickman? Bosch deliberately used the nickname the department had given him, earned for his painstaking, brick-by-brick approach to building cases against fellow officers. This isn't about me or my beliefs. We're talking about you. Exactly. We're talking about me. So here's what I think. I'm not sure what I believe. I'm past the halfway point in this life, and I still haven't figured it out. But the idea I'm leaning toward is that every person carries a certain energy. It's what makes them who they are. Everything is energy, And when you die, that energy just relocates, pounds. He was toxic energy. Now it's moved on. So no, I don't feel particularly bad about him dying, to answer you directly. But I am curious about where that nasty energy landed. Hope none of it stuck to you, Brickman. You've got plenty of your own. He offered a slow, deliberate wink and watched the flicker of confusion cross the Internal Affairs detective's face as he processed the insult. Brockman seemed to brush it aside and press on. Enough of this. Why did you go to Lieutenant Pounds's office on Thursday? You know you were barred from the station while on leave. It was one of those no-win situations. A real catch-22. I was told to stay away, but then my commanding officer calls and orders me to turn in my department car. That was the bad energy at work, see? I was already on forced leave, but he couldn't let it lie. He had to take the car too, so I brought him the keys. He was my superior, and it was a direct order. Showing up broke one rule, but disobeying would have broken another. Why did you threaten him? I didn't. He filed a supplemental report to the assault complaint from 2 weeks prior. I don't care what he filed. There was no threat. The man was a coward. He probably felt threatened. But feeling threatened and making a threat are two different things. Bosch glanced at the other suit, Tolliver, who remained a silent observer, his eyes fixed on Bosch like he was watching a screen. For the first time, Bosch noticed the phone on the bench seat to the left of the table. Its small green light was illuminated, indicating a conference line was active. The conversation was being piped elsewhere, likely to a tape recorder, and probably to Deputy Chief Irving in the adjoining office. "We have a witness," Brockman stated. "To what?" "To the threat. Tell you what, Lieutenant, why don't you spell out exactly what this alleged threat was, so I know what we're discussing? If you're so sure I said it, what's the harm in me hearing it?" Brockman considered this before answering. It was straightforward, like most threats are. You told him if he ever, and I quote, "fucked with you again, you'd kill him." Not very original, but damning all the same, right?
Well, you're full of it, Brockman. I never said that. I don't doubt that prick wrote up an addendum. That was his style. But whoever this witness is, they're lying. Do you know Henry Korchmar? Henry Korchmar, the name meant nothing at first. Then it clicked, old Henry from the records room, the Nod Squad. Bosch had never known his last name, so hearing it now threw him. The old-timer? He wasn't in the room. He's no witness. I told him to leave, and he did.
Whatever he told you, he was probably scared into backing Pounds's story, but he wasn't there. You go right ahead with it, Brockman. I can pull a dozen witnesses from that squad room who saw the entire scene through the glass. Every one of them will confirm Henry wasn't present, and they'll testify that Pounds had a reputation for dishonesty. So where does that leave your so-called threat? Brockman remained silent in the heavy quiet, so Bosch pressed on. You didn't do your homework. My guess is you're aware that everyone in that unit views people like you as the department's lowest form of life. They hold more respect for the criminals they lock up. You knew that, Brickman, and it scared you off from asking them. Instead, you put your faith in some confused old man who probably didn't even know Pounds was dead when you spoke to him. The way Brockman's eyes flickered away told Bosch his strike had landed true. Fueled by the small win, he pushed back his chair and moved toward the door. Where do you think you're going? To get a drink of water. Jerry, accompany him. Bosch stopped at the threshold and glanced back, a dry, sarcastic edge creeping into his voice. What? You think I'm going to bolt, Brockman? If that's what you believe, you haven't bothered to learn the first thing about me. You think that, and it proves you didn't prepare for this. Come by Hollywood Division sometime. I'll give you a free lesson on how to actually interview a murder suspect. He walked out, with Tolliver trailing behind. At the water fountain down the hall, Bosch took several long swallows, the cool water doing little to settle the nervous energy humming under his skin. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling the facade beginning to fray. He wasn't sure how long he could keep up the confident act before Brockman saw through it. As he headed back, Tolliver maintained a silent 3-step distance.
"You're still young,"
Bosch said without turning around, the earlier sarcasm gone, replaced by a weary, almost paternal tone.
"There might still be hope for you, Tolliver. Don't end up like him."
Bosch re-entered the conference room just as Brockman emerged from a door on the opposite side, a private entrance to Deputy Chief Irving's office. Bosch knew it well. He'd once run a serial killer investigation from this very room, constantly under Irving's thumb. The two men sat down again, facing each other like chess opponents. "All right, then," Brockman began, his voice formal. "Detective Bosch, I'm going to read you your rights." He produced a small card from his wallet and recited the Miranda warning. Bosch was certain the phone line was feeding a tape recorder. This was a moment they'd want preserved. "Now," Brockman said when he finished, "do you understand these rights? And do you waive them to speak with us about this matter?" "So it's a matter now. I thought we were calling it a murder." "Sure, I'll waive. Jerry, go get a waiver form. I don't have one here." Tolliver stood and exited through the hallway door. Bosch listened to the quick footsteps fading on the linoleum, followed by a door opening. He was taking the stairs down to the Internal Affairs Division on the 5th floor. Let's begin by, don't you want to wait for your witness to return, or is this being recorded without my knowledge?" The question visibly flustered Brockman. "Yes, Bosch. It's being recorded, but not secretly. We informed you at the start we would be taping." "Nice recovery, Lieutenant. That last bit was a good save. I'll have to remember that tactic. Now, let's start with." The door swung open, and Tolliver returned, handing a single sheet of paper to Brockman. The lieutenant examined it briefly, confirmed it was the right form, and slid it across the table. Harry snatched it up and scrawled a signature on the designated line. He was intimately familiar with the paperwork. He pushed it back. Brockman moved it to the side of the table without a second glance, so he missed the signature Bosch had penned, "Fuck you." "All right, let's proceed, Bosch. Account for your whereabouts over the last 72 hours. You don't want to pat me down first? How about you, Jerry?" Bosch stood, opening his jacket to show he was unarmed. He was betting that taunting them would provoke the opposite reaction, making them skip a search. The weight of Pounds's badge in his pocket felt like a lead weight. Its discovery would bury him. "Sit down, Bosch," Brockman snapped. "We're not going to pat you down. We're trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, but you're not making it easy." Bosch settled back into his chair, feeling a temporary wave of relief. "Now, just tell us where you were. We don't have all day." He considered the question, surprised by the broad time frame they were asking about. 72 hours. He wondered what had happened to Pounds, and why the time of death wasn't narrowed down more. 72 hours ago, that would be Friday afternoon, I was over in Chinatown at the building on Hill Street. Which actually reminds me, I have an appointment there in 10 minutes. So, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, he started to rise. "Sit down, Bosch." "That's been handled." Bosch lowered himself back into the seat, saying nothing. He realized, with a touch of irony, that he was genuinely disappointed to miss his session with Dr. Carmen Hinojos. "All right, Bosch, let's have it. What happened after Chinatown?" "I don't recall every single detail. I had dinner at the Red Wind that night, stopped by the epicenter for a couple of drinks. Then I headed to the airport around 10. I caught a red-eye to Florida, Tampa, specifically spent the weekend there, and got back just about 90 minutes before I found you all making yourselves at home without an invitation. It was legal. We had a warrant. I haven't seen one. Forget that. What do you mean you were in Florida? I mean, I was in the state of Florida. What's confusing about that?"
Can you prove it?
Bosch reached into his jacket, pulled out his airline ticket folder with the receipt and slid it across the table. "For starters, there's the ticket. I think the rental car receipt is in there too." Brockman quickly opened the folder and began scanning the contents. "What were you doing there?" he asked. not looking up. Dr. Hinojos, the department psychologist, suggested I get away for a bit. I thought, why not? Florida, never been, always liked orange juice. Seemed as good a reason as any. Brockman was visibly thrown. He hadn't expected this. Bosch could tell. Most cops never grasped how crucial that first interview was. It set the tone for everything that came after, even court testimony. You had to be prepared, like a lawyer, knowing most of the answers before you even asked the questions. The Internal Affairs Division relied so heavily on its intimidating reputation that its detectives often skipped the preparation. And when they hit a wall like this, they floundered. Okay, Bosch, what did you actually do in Florida? You ever hear that Marvin Gaye song? The one from before he died, it's called. What are you talking about? Sexual healing. The lyrics say it's good for the soul. I've heard it, Tolliver chimed in. Both Brockman and Bosch turned to look at him. Sorry, he mumbled. Once again, Bosch, Brockman pressed. What are you getting at? I'm getting at the fact that I spent most of my time with a woman I know down there. The rest of it was with a fishing guide out on a boat in the Gulf. What I'm saying, you idiot, is that I was with people almost the entire time, and the few moments I wasn't weren't nearly long enough for me to fly back here and kill Pounds. I don't even know when he died, but I'll tell you right now, you don't have a case, Brockman, because there isn't one. You're looking in the completely wrong direction. Bosch had measured his words. He was uncertain what, if anything, they knew about his private investigation, and he wasn't about to volunteer information. They had the murder book and the evidence box, but he figured he could explain those away. They also had his notebook, which he'd stuffed into his carry-on at the airport. It contained the names, numbers, and addresses for Jasmine and McKittrick, the Eno house address in Las Vegas, and other case notes. But with any luck, they wouldn't be able to connect the dots. Not if he was lucky. A sudden sharp memory flashed. The humid Gulf air, the sting of salt spray, and the profound, unexpected silence that had settled over him miles from shore, a stark contrast to the noise closing in on him. Now Brockman retrieved a small notebook and pen from his jacket. All right, Bosch, I need the name of that woman and the fishing guide, phone numbers, everything. Not happening. You don't get to decide that.
Give me the names.
Bosch remained silent, his gaze fixed on the table's surface. You've given us your alibi, Brockman pressed. Now we need to verify it. I know where I was. That's enough for me. If you're clean, like you say, then let us confirm it. We clear you and move on to other leads. You have the airline and rental car records right there. Start with those. I'm not dragging innocent people into this mess. They're decent folks, and unlike you, they actually like me. I won't let you stomp in here with your size 14 concrete blocks and ruin those relationships. You don't have a choice here, Bosch. Oh, I've got a choice. Right now, I do. You want to build a case against me? Go ahead. If it comes to that, I'll bring these people forward, and they'll dismantle your whole theory, Brockman. You think the department has PR problems now over shoving Bill Connors into a closet? You'll end this investigation with a worse reputation than Nixon? I'm not giving you the names. If you need to write something in that little book, just write that, I said. Forget it. That should sum it up nicely. A mottled flush spread across Brockman's face. He was quiet for a beat. You know what? I still think you're guilty. I think you hired it out and then went skipping off to Florida to establish distance. A fishing guide. Sounds like a fabricated story if I've ever heard one. And the woman? Some barfly you paid for company?
Was she a $50 alibi, or did you spring for the $100 version? In one violent motion, Bosch slammed the table into Brockman's chest, knocking his chair back against the wall. Bosch leaned into it, pinning him, then braced his foot against the table edge to maintain the pressure. The blotches on Brockman's face deepened as he struggled for breath, his eyes wide. Tolliver was slow to react, looking to his superior in stunned confusion before finally lunging.
Bosch shoved him back, sending him stumbling into a corner potted palm. From the periphery, Bosch saw another figure enter the room. Then his own chair was kicked out from under him, and he was on the floor with the considerable weight of Captain Irving on top of him. "Don't move, Bosch," Irving barked near his ear. "Settle down now." Bosch went slack, and Irving released him. After a moment, Bosch pushed himself up using the table. Brockman was coughing, hands pressed to his sternum. Irving placed a steadying hand on Bosch's chest while pointing a commanding finger at Tolliver, who was trying to prop the uprooted plant against the wall. "You," Irving snapped. "Out." "But Captain, the Situa." "Now." Tolliver hurried out. Brockman, finding his voice, rasped, "Bosch, you son of a... you're going to jail for this." "Nobody is going to jail," Irving stated, his voice firm and final. He paused, drawing a long breath to steady himself. "This ends here." Bosch observed that the assistant chief appeared just as breathless as anyone else present. "No charges will be filed," Irving finally went on, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Lieutenant, you provoked him and reaped the consequences." Brockman, his chest still rising and falling heavily, leaned his elbows on the table and dragged his fingers through his hair. He was attempting to project some semblance of control, but all he truly projected was utter defeat. Irving then turned his focus to Bosch, his jaw tightening with visible anger. "And you, Bosch, I honestly don't know how to reach you. You're perpetually the wild card. You recognized his tactics, you've employed them yourself, yet you couldn't just sit there and endure it. What does that say about you?" Bosch remained silent. Certain Irving didn't expect a verbal reply. A coughing fit seized Brockman, drawing Irving's attention back. "Are you okay?" "I think so." "Go over to the paramedics across the street and get checked out." "No, I'm fine." "Good. Then head down to your office and take a breather. I have someone else I want to speak with, Bosch. I'd like to continue the inter." "The interview is concluded, Lieutenant. You mishandled it." Irving's eyes shifted back to Bosch. "Frankly, you both did." Chapter 33. After Irving departed, Bosch was left alone in the conference room. A few moments later, Carmen Hinojos entered and took the seat recently vacated by Brockman. Her gaze held a mixture of anger and profound disappointment, but Bosch met it without flinching. "Harry, I simply can't believe..." He raised a finger to his lips, stopping her. "What's wrong? Aren't our sessions supposed to remain confidential?" "Absolutely." "Even in a place like this?" "Yes. What is it?" Bosch stood and walked to the phone on the counter, pressing the button to disconnect the conference line. He returned to his chair. "I'd like to think that was an oversight. I'll be discussing it with Chief Irving. You might be speaking to him right now." The phone was too obvious. "This room could easily be wired. Come on, Harry. This isn't a spy agency. No, it's not. Sometimes it feels more treacherous. All I'm saying is Irving and Internal Affairs could still be listening. Choose your words carefully." Carmen Hinojos looked utterly exasperated. "I'm not being paranoid, Doctor. I've navigated these waters before." "Fine. Forget it. Honestly, I don't care who's listening. I am deeply saddened and disappointed by your actions. What was the point of all our meetings? Was it all for nothing? Sitting in there, I heard you revert to the very kind of violence that led you to my office. This isn't a game, Harry. This is your real life. And now I have to make a decision that could define your future, which you've just made infinitely more difficult." He waited, ensuring she had finished. "You were in there with Irving the whole time." "Yes," he called, explained the situation, and asked me to come observe. "I have to tell you..." "Hold on. Before we go further, did you speak to him? Did you disclose anything from our sessions?" "No, of course not." "Okay. For the record, I want to reiterate that I do not waive any protections under our patient-doctor confidentiality. Are we clear on that?" For the first time, she looked away from him. He could see her face darken with anger. "Do you have any idea how insulting that is?" "What? You think I'd violate our sessions just because he might have suggested it?" "Did he?" "You don't trust me at all, do you?" "Did he?" "No, he did not." "Good. It's not just me. You don't trust anyone." Bosch realized he had crossed a line. He could see the hurt in her expression outweighing the anger. "I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know. I feel cornered here, Doctor. When that happens, sometimes you lose sight of who's on your side." "Exactly. And your reflexive response is violence against those you perceive as opponents. Witnessing that is profoundly disheartening." "It's incredibly disheartening." He shifted his gaze from her to the potted palm in the corner. Irving had replanted it before leaving, his hands smudged with dark earth. Bosch noted it still leaned a little to the left. "So why are you here?" he asked. "What does Irving want?" "He wanted me in his office to listen to your interview on the speakerphone. He said he valued my assessment of your responses, specifically whether I thought you could be responsible for Lieutenant Pounds's death." "After your outburst with the interviewer, he didn't need my opinion. It's obvious now that you're inclined toward violence against other officers and fully capable of it. That's ridiculous, and you know it. What I did in here to that guy pretending to be a cop is nothing like what they're accusing me of. They're completely different situations, and if you can't see that, you're in the wrong line of work. I'm not convinced. Have you ever killed anyone, Doctor?" Asking the question brought back his raw conversation with Jasmine. "Of course not." "Well, I have, and trust me, it's a world away from manhandling some arrogant fool in a polished suit. Completely different. If you or anyone else thinks doing one means you do the other, you all have a serious misunderstanding." They sat in a heavy silence, letting the tension drain away. "All right," he said finally. "So what now?" "I don't know. Chief Irving just asked me to sit with you, to help you settle down. I suppose he's deciding the next move. Clearly I'm not doing a great job at calming you. What exactly did he say when he first called you to come listen?" "He phoned, explained the situation, and said he wanted my perspective. You need to understand something. Despite your issues with authority, I believe he's on your side in this. I don't think he genuinely believes you're involved in your lieutenant's death, at least not directly. But he recognizes you're a plausible suspect who needed to be questioned. I think if you'd kept your cool during the interview, this might have been over quickly for you. They would have verified your Florida story, and that would have been it. I even mentioned to them that you told me you were going to Florida. I don't want them checking my story. I don't want them involved."
"Well, it's too late. He knows you're hiding something." "How?" "When he called to ask me over, he brought up the file on your mother's case. The murder book, he said it was found at your house. He also mentioned they found the stored evidence from the case there, and he asked if I knew what you were doing with all of it. So he did ask you to reveal what we've discussed in our sessions, in a roundabout way. Sounds pretty direct to me."
"Did he specifically say it was my mother's case?" "Yes, he did." "What did you tell him?" "I told him I wasn't at liberty to discuss anything from our sessions. It didn't satisfy him." "I'm not surprised." Another wave of quiet filled the space between them. Her eyes drifted around the room while his remained fixed on hers. "Tell me, what do you know about what happened to Pounds?" "Very little." "Irving must have told you something. You must have asked." "He said Pounds was found in the trunk of his car Sunday evening. He'd probably been there a while, maybe a day. The chief mentioned the body showed signs of torture, particularly sadistic mutilation," he said. "He didn't give details. It happened before Pounds died. They're sure of that," he said. "Pounds had been in tremendous pain. He wanted to know if you were the type of man who could have done something like that." Bosch said nothing. He was picturing the crime scene in his mind. A sharp, unexpected memory surfaced, a fleeting image of his own mother's face, calm amid chaos, before his guilt came crashing back down, so intense he felt a wave of nausea For what it's worth, I told him no, she said. What? I said you weren't the kind of man who could have done something like that. Bosch gave a slow nod, but his mind was already miles away. The truth about what happened to Pounds was coming into focus, and Bosch felt the heavy burden of having set those wheels in motion. Legally, he was in the clear, but morally, he knew he was responsible. Pounds was a man he had despised, someone he held in lower regard than some of the killers he'd encountered over the years, yet the guilt pressed down on him like a physical weight. He dragged his hands roughly over his face and through his hair, feeling a cold shudder run through his entire body. "Are you okay?" Hinojos asked. "I'm fine," he muttered. He pulled out his cigarettes and flicked his lighter open. "Harry, don't. This isn't my office." "I don't care," he said, the flame catching. "Where did they find him?" "What? Pounds! Where was he found?" "You mean where the car was? I don't know. I didn't ask." She watched him closely, and he noticed the hand holding the cigarette was trembling slightly. "All right, Harry. That's enough. What's wrong? What is really going on here?" Bosch held her gaze for a long moment before finally nodding. "Okay, you want to know? I did it. I killed him." Her face transformed instantly, as if she'd witnessed the violence up close, close enough to be stained by it. Her expression was one of pure horror and revulsion. She leaned back in her chair, putting more distance between them. You mean the story about Florida was—" "No. I didn't kill him with my own hands. I mean what I've done, what I've been setting into motion. It got him killed. I got him killed. How can you possibly know that? You can't be sure." "I know, believe me, I know." He looked away from her, focusing on a generic beach scene painting hanging on the wall. It felt absurdly out of place. He looked back. "It's funny." He started then, just shook his head. "What is?" He stood up, reached over to a potted palm plant and crushed his cigarette out in the dark soil. "What's funny, Harry?" she pressed. He sat back down and met her eyes. The so-called civilized people in this world, the ones who hide behind culture and art and politics, and even the law. They're the ones you really have to watch. They've got the perfect disguise, but they're the most vicious. They're the most dangerous people on the planet. It felt to Bosch like the day would never end, like he'd be trapped in that conference room forever. After Hinojos left, it was Irving's turn. The deputy chief entered silently, took the seat recently vacated by Brockman, folded his hands on the table, and said nothing. He looked thoroughly annoyed. Bosch wondered if he could smell the smoke. He didn't care about that, but the heavy silence was getting to him.
What about Brockman?
Bosch finally asked. "He's gone. You heard me. He blew it. So did you. How do you figure? You could have talked your way out of it, could have let him verify your story and be done. But you had to make another enemy. You had to be Harry Bosch. That's where you and I are different, Chief. You should get out from behind that desk and come back to the street sometime. I didn't make Brockman an enemy. He was my enemy before I ever shook his hand. They all are. And you know what? I'm getting real tired of everybody analyzing me and sticking their noses where they don't belong. It's getting old. Somebody has to. You certainly won't. You don't know a damn thing about it." Irving waved Bosch's weak protest aside like it was smoke. "So what now?" Bosch continued. "Why are you here? You going to try and break my alibi? Is that it? Brockman's out, so you're stepping in?" "I don't need to break your alibi. It's been checked and it holds. Brockman and his team have already been instructed to pursue other leads." "What do you mean? It's been checked." "Give us a little credit, Bosch. The names were in your notebook." Irving reached into his coat, pulled out the small black notebook and slid it across the table. "That woman you spent time with down there told me enough that I believed it. You might want to give her a call yourself." She sounded pretty thrown by my voice on the line. I kept things vague in my explanation.
I appreciate that. So am I free to go now? Bosch pushed himself up from the chair. Technically speaking, yes. What about in every other sense? Sit back down for a minute, detective. Bosch raised his hands in a weary gesture. He'd come this far already. He figured he might as well ride it out to the end. He lowered himself back into the seat with a quiet grumble. My backside's going numb from all this sitting.
I knew Jake McKittrick, Irving began, his voice dropping into a lower register. Knew him well. We were partners in Hollywood division a lifetime ago. You already pieced that together, I'm sure. As pleasant as it is to catch up with an old friend, I can't say I enjoyed a single word of our conversation today. You reached out to him, too. While you were in here with the doctor? Yes. So what do you need from me? You got the stories straight from the source? What's left? Irving tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. What do I need? I need you to look me in the eye and tell me that whatever you're tangled up in, whatever you've been digging into, has absolutely no connection to what happened to Lieutenant Pounds. I can't do that, Chief. I don't know what happened to him other than the fact that he's gone. Irving studied him for a long, silent moment, weighing a decision. I suppose I was expecting an immediate no. Your answer tells me you think there might be a link. I can't express how deeply that troubles me. Anything's possible, Chief. Let me ask you something. You mentioned Brockman's team was following other leads, other avenues, I think you called them. Are any of those avenues actually going anywhere? Did Pounds have some hidden life, or are they just running in circles out there? Nothing substantial has surfaced. I'm afraid you were the most promising lead. Brockman still believes that. He's clinging to the theory that you hired a professional and then hopped a plane to Florida to craft an alibi. Yeah, that's a real winner. I find it stretches believability. I told him to shelve it for now, and I'm telling you to drop whatever you're doing. This woman in Florida sounds like someone worth your time. I want you on a plane heading back to her. Stay a couple of weeks. When you return, we can discuss reinstatement to the homicide table at Hollywood. Bosch couldn't tell if there was a threat woven into Irving's words, or perhaps a bribe. And if you don't, then you're a fool, and you'll deserve whatever comes your way. What exactly is it you think I'm doing, Chief? I don't think. I know what you're doing. It's obvious. You pulled the murder book on your mother's case. Why you chose this specific moment, I don't know. But you're conducting a rogue investigation, and that creates a problem for this department. You need to stop, Harry, or I will stop you. I will end your career, permanently. Who is it you're protecting? A wave of anger visibly washed over Irving, his complexion shifting from pink to a furious crimson. His eyes seemed to narrow into dark slits. Don't you ever suggest that. I've given my entire life to this depart. It's yourself, isn't it? You knew her. You were the one who found her. You're scared of getting dragged into the mud if I start putting pieces together. I'd bet you already knew every single thing McKittrick told you over the phone. That's absurd, Is it? Is it really? I don't think so. I've already spoken to a witness who remembers you from those days working the boulevard. What witness? She told me she knew you. She knows my mother knew you too. The only person I'm trying to protect here is you, Bosch. Can't you see that? I'm ordering you to cease this investigation. You can't. I don't work for you anymore. I'm on leave, remember? Involuntary leave. That makes me a private citizen now, and I can do whatever the hell I want as long as it's within the law. I could have you charged with possession of stolen department property, the murder book. It wasn't stolen. Besides, if you try to fabricate a case, what is that? A misdemeanor. They'd toss you out of the city attorney's office so fast you'd land on your backside, but you'd lose your career. That would be the end of it. You're a bit late with that threat, Chief. A week ago, that might have meant something. I would have had to think twice, but none of that matters now. I'm clear of all that nonsense, and this is the only thing that counts. I don't care what it takes. I'm seeing it through. Irving fell quiet. and Bosch sensed the assistant chief was grasping that Bosch had slipped beyond his control. Irving's power over Bosch's job and future had been his leverage before, but Bosch had finally cut that tie. Speaking softly and steadily, Bosch pressed on. "If you were in my shoes, Chief, could you just walk away? What good is everything I do for the department if I can't do this for her and for myself?" He rose and tucked the notebook into his jacket. "I'm leaving. Where's the rest of my things?" "No." Bosch paused. Irving looked up, the anger gone from his face. "I did nothing wrong," Irving said quietly. "Yes, you did," Bosch replied, his voice just as low. He leaned in until only a few feet separated them. "We all did, Chief. We let it slide. That was our failure. But not any more, at least not for me if you want to help. You know how to find me." He turned toward the door. "What do you need?" Bosch glanced back. "Tell me about Pounds. I have to know what happened. It's the only way I can see if there's a connection." "Then sit down." Bosch took the chair near the door. Both men took a moment to settle before Irving finally spoke. "We began searching for him Saturday night. Found his car Sunday around noon in Griffith Park, inside one of the tunnels that's been closed since the earthquake. It was as if they knew we'd be checking from the air, so they hid the car in that tunnel. Why start looking before you knew he was dead?" His wife. "She started calling Saturday morning, said he'd gotten a phone call at home Friday night. Didn't know who from, but whoever it was convinced Pounds to leave the house and meet them. Pounds didn't tell his wife what it was about. He said he'd be back in an hour or two. He left and never returned. By morning, she was calling us. Pounds is unlisted, I assume. Yes, that makes it likely it was someone inside the department." Bosch considered this. Not necessarily. It just had to be someone with connections to people in the city. Someone who could get his number with one phone call. You should put the word out. Offer amnesty to anyone who comes forward and admits they gave out the number. Promise you'll go easy in exchange for the name of the person they gave it to. That's who you want. Chances are, whoever leaked the number had no idea what was going to happen. Irving nodded. That's a thought. Inside the department, hundreds could have accessed his number. We may have no other path. Tell me more about Pounds. We processed the scene right there in the tunnel. By Sunday, the media had caught wind we were looking for him, so the tunnel actually worked in our favor. No helicopters buzzing overhead, getting in the way. We just set up lights and went to work. He was in the car. Bosch played it as though he knew nothing. He figured if he expected Hinojos to keep his confidences, he had to respect hers in return. Yes, in the trunk. And my God, it was bad. He'd been stripped beaten. Then there were clear signs of torture. Bosch waited, but Irving had trailed off. What did they do to him? They burned him, his genitals, his nipples, his fingers. My God. Irving dragged a hand over his shaved scalp and shut his eyes briefly. Bosch could tell the images were stuck in his mind. Bosch was struggling with it too. His guilt sat like a solid weight in his chest. It was like they wanted something from him, Irving said, but he couldn't give it. He didn't have the information they wanted, and they wouldn't stop pressing him. Suddenly, Harry Bosch felt a faint tremor and instinctively grabbed the edge of the table. He glanced at Irving for confirmation, only to realize there was no earthquake. It was him, trembling once more. "Hold on," he managed. The room seemed to sway briefly before settling. "What's wrong? Just give me a second." Without another word, Bosch pushed back his chair and left the office. He moved quickly down the hallway to the men's room near the water fountain. A man was at one of the sinks, shaving, but Bosch paid him no mind. He shoved open a stall door and was violently sick into the toilet, barely making it in time. He flushed, but the spasms returned again and again until he was hollowed out, until the only thing left inside him was the brutal image of Pounds, stripped and lifeless, a victim of torture.
You all right in there, pal?
A voice called from outside the stall. Just leave me alone. Sorry, man. Just checking. Bosch remained in the stall for several more minutes, leaning his forehead against the cool partition. Finally, he wiped his mouth with toilet paper and flushed it away. He stepped out unsteadily and went to the sink. The other man was still there, now adjusting his tie. Bosch caught his reflection in the mirror but didn't recognize him. He bent over the basin, splashing cold water on his face and rinsing his mouth. He dried off with paper towels, never once meeting his own gaze in the glass. "Appreciate the concern," he muttered on his way out. Irving appeared not to have moved. "Are you okay?" Bosch sat back down and pulled out his cigarettes. "Sorry, but I need to smoke. You've been smoking." He lit one and took a long, deep drag. Standing up, he walked to the trash can in the corner, retrieved an old coffee cup, and used it as an ashtray. "Just this one," he said. "Then you can open the door and clear the air. It's a terrible habit. In this city, so is breathing. How did he die? What was the cause?" "The autopsy was this morning. Heart failure. The strain was too much. His heart gave out." Bosch was silent for a moment, feeling a trickle of strength return. "Tell me the rest." "There isn't any more. That's it." No evidence on the body. The car had been wiped clean. There was nothing to follow. "What about his clothes in the trunk?" "No help. The killer did keep one thing, though." "What?" "His badge." The bastard took his shield. Bosch simply nodded, looking away. A heavy silence filled the room. He couldn't shake the images, and he suspected Irving was wrestling with the same grim pictures. "So," Bosch finally said, the tone shifting from grim to bitterly sarcastic, "looking at what was done to him, the torture and all, your first instinct was to think of me. That's a real shining endorsement of my character. Detective, you put the man's face through a window 2 weeks ago. We received an additional report from him stating you had threatened him. What?" "There was no threat. I don't care if there was or wasn't, he filed the report. That's the point. True or false, he felt threatened by you. What were we supposed to do, ignore it? Just say, 'Oh, not our Harry Bosch,' and move on? Don't be naive. Fine, you're right, forget it. Did he say anything to his wife before he left? Only that someone called and he had to go out for an hour to meet a very important person. No name was given. The call came in around 9 Friday night. Is that exactly how she said he phrased it?" "I believe so. Why?" "Because if he said it like that, it sounds like 2 people might be involved." "How do you figure?" "It just has the ring of one person calling to arrange a meeting with a second person, this very important figure. If that important person had called directly, he likely would have told his wife, 'So-and-so just called. I have to go meet him.' You see what I mean?" "I do." The person who made that call might have simply used a prominent name as bait to lure Pounds out. The actual individual may have had no involvement whatsoever. That's certainly a possibility. But whatever was said, it had to be convincing enough to make him leave his house alone at night. Perhaps it was someone he already knew. Perhaps. But in that case, he likely would have mentioned the name to his wife. True. Did he take anything with him? A briefcase? Any files? Not that we're aware of. His wife was watching television and didn't see him leave. We've gone over all of this with her and searched the house thoroughly. There's nothing. His briefcase was still at the station. He didn't even bring it home. We have no leads. Frankly, you were our best candidate, and now you're cleared. Which brings me back to my question. Could your recent activities have played any part in this? Bosch couldn't bring himself to share what he felt in his gut had happened to Pounds. It wasn't guilt that held him back, but the need to keep his own mission private. In that moment, He understood that vengeance was a solitary pursuit, a path walked alone and never spoken of aloud. "I don't have an answer for you," he said. "I told Pounds nothing, but he wanted to see me fall. You know that. The man's dead, but he was an arsehole who wanted my badge. He would have had his ear to the ground for anything on me. A few people have seen me around this past week. Word could have gotten back, and he might have stumbled into something. He wasn't exactly a top-notch investigator. He could have made a fatal mistake. I don't know." Irving watched him with an unreadable gaze, clearly trying to sift truth from deception. Bosch spoke first. He told his wife he was meeting someone important. "Yes." "Look, Chief, I don't know what McKittrick told you about our conversation, but you know powerful people were involved back then with my mother's case."
You were there. I was there, but I wasn't part of the investigation, not after the initial day. Did McKittrick mention Arno Conklin to you? Not today. But years ago, I remember once asking him about the case, and he told me to ask Arno, said Conklin was running interference for someone. Well, Arno Conklin was an important man. But now, he's an old man, if he's even still alive. He's alive, Chief, and you have to remember something.
Important men are never truly alone. They're surrounded by other important men. Conklin may be old, but the people around him might not be. What exactly are you telling me, Bosch? I'm telling you to leave me to this. I have to do it. I'm the only one who can keep Brockman and everyone else off my back. Irving stared at him for a long moment, clearly conflicted. Bosch stood up. "I'll keep in touch. You're not telling me everything. It's better that way." He stepped into the hallway, then remembered something and turned back. "How am I supposed to get home? You brought me here." Irving reached for the phone. Bosch pushed through the fifth-floor door to Internal Affairs and found the counter empty. He waited a few minutes for Tolliver to appear, as Irving had just ordered the young detective to drive him home, but no one came. Bosch figured it was just another petty power play. Not wanting to go behind the counter to search for him, Bosch simply called out Tolliver's name. A door behind the counter was slightly ajar, and he was sure he'd been heard. But it was Brockman who stepped through, fixing Bosch with a long, silent stare. "Look, Brockman, Tolliver is supposed to take me home," Bosch said to him. "I'm done with you. Tough luck. Just send Tolliver out. You should keep your eyes open, Bosch." "Don't worry, I will." "Yeah. And you still won't see me coming." Bosch gave a slow nod, his gaze shifting to the doorway behind the counter, waiting for Tolliver. All he wanted was to calm things down and get his ride. The thought of hailing a cab crossed his mind, but rush hour meant a $50 fare he didn't have in his pocket. There was also a certain satisfaction in having an internal affairs detective play chauffeur. "You got something else to say?" He looked back at Brockman, his patience wearing thin. "What's it like, getting involved with another killer? Must be something special, traveling all the way to Florida for it." Bosch fought to keep his expression neutral, but he felt the heat rise in his face. He understood exactly who Brockman meant. "What are you talking about?" A smug, triumphant grin spread across Brockman's face as he caught Bosch's reaction. "Oh, this is rich. She didn't even tell you, did she? Tell me what—" Bosch's hands clenched, the urge to pull Brockman over the counter, almost overwhelming, but he kept his composure. "Tell you what? I'll tell you. Your whole story smells, and I'm going to rip it wide open. Then your guardian angel upstairs won't be able to shield you. He said you were ordered to back off, that I was cleared. Screw him and screw you. When I hand him your alibi wrapped up with a bow, he won't have a choice but to cut you loose." Tolliver appeared in the doorway then, car keys in hand, his eyes fixed on the floor. "First thing I did was run her name," Brockman continued. "She's got a record, Bosch. You didn't know. She's a killer, just like you. Guess it takes one to know one. What a lovely pair." 1,000 questions swarmed Bosch's mind, but he wouldn't give Brockman the satisfaction of asking a single one. A hollow feeling opened inside him as he began to forcibly detach his emotions from Jazz. The signs had been there, plain as day, and he'd missed every one. Yet the most overpowering sensation was one of profound betrayal. Deliberately ignoring Brockman, Bosch focused on Tolliver. "You giving me a ride or not?" Tolliver moved silently around the counter. "Bosch, I've already got you for associating with a known criminal," Brockman said. "But I'm not finished." Bosch pushed open the hallway door. Fraternizing with felons was against department regulations, but whether Brockman could make that charge stick was the least of his concerns now. He walked out. Tolliver trailing behind. Just before the door swung shut, Brockman's voice chased after them. "Give her a kiss for me, killer." Chapter 36. The ride back to his house was steeped in heavy silence. A torrent of thoughts crashed through Bosch's mind, and he chose to shut out the young IAD detective completely. Tolliver left the police scanner on, its intermittent bursts of static and coded chatter serving as the only conversation in the car. They were caught in the thick of the evening exodus from downtown, crawling at a maddening pace toward the Cahuenga Pass. His stomach still churned from the earlier waves of nausea, and he sat with his arms crossed tightly, as if holding himself together. He knew he had to sort his thoughts into separate boxes. As confused and burning with curiosity as he was about Brockman's insinuations regarding Jasmine, he had to set it aside. Right now, Pounds and what happened to him took precedence. Piecing the timeline together led to an obvious, grim conclusion. His clumsy intrusion at Mittel's party and his delivery of that photocopied newspaper clip had triggered a chain reaction. It ended with the torture and murder of Harvey Pounds, the name he had carelessly used. Somehow, giving only the name at that party had led them back to the real Pounds. The guilt settled over him cold and heavy. Bosch figured the DMV inquiries were what sealed Pounds's fate. After receiving that threatening newspaper clipping at the fundraiser from someone claiming to be Harvey Pounds, Mittel would have immediately used his considerable influence to identify this person and his motives, with a network stretching from Los Angeles to Sacramento and all the way to Washington, D.C. Mittel could easily have discovered that Harvey Pounds was a police lieutenant. His extensive campaign finance work had placed numerous legislators in power in the state capital, giving him the perfect connections to check if anyone was running background checks on him. If he had done that, he would have learned that Lieutenant Harvey Pounds of the LAPD had been asking questions not just about him, but also about 4 other men who would be of critical concern: Arno Conklin, Johnny Fox, Jake McKittrick, and Claude Eno. Sure, these names were tied to a case and a conspiracy that was nearly 35 years old. But Mittel was at the very heart of that conspiracy, and Pounds's poking around would have been more than enough. Bosch was convinced for a man in his position to take action and find out what Pounds was up to. Because of the direct approach this supposed Pounds had made at the party, Mittel likely assumed he was dealing with a blackmailer, a shakedown artist, and Mittel knew exactly how to make such a problem disappear, just like Johnny Fox had disappeared. That was why Pounds had been tortured. Bosch knew. To ensure the issue stopped with Pounds, Mittel needed to know who else was aware of what Pounds knew. The tragic irony was that Pounds didn't actually know anything himself. He had no information to give. He was subjected to agony until his heart finally gave out. One lingering question for Bosch was what Arno Conklin knew about all this. Bosch hadn't contacted him yet. Did Conklin know about the man who approached Mittel? Did he order the hit on Pounds, or was it purely Mittel's own brutal initiative? Then Bosch hit a snag in his theory that needed smoothing out. Mittel had met him face to face at the fundraiser, believing he was Harvey Pounds. The fact that Pounds was tortured before he died suggested Mittel wasn't present for the interrogation. If he had been, he would have realized they had the wrong man. Bosch now wondered if they even understood they had killed the wrong person, and if they were now searching for the right one. He considered the point that Mittel wouldn't have been there for the dirty work, and decided it fit perfectly. Mittel wasn't the type to get his hands dirty. He'd have no issue giving the orders. He just wouldn't want to witness the execution. Bosch realized the surfer-looking guy in the suit had also seen him at the party, and therefore couldn't have been directly involved in Pounds's murder either. That left the man Bosch had glimpsed through the French doors at the house, the one with the broad shoulders and thick neck, the man Mittel had shown the newspaper clipping to, the one who had slipped and fallen on the driveway chasing after him. A cold realization settled in. Bosch didn't know how close he had come to ending up exactly where Pounds was now. He reached into his jacket for his cigarettes and began to light one. "Do you mind not smoking?" Tolliver asked, breaking his silence for the first time in their 30-minute ride. "Yeah, I do mind," Bosch replied. He finished lighting the cigarette and put his lighter away. He rolled down the window. "There, happy now? The exhaust fumes are probably worse than the smoke."
"It's a non-smoking vehicle," Tolliver stated flatly. He tapped his finger on a small plastic magnet stuck to the dashboard's ashtray cover. It was one of those cheap promotional items distributed after the city passed a sweeping anti-smoking ordinance that banned smoking in all municipal buildings and designated half the department's fleet as non-smoking. The magnet featured a cigarette inside a red circle with a slash through it, with the words "Thank you for not smoking" printed below. Without a word, Bosch leaned over, peeled the magnet off the dashboard, and tossed it out the open window. He watched the object skip once on the asphalt before landing on the door of a car in the next lane. Not anymore. Now it's a car with a new accessory. You're in deep trouble, Bosch. You realize that, right? File your report, kid. Toss it on the pile your boss is already building. Makes no difference to me. A heavy quiet filled the car as they drifted further from Hollywood. After a moment, Tolliver spoke up. "He's playing you, Bosch. I figured you'd see through that. How do you figure?" Bosch was taken aback by Tolliver's shift in tone. "It's all a bluff. He's still steaming over that stunt with the table, but he knows it won't hold up. It's a voluntary manslaughter charge from years back, a domestic situation. She got probation and walked. You just say you had no idea, and the whole thing gets tossed. Bosch could piece it together. She'd all but confessed it to him herself, talking about staying too long with the wrong person. The memory of that painting in her studio flashed in his mind, the grim portrait with streaks of red like fresh wounds. He forced the image away. "Why are you telling me this, Tolliver? Why turn on your own people?" "They're not my people. I want to know what you meant back in the hallway." Bosch had to think for a second to recall his own words. "You said it wasn't too late. Too late for what?" "Too late to leave," Bosch said, the taunt now clear in his memory. "You're still young. Get out of internal affairs before you're stuck. Stay too long and you'll never get free. Is that the plan? Spend your career hassling cops over petty stuff. Look, I want a spot at Parker Center, and I don't want to wait a decade like everyone else. For a guy like me, it's the quickest path in. It's not worth the cost, that's what I'm telling you. Anyone who stays in IAD more than a few years is branded for life. No other division will touch them. No one trusts them. They become outcasts. You should really think about it. Parker Center isn't the only place worth working." Tolliver fell silent, struggling to form a rebuttal. "Someone has to hold the police accountable. A lot of folks forget that." "True enough. But in this department, nobody holds the police who police the police accountable. Think on that." The sharp ring of his mobile phone cut through the conversation. His belongings, returned on Irving's orders, were piled on the back seat. Reaching back, he flipped open his briefcase and grabbed the phone.
"Bosch! Bosch, it's Russell."
"Hey, Keisha. I don't have anything new for you yet. Still working on it."
"No, I have news for you. Where are you?"
"Stuck in traffic. On the 101, coming up on my exit at Barham.
Well, we need to talk. I'm filing a story for tomorrow.
You'll want to comment, I imagine, if only to defend yourself. Defend myself? A cold dread settled in his gut. He wanted to snap. What now? But kept his voice steady. What are you talking about? Did you see my piece today? No, haven't had the chance. What? It was about Harvey Pounds's death. The follow-up I'm working on now, it involves you, Bosch. Perfect, he thought. He fought to keep his tone even, knowing any hint of panic would fuel her confidence. He needed to plant doubt to make her question her information. Then he remembered Tolliver sitting beside him, listening to every word. I can't talk freely right now. What's your deadline? Right now. We talk now. Bosch checked his watch. It was 25 minutes to 6. You can push it to 6, can't you? He knew the Times' first edition deadline well from past dealings. No, I can't. If you have something to say it now. I can't. Give me 15 minutes and call me back.
I can't talk right now. A pause stretched on the line before she replied, Bosch, I can't hold the story much longer than that. You better be ready to talk by then. They were passing the Barham exit now, just 10 minutes from his place. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, you should go tell your editor you might be pulling the story. Absolutely not. Listen, Keisha, I know exactly what you're going to ask me about. It's a setup, and it's completely wrong.
You have to trust me on this. I'll explain everything in 15 minutes. How can you be so sure it's a setup? Because I know where it came from, Angel Brockman. He snapped the phone shut and turned to Tolliver. See that, Tolliver? Is that really what you want your career to be? Is that the life you want? Tolliver remained silent. When you get back to the office, you can tell your boss he can forget about his big splash in tomorrow's paper. There isn't going to be any story. See, even the reporters don't trust IADI. All I had to do was mention Brockman's name. She'll start backtracking the second I tell her I know the score. Nobody trusts you people, Jerry. You should get out while you can. Oh, and I suppose everyone trusts you, Bosch. Not everyone, but I can sleep at night, and I've been doing this job for 20 years. Do you think you'll be able to say the same? What have you got, 5, 6 years in? I'll give you 10, Jerry. That's your limit. 10 years and you'll be done. But you'll look like one of those guys who put in 30, all worn out and cynical. Tolliver offered only a stony silence in response. Bosch wasn't sure why he even bothered. This kid was part of the machine trying to bury him. But something about that earnest, unlined face made Bosch want to offer a warning as they took the final curve on Woodrow Wilson. His house came into view. So did a white sedan with a yellow city plate parked out front, and a man in a yellow hard hat standing beside it, toolbox in hand. It was the building inspector, Gowdy. You've got to be kidding me, Bosch muttered. Is this another one of IAD's clever little stunts? If it is, I don't know anything about it. Right. Of course you don't. Without another word, Tolliver stopped at the curb. Bosch grabbed his returned belongings and got out. Gowdy spotted him and marched over as the car pulled away. Tell me you're not actually living in this place, Gowdy demanded. It's been red-tagged. We got a call saying someone was stealing power. I got a call too. See anyone? I was just coming to check on things. Don't hand me that, Mr. Bosch. I can see you've been doing work here. You should know you can't make repairs. You can't even go inside. There's a demolition order, and it's past due. I'm putting in a work order for a city contractor to handle it. You'll get the bill. No sense waiting any longer. Now you might as well clear out because I'm cutting the power and putting on locks. Gowdy bent to open his toolbox, pulling out a set of stainless steel hasps and padlocks. Look, I've got a lawyer working on this, Bosch said. He's trying to sort it out with your department. There's nothing to sort out. I'm sorry. If you go back in there, you're looking at arrest. If I find these locks tampered with, that's also an arrest. I'll call North Hollywood Division myself. I'm done playing games with you. For the first time, it struck Bosch that this might be an act, that the man might be angling for a bribe. He probably didn't even know Bosch was a cop. Most officers couldn't afford to live up here and wouldn't want to, even if they could. The only reason Bosch could manage it was a chunk of money from years ago, from a TV movie deal based on a case he'd closed. "All right, Gowdy," he said, lowering his voice. "Just spell it out for me, okay? I'm a little slow with these things. Tell me what you need, and it's yours. I just want to save the house. That's all I care about." Gowdy stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment, and Bosch realized his mistake. He could see the pure, unadulterated indignation flashing in the man's eyes. "You keep talking like that, son, and you could end up in jail. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pretend I didn't just hear that. I'm sorry," Bosch began, then stopped himself. He glanced back at the house. "It's just this place is all I have left." "You have more than that," Gowdy replied. "You just haven't realized it yet. Listen, I'll do you a favor. You've got 5 minutes to go in and grab what you need. After that, I'm securing the property. I don't like it either, but that's the job. If this place slides down the hill in the next storm, you might end up thanking me." Bosch gave a slow nod. Fine. 5 minutes inside. He pulled a suitcase from the hallway closet. He packed his backup weapon first, then hurriedly stuffed in armfuls of clothes from the bedroom. Hauling the overstuffed case to the carport, he returned to strip the bureau drawers, bundling everything into the bedsheets. He worked past the 5-minute mark, but Gowdy didn't interrupt. Only the steady sound of hammering from the front door echoed through the rooms. 10 minutes later, a small mountain of his life sat piled in the carport, a box of keepsakes and photographs, a fireproof case holding his records, a stack of unopened mail and overdue bills, his stereo, and 2 crates of jazz and blues albums. Staring at the heap, a hollow feeling settled in his chest. It was a lot to cram into a Mustang, and yet it seemed pitifully little to show for 45 years. That everything Bosch turned. Gowdy stood there, hammer in one hand, a steel latch in the other, a padlock dangling from his belt loop. "Yeah," Bosch said. "Go ahead." He stepped back as the inspector got to work. The first hammer blows had just started when his phone rang. He'd forgotten about Keisha Russell, fishing the phone from his jacket. He flipped it open. "Bosch, detective, it's Dr. Hinoshos." "Oh, hi. Is something wrong?" "No, well, yes. I was expecting another call. I need to keep this line clear for a few minutes. Can I call you back?" He checked his watch. "Almost 6, of course," Hinojo said. "I'll be here until 6:30. I wanted to see how you managed after I left the 6th floor and to discuss something with you." "I'm fine. I'll call you back." The moment he ended the call, the phone rang again. Bosch, I'm on deadline and I don't have time for games." It was Russell, skipping any greeting. "The story is that the investigation into Harvey Pounds's killing has turned inward. Detectives spent hours with you today. They searched your home, and you're now the prime suspect." "Prime suspect? We don't even use that term, Keisha. Now, I know you're talking to one of those IAD pencil pushers. They wouldn't know how to run a homicide if the killer walked up and bit them on their polished rear ends. Don't change the subject. It's simple. Do you have a comment for tomorrow's paper or not? If you do, I can still make the first edition. On the record, no comment. And off the record. Off the record, not for attribution or use of any kind. You're full of it, Keisha. Your story is wrong, completely wrong. If you print what you just told me, you'll be writing a correction tomorrow saying I'm not a suspect, and after that you'll be looking for a new beat to cover." "And why is that?" she asked, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Because this is a smear job planted by Internal Affairs. When everyone in the department reads it tomorrow, they'll know exactly what it is, and they'll know you fell for it. They won't trust you. They'll see you as a mouthpiece for people like Brockman." The silence on the line felt heavy. Bosch glanced up, watching the sky shift to a soft pink as the sun began to set. He checked his watch. Her deadline was now. "You still there, Keisha?" "Bosch, you're frightening me."
You should be frightened. You've got about 60 seconds to make a monumental choice. Let me ask you something straight. Did you assault Pounds 2 weeks ago and shove him through a window? Are we on or off the record? It doesn't matter. I just need the truth. Now, off the record, that's essentially correct. Well, that would seem to make you a prime suspect in his death. I don't understand. Keisha, I've been out of state for 3 days. I just got back today.
Brockman questioned me for less than an hour. My alibi checked out and I was released. I'm not a suspect. I'm talking to you from my driveway. You hear that hammering? That's my house. I've got a carpenter working. Do they let prime suspects go home for the night? How can I verify any of this today? You can't. You have to choose Brockman or me. Tomorrow, you can call Assistant Chief Irving and he'll confirm it if he's even willing to speak with you. Damn it, Bosch. I can't believe this. If I walk into my editor's office at deadline and tell him the story they've had slotted for the front page since the 3 o'clock meeting is dead, I might be hunting for a new beat at a different paper. There's other news in the world, Keisha. They'll find something for the front page. This will work out for you in the long run. I'll put in a good word for you. A brief, tense silence hung between them as she made her decision. I can't talk. I have to go stop him. Goodbye, Bosch. I hope I still have a job the next time we speak. She hung up before he could reply. He walked up the street to his Mustang and drove it down to the house. Gowdy had finished installing the latches, and both doors now had functional locks. The inspector was leaning against his car, using the hood as a desk while he slowly wrote on a clipboard, clearly waiting for Bosch to leave. Bosch began loading his pile of belongings into the Mustang, pushing aside the unsettling thought of his own homelessness. His mind drifted to Keisha Russell. He wondered if she could really stop a story this late, a story that had probably taken on a life of its own in the newspaper's system, a monster she had created, with little power now to control it. Once everything was packed, he gave a curt wave to Gowdy, got in, and drove down the hill. At Cahuenga, he hesitated, unsure which way to turn. To the right was Hollywood, to the left, the valley. Then he remembered the Mark Twain. It was an old residence hotel in Hollywood, just a few blocks from the station on Wilcox. The efficiencies were generally clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the surrounding neighborhood, and he knew this because he'd stashed witnesses there before. He recalled a couple of 2-room units with private baths. Deciding to aim for one of those, he turned right. The phone rang almost the moment he made the choice. It was Keisha Russell. "You owe me, Bosch. Big time. I killed the story." He felt a surge of relief, immediately mixed with irritation. Typical reporter thinking, "What are you talking about?" He shot back. "You owe me for saving your professional hide." "Well, we'll see about that. I'm still checking this out tomorrow. If it shakes out the way you said, I'm going straight to Irving to file a complaint about Brockman. I'll burn him." "You already did." She let out an awkward laugh, realizing she'd just pointed to Brockman. "What did your editor say?" "He thinks I'm a fool. I told him the world has other stories." "Nice comeback." "Yeah, I'm saving that one. So, what's the latest? Anything on those clips I sent you?" "They're still brewing. I can't really discuss details yet." "Of course not. I don't know why I keep doing you favors, Bosch. But listen up. Remember Monty Kim, the guy who wrote that first clip?" "Right." "Monty Kim?" I asked around the newsroom. One of the veteran rewrite guys said he's still alive. After he left the Times, he worked for the DA's office for a stretch. No idea what he's up to now, but I have a number and an address. He's out in the valley. Can you pass it along? I suppose, since it was in the phone book. Damn, I didn't even think to check that. You might be a decent detective, Bosch, but you'd make a terrible reporter. She read off the number and address, promised to stay in touch, and hung up. Bosch placed the phone on the passenger seat turning this new information over in his mind as he drove into Hollywood. Monty Kim had worked for the district attorney. Bosch had a strong suspicion about exactly which one that would be. The man at the front desk of the Mark Twain didn't show any sign of recognizing Bosch, though Harry was fairly certain it was the same person he dealt with before when securing rooms for witnesses. The clerk was tall and gaunt, with the stooped shoulders of someone who'd carried a weight for too long. He looked like he'd been stationed behind that desk since the Eisenhower administration. "Remember me? From the precinct down the street?" "Yeah, I remember." "I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure if this was undercover work or not." "No, nothing undercover. I need to know if you have one of the larger rooms in the back available. One with a phone. You want to rent it? That's why I'm asking. Who are you putting in there this time? No gang members, please. Last time no gang members. Just me. I want the room. You want the room for yourself." "That's correct, and I promise not to draw on the walls. What's the rate?" The desk clerk seemed genuinely puzzled that Bosch would want to stay there himself. After a moment, he quoted the options: $30 a day, $200 for a week, or $500 for a month, all up front. Bosch paid for a week with his credit card, waiting tensely while the man verified the transaction. "Now, how much to use the loading zone spot out front?" "You can't rent that. I want to park out front. It'll make it harder for one of your other tenants to strip my car." Bosch pulled out his wallet and slid $50 across the counter. "If parking enforcement shows up, tell them it's authorized." "Sure." "You the manager here. Manager and owner. 27 years. "My apologies." Bosch went out to gather his belongings. It took him 3 trips to carry everything up to room 214. The room was in the rear, its 2 windows overlooking an alley that faced the back of a single-story building housing 2 bars and an adult bookstore. But Bosch had known it wouldn't be a luxury suite. This wasn't the kind of place where you'd find a plush robe in the closet or mints on the pillow. It was maybe 2 steps up from the kind of motel where you pass your cash through a slot in bulletproof glass. One room held a dresser and a bed, the bedspread sporting only 2 cigarette burns and a television locked in a steel frame bolted to the wall. There was no cable, no remote, and certainly no complimentary TV guide. The adjoining room had a worn green sofa, a small table with 2 chairs, and a kitchenette equipped with a half-size refrigerator, a bolted-down microwave, and a 2-burner hot plate. The bathroom, located off the hallway connecting the 2 rooms, featured white tiles that had yellowed like an old man's teeth. Even in the bleakness of his temporary situation, Bosch made an effort to turn the hotel room into something resembling a home. He unpacked a few shirts into the closet, arranged his toothbrush and razor in the bathroom, and hooked up the answering machine to the phone line, a pointless gesture since no one had the number. He figured he'd contact the phone company in the morning to set up a forwarding message for his old line. After placing the stereo on the dresser, he set the speakers on the floor on either side. Digging through a box of CDs, he found an old Tom Waits album, Blue Valentine, which he hadn't played in ages. He slid it into the player and sat on the edge of the bed, the phone beside him. The music filled the quiet room, and for a moment he considered calling Jazz down in Florida. But what would he even say? It seemed wiser to let it be for now. Lighting a cigarette, he moved to the window. The alley below was still and dark. Over the rooftops he could make out the intricate tower of the Hollywood Athletic Club, a beautiful, enduring relic in a changing city. He drew the musty curtains closed and turned to survey his new quarters. After a moment, he stripped the bed of its generic spread and blankets, remaking it with his own linens. It was a small act, a thread of normalcy, but it made the space feel more his own and pushed back the loneliness a little. For a few minutes, it even gave him a fleeting sense of control, a brief distraction from the shadow of Harvey Pounds. Settling onto the freshly made bed, He leaned back against the pillows propped on the headboard and lit another cigarette. He examined the healing wounds on his fingers. The scabs were gone, replaced by firm, pink, new skin. They were mending well. He wished the rest of him could follow suit, but he held little hope. He knew the blame was his to carry and the debt was his to pay. Somehow, almost without thinking, he lifted the old rotary dial phone from the nightstand and rested it on his chest. He picked up the receiver and stared at the dial. Who was there to call? What words were left? He hung up and sat forward. He needed air. He had to get out. Monty Kim's apartment was on Willis Avenue in Sherman Oaks, nestled in a neighborhood that felt like a ghost town after the earthquake, surrounded by red-tagged buildings deemed unsafe. Kim's place was a grey and white Cape Cod-style building, sitting stubbornly between two vacant structures. At least they were supposed to be empty. As Bosch parked, he saw a light flick off in one of them. Squatters, most likely living on constant alert, much like he had been, always watching for inspectors. Kim's building appeared either miraculously untouched by the quake or fully repaired already. Bosch suspected it was the former. It stood as a random testament to nature's selective violence, and perhaps to a builder who actually followed the codes. While the surrounding buildings had cracked and slumped, this one held its ground. It was a plain, rectangular structure with apartment doors lining each side, but access required, being buzzed through a tall electronic gate. Cops derisively called these feel-good gates. They made residents feel secure, but were practically useless. They only inconvenienced legitimate visitors. Anyone determined could simply climb over, a common sight all over the city. These gates were everywhere, a false comfort. When Kim's voice crackled through the intercom, Bosch simply said police and was buzzed in. He pulled his badge wallet from his pocket as he walked to apartment 8. The door opened and Bosch immediately thrust the open wallet forward, holding it close to Kim's face. He kept a finger deliberately over the badge, obscuring the lieutenant title. Then he snapped it back and tucked it away. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name on there," Kim said, still blocking the doorway. "Hieronymus Bosch, but most folks just call me Harry. You're named after the painter. Some nights I feel old enough to think he was named after me. Tonight's one of those nights." "Mind if I come in? This won't take long." Kim ushered him into the living room, his expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. The space was tidy and comfortable, featuring a sofa, a pair of armchairs, and a gas fireplace beside the television. Kim settled into one of the chairs, while Bosch took a seat at the end of the couch. A white poodle slept soundly on the rug near Kim's feet. Kim was a heavy-set man with a broad, ruddy face. His glasses pinched at his temples, and the remnants of his hair were tinted an unconvincing brown. He wore a red cardigan over a white shirt and faded khakis. Bosch placed him in his late 50s, younger than he had anticipated. "I suppose this is where I ask what this is regarding," Kim said. "Right. And I suppose this is where I tell you the trouble is I'm not entirely sure where to start. I'm looking into a couple of homicides. You might be able to assist, but I'd appreciate it if you'd humor me and let me ask a few questions about the past. Once we're finished, I'll explain the connection." "That seems a bit unorthodox, but—" Kim raised his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. He shifted in his chair, getting comfortable, glanced at the sleeping dog, and then squinted as if to sharpen his focus. A faint sheen of sweat was visible on the sparse terrain of his scalp. "You were a reporter for the Times. How long did that last?" "Oh, that was a brief stint. Just a few years in the early 60s. "How did you know about that, Mr. Kim? If you could just let me ask the questions for now. What kind of reporting did you do? In those days they called us cub reporters. I was on the crime beat. What do you do for a living now?" "I work from home these days. Public relations. I've got an office set up upstairs in the spare bedroom. I used to have a place in Reseda, but the building was condemned.
You could literally see daylight through the cracks in the wall. He was like most Angelinos. He didn't need to specify he was talking about earthquake damage. It was simply understood. I handle a few small accounts, he continued. I was the local spokesman for the GM plant in Van Nuys until they shut it down. After that, I went out on my own. What made you leave the Times back in the 60s? Wait, am I a suspect in something? Not at all, Mr. Kim.
I'm just trying to get a sense of your background, indulge me, and I'll get to the point. You were saying why you left the Times?
Yes, well, I was offered a better position. I took the job as press spokesman for the district attorney at the time, Arno Conklin. Better pay, more interesting than the police beat, and it seemed like a brighter future.
What did you mean by a brighter future? Well, I turned out to be wrong about that.
When I took the job, I thought the sky was the limit with Arno. He was a good man. I figured if I stayed with him, I might eventually ride his coattails all the way to the governor's mansion, maybe even to the Senate. But things didn't pan out. I ended up in that office in Reseda, with a crack in the wall you could feel the draft through. I don't see why the police would care about any of this. What happened with Conklin? Why didn't things work out? I'm not the expert on this. All I know is that in '68 he was planning to run for Attorney General, and the office was practically his for the taking. Then he just dropped out. He quit politics and went back to practicing law, and it wasn't to chase the big corporate money that's waiting for guys like that. He opened a one-man firm. I admired him. From what I heard, 60% or more of his practice was pro bono. He was working for free most of the time, almost like he was serving a penance. I don't know. I guess you could say that. Why did he drop out? I don't know. Weren't you part of his inner circle? No. He didn't have a circle. He had one man, Gordon Mittell. That's right. You want to understand why he didn't run. Ask Gordon. Then it registered with Kim that Bosch had just dropped Gordon Mittell's name into the mix. Is this about Gordon Mittell? Let me handle the questions. Why do you believe Conklin didn't run? You must have a theory. He was never formally a candidate, so there was no public withdrawal. He simply didn't show up. Plenty of rumors swirled, of course. Such as? All sorts of things. Talk he was gay. Others said financial ruin. There was even a story about a mob threat, win the election, and he'd be dead. Just political backroom chatter, nothing ever proven. He never married? Not that I'm aware. As for the gay rumors, I never saw any evidence of that. Bosch observed the sweat beading on Kim's bald head. The room was warm, yet the man kept his cardigan on. Bosch decided to shift gears abruptly. All right, tell me about Johnny Fox's death. He caught the fleeting spark of recognition in Kim's eyes before it vanished. It was enough. Johnny Fox? Who's that? Don't play games, Monty. It's ancient history. Nobody cares about your part. I just need the real story. That's why I'm here. You're talking about my reporter days?
I wrote hundreds of stories. That was 35 years ago. I was a kid. I can't remember every single one. But you remember Johnny Fox? He was supposed to be your golden ticket, the one that never got punched. Wait, what is this? You're not a cop. Did Gordon send you after all this time? You people think I... He stopped himself. I'm a cop, Monty, and you're lucky I got here before Gordon did. Things are unraveling. The ghosts are coming back.
Did you see the news today about that lieutenant found in his trunk in Griffith Park? I saw it on the news. He was a lieutenant. Yeah, he was my lieutenant. He was digging into a couple of old cases. Johnny Fox was one of them. Then he ended up in that trunk. So you'll have to excuse me if I'm a little direct, but I need to know about Johnny Fox. You wrote the story. You wrote that piece after he was killed that painted him as some kind of saint. Then you wind up on Conklin's team.
I don't care what you did. I just want to know what you did. Am I in danger here? Bosch gave a non-committal shrug, his best who-knows gesture.
If you are, then we can protect you. You don't help us. We can't help you. You know the drill. Oh, God, I knew something like this would. What other cases? One of Johnny's girls killed about a year before him. Name was Marjorie Lowe. Kim shook his head, the name meaning nothing to him. He dragged a hand over his slick scalp, pushing the sweat into his thicker hair. Bosch knew he had him right where he wanted him. So what about Fox? Bosch pressed. I don't have all night. Look, I don't know anything substantial. All I did was a favor for a favor. Explain. Kim took a long moment to collect himself. You know who Jack Ruby was? In Dallas? Yeah, the guy who shot Oswald. Well, Johnny Fox was the Jack Ruby of Los Angeles, okay? Same era, same type. Fox ran women, gambled, knew which cops to pay off, and paid them when necessary. It kept him out of jail. He was a classic Hollywood bottom feeder. When his death showed up on the Hollywood division blotter, I saw it and was going to ignore it. He was trash, and we didn't write about trash. Then a source I had in the department told me Johnny had been on Conklin's payroll. That made it a story. Yeah, so I called up Mittel, Conklin's campaign manager, and ran it by him. I wanted a comment. I don't know how much you know about that period, but Conklin had this pristine, clean-cut image. He was the guy crusading against every vice in the city, and here he had a vice hoodlum on his payroll. It was a fantastic story. Though Fox didn't have a criminal record, intelligence files existed on him, and I had access to those. Mittel understood the story would be damaging. He paused at the precipice of the narrative, knowing the rest, but needing a push to voice it aloud. Mittel knew, Bosch stated, so he offered you a deal. He'd secure you a position as Conklin's spokesperson if you sanitized the story. Not precisely. Then, what was the arrangement? I'm certain any relevant statute of limitations has expired. Don't concern yourself with that. Tell me, it stays between us, you and your dog. Kim drew a long breath before continuing. This was during the campaign, so Conklin already had a press secretary. Mittel offered me a role as deputy spokesperson after the election, working from the Van Nuys courthouse office to handle San Fernando Valley matters, provided Conklin won. That was essentially guaranteed, unless the Fox story disrupted things, but I held out, used some leverage. I told Mittel I wanted to be the chief spokesperson after Arno's election, or there was no deal. He came back later and agreed, after consulting Conklin.
I assume so.
In any case, I wrote a story that omitted the specifics of Fox's past. I've read it. That was all I did. I got the job. It was never mentioned again. Bosch studied Kim for a moment. The man was weak. He didn't view journalism as a calling, akin to being a police officer, a vow you make to yourself. Kim had broken that vow with apparent ease. Bosch couldn't picture someone like Keisha Russell acting similarly under the same pressure. He masked his disdain and pressed forward. Think back carefully. This is crucial. When you first contacted Mittel about Fox's background, did you sense he already knew? Yes, he knew. I'm unsure if the police informed him that day, or if he'd always known, but he was aware Fox was dead and knew his identity. He seemed somewhat surprised that I knew and became very eager to strike a deal to keep it out of the paper. It was the first time I ever did something like that. I regret it. Kim looked down at his dog, then at the beige carpet, a blank screen where he saw his life fork sharply the moment he accepted the deal, veering from its intended path to its eventual destination. Your story didn't name any officers, Bosch noted. Do you recall who handled the investigation? Not clearly. It was so long ago. It would have been a couple of detectives from the Hollywood homicide table. Back then, they handled fatal traffic accidents. There's a separate division for that now.
Claude Eno. Eno. I remember him. It might have been. I think I recall that.
Yes, it was. Now I remember, he worked it alone. His partner had transferred or retired, and he was solo, awaiting a new partner, so they assigned him the traffic cases. They were usually straightforward, requiring minimal investigation. How do you remember all this so well? Kim pressed his lips together, grappling for an answer. I suppose, as I said, I wish I'd never done it. So I think about it frequently. I remember Bosch nodded. He had no further questions and was already processing how Kim's information dovetailed with his own. Eno had worked both the Lowe and Fox cases, then retired, leaving behind a mail drop corporation with Conklin's and Mittel's names that collected $1,000 monthly for 25 years. It struck Bosch that compared to Eno, Kim had settled for far too little. He was about to rise when a final thought occurred. You mentioned Mittel never brought up the deal or Fox again.
That's correct.
Did Conklin ever mention anything about either? No, he never said a word. What was your relationship like? Didn't he treat you as someone who had blackmailed him? No, because I didn't blackmail him, Kim protested, though the indignation in his voice rang hollow. I performed a service for him, and I performed it well. He was always perfectly courteous to me. He was, after all, featured in your story about Fox. I don't have it with me, but in that piece he claimed he'd never encountered Fox. That was a fabrication. I invented it. Bosch was thrown. What are you saying? You fabricated the lie, as a precaution in case they backed out of our arrangement. I inserted Conklin, stating he didn't know the man because I possessed proof that he did. They were aware I had it. That way, if after the election they decided to renege, I could resurrect the story and demonstrate Conklin had lied about not knowing Fox. I could then suggest he was also aware of Fox's history when he brought him on. It wouldn't have changed the election result, but it would have caused a public relations headache. It was my bit of insurance. Follow me. Bosch gave a slow nod. What was this proof that Conklin knew Fox? Photographs. What photographs? They were taken by the society photographer for the Times at the Hollywood Masonic Lodge's St. Patrick's Day Gala a couple years before the election. There were two. Conklin and Fox are seated at a table. They were discards, but one day I was discards. Unpublished shots. Outtakes. But look, I used to browse the society section material in the photo lab to familiarize myself with the city's power players and their companions. It was useful background. One day I came across these photos of Conklin with a man I felt I recognized but couldn't quite place. The setting threw me off. This wasn't Fox's usual scene, so it didn't click then. Later, when Fox was killed and I learned he worked for Conklin, I remembered the photos and who the other man was. Fox. I went back to the discard files and retrieved them. They were just sitting together at this event in the pictures. Yeah, and they were smiling. You could see they were acquainted. These weren't staged shots. In fact, that's why each was rejected. They weren't polished enough for the society page. Anyone else with them? Just a couple of women, that's all. Go get the photos. Oh, I don't have them anymore. I disposed of them once they served their purpose. Kim, don't waste my time, all right? There was never a time they wouldn't be useful. Those photos are likely the reason you're still breathing. Now go get them, or I'll take you in for withholding evidence, then return with a warrant and turn this place inside out. Fine. Good grief. Wait here. I have one of them. He stood and trudged up the stairs. Bosch simply looked at the dog, which wore a sweater identical to Kim's. He heard the rumble of a closet door on its track, followed by a solid thump. He imagined a box being pulled from a shelf and dropped. Moments later, Kim's heavy footsteps descended the stairs. As he moved past the couch, he handed Bosch a yellowed black and white 8 by 10. Bosch studied it for a long while. I keep the other in a safe deposit box, Kim said. It's a clearer image of the two of them. You can definitely tell it's Fox. Bosch remained silent, his eyes fixed on the photograph. It was a flashbulb shot. Faces illuminated a stark white. Conklin sat across the table from the man Bosch presumed was Fox. A half-dozen drink glasses littered the tabletop. Conklin wore a smile. his eyes heavy-lidded, likely the reason the photo was rejected while Fox was turned slightly away, his features blurred. Bosch figured you'd need prior familiarity to identify him. Neither man seemed to notice the photographer. Flashbulbs were probably popping constantly all around the hall. But more than the men, Bosch scrutinized the two women in the frame. Standing beside Fox, leaning in to whisper something in his ear, was a woman in a dark, fitted one-piece dress. Her hair was elegantly piled atop her head. It was Meredith Roman. Seated across the table next to Conklin, mostly hidden behind him, was Marjorie Lowe. Bosch suspected that if you didn't already know her face, she'd be unrecognizable. Conklin had a cigarette in hand, his fingers raised near his face. His arm obscured half of his mother's face in the photograph, giving the impression she was peering from behind a corner. Bosch flipped it over to find a stamp on the back, Times photo by Boris Lugaver, dated March 17th, 1961, 7 months before she died. Did Conklin or Mittel ever see this? Bosch finally asked. Sure. When I pushed for head spokesman, I gave Gordon a copy. He recognized it, proved the candidate knew Fox. Mittel must have understood it was evidence linking the candidate to a murder victim. Bosch realized Kim had no idea what he was holding. No wonder he landed the job. You're fortunate to be breathing, Bosch thought, but kept to himself. Did Mittel know it was just a duplicate? Absolutely. I made that clear. I wasn't a fool. Did Conklin ever bring it up with you? Not directly, but Mittel must have told him. Remember, he said he needed to get back to me about the position. Who else would he clear it with as campaign manager? So he definitely spoke to Conklin. I'm keeping this. Bosch held up the photo. I have the other copy. Have you kept in contact with Arno Conklin over the years? No. I haven't spoken to him in, 2 decades. I need you to call him right now and I don't even know where he is. I do. Call him. Say you need to see him tonight. Insist it has to be tonight. Tell him it's about Johnny Fox and Marjorie Lowe. Warn him not to mention your visit to anyone. I can't do that. Of course you can. Where's your phone? I'll help. No, I mean I can't go see him tonight.
You can't make.
You're not going, Monty. I'll be you. Now, where's your phone? At Park La Brea Leifcare, Bosch pulled his Mustang into a visitor spot and stepped out. The building appeared dark, with only a few lights glowing in the upper windows. He checked his watch, just 9:50 p.m., and headed toward the glass lobby doors. A tightness gathered in his throat as he walked. Some part of him had known, ever since closing the murder book, that his path would lead to Conklin. He was about to face the man he believed had taken his mother's life, then used his influence and connections to simply walk away. To Bosch, Conklin embodied everything he had never known: power, stability, peace. It didn't matter how many people had praised Conklin as a decent man along the way. Bosch knew the truth hidden behind that respectable facade. With every step, his anger burned hotter. Inside, a uniformed guard sat behind a desk, puzzling over a crossword torn from the Sunday magazine. He glanced up as if expecting Bosch. "Monty Kim?" Bosch stated. "One of your residents is expecting me, Arno Conklin." "Yeah," he called down. The guard checked a clipboard, then spun it around and offered a pen. "Been a long while since he's had visitors. Sign here, please. He's in 907. Bosch signed and dropped the pen. "It's pretty late," the guard remarked. "Visiting hours usually end at 9. "What's that mean? You want me to leave?" "Fine." Bosch lifted his briefcase. "Mr. Conklin can just wheel himself down to my office tomorrow to collect these documents. I'm the one making a special trip here, pal, for him. Your call. Let me up or don't. I don't care. He does." "Whoa, hold on there, partner. I was just noting the time. I'm letting you go up. No issue. Mr. Conklin specifically asked, and this isn't a prison." "I'm only saying all the other visitors are gone." "Okay, Folks are asleep. Just keep it down. No need to get all worked up. 907, you said. That's right. I'll call him and say you're on your way up. Thanks. Bosch moved past the guard toward the elevators without another word. The moment Bosch left him behind, the man vanished from his thoughts. Only one person mattered now. The elevator crept upward at a glacial pace, mirroring the slow decay within the building itself. Finally, reaching the 9th floor, Bosch passed a deserted nurse's station, the night nurse likely attending to some unseen crisis. He turned the wrong way in the hallway, a momentary misstep in the maze of identical doors, before correcting his course. The paint was fresh, the linoleum gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights, but no amount of money could scrub away the underlying scent, a permanent cocktail of urine, industrial cleaner, and quiet despair seeping from behind every closed door. He found room 907 and knocked once. A faint, papery sound, more a sigh than a voice, told him to enter. Pushing the door open, Bosch was met by a scene that rooted him to the spot. A single reading lamp cast a weak pool of light beside the bed, leaving the rest of the room in deep shadow. Propped against a fortress of pillows sat an old man, a book held in trembling hands, bifocals perched on his nose. The eerie detail wasn't the man himself, but the bed. The covers were rumpled around his waist, yet lay perfectly flat over the rest of the mattress. There were no contours, no shape of legs beneath. To compound the surreal image, a wheelchair sat beside the bed, a plaid blanket draped over its seat. Yet, from beneath that blanket, 2 legs in dark trousers and polished loafers extended, resting neatly on the footrests. It was a grotesque puzzle, as if the man had been carelessly split in 2, leaving half in bed and half in the chair. Bosch's stunned expression must have been plain as day. Prosthetics. A voice like dry leaves rasped from the bed. Diabetes took the real ones. There's not much of the original model left, I'm afraid. Just an old fool's vanity. I had these made for when they wheel me out in public. Gives the other residents something to gossip about. Bosch moved closer into the light. The man's skin had the brittle, yellowish texture of ancient parchment. His eyes were sunk deep in the caverns of his skull. His hair a scant white memory around his ears. The thin hands resting on the book were a roadmap of bulging blue veins beneath spotted skin. This wasn't just a sick man, this was death, wearing a borrowed face, holding on by a thread. With a visible effort, the man placed his book on the bedside table. Bosch caught the title, The Neon Rain. A mystery, the man said, followed by a soft, crackling laugh. I've developed a taste for them. Never had the patience for fiction before. Always too busy. Come in, Monty. Don't just hover there. I don't bite. Bosch stepped forward until the lamplight fell on his own features. He watched as the old man's watery eyes focused, studied him, and came to a slow, certain conclusion. He was not Monty Kim. I came instead of Monty, Bosch said, his voice low. The man, Conklin, turned his head slightly. Bosch saw his gaze dart to the emergency call button on the bed table, then flicker away, as if calculating the impossible effort required to reach it. He turned back, resigned. Who are you, then? I'm working on a mystery myself. A policeman, detective, Harry Bosch, I need to ask you about. He stopped. A shift had occurred in Conklin's expression. It wasn't quite fear. It was something more like dawning, unsettling recognition. The old man's eyes lifted to meet Bosch's, and a thin, knowing smile touched his lips. Hieronymus Bosch, he whispered, like the painter of nightmares. Bosch could only nod slowly, a cold shock settling in his own gut. How do you know that name? Because I know of you, explain. Through your mother. The words were soft, but they landed with physical force. She spoke of you, of the name she gave you. I loved your mother, you know. It felt like a sucker punch to the solar plexus. The air left Bosch's lungs in a rush. He instinctively put a hand down on the edge of the mattress to steady himself. "Sit," Conklin urged, a shaky hand, gesturing weakly. "Please, sit down." Bosch mechanically obeyed, lowering himself onto the bed. But the compliance lasted only a second. A raw, volcanic anger erupted, and he shot back to his feet. "No!" The word was loud in the quiet room. "You used her, you destroyed her, and then you paid everyone to bury the truth right along with her. That's the only reason I'm here. I came for the truth. I want to hear you say it, and I don't want any nonsense about loving her. You're a liar." A pleading look flickered in Conklin's eyes before he turned his gaze toward the room's darkened corner. "I don't know the truth," he said, his voice a dry rustle, like leaves scraping pavement. "I accept responsibility. So yes, you could say I killed her. The only truth I have left is that I loved her."
Call me a liar if you must, but that part is real. Believing it might even put an old, broken man back together. Bosch struggled to grasp the meaning behind the words. She was with you that night. In Hancock Park, she was... What happened? What did you do? I killed her with my choices, with my silence. It took me decades to understand that. Bosch stepped closer, looming over the frail figure in the bed.
An urge to grab the man and shake the sense out of him surged, but Conklin looked so brittle he might crumble to dust. "What are you saying? Look at me. Explain what you mean." Conklin turned his head on a neck as thin as a candle. He met Bosch's eyes with a grave nod. "We made plans that night, Marjorie and I. I'd fallen for her against every shred of better judgment, my own and everyone else's. We decided to marry. We were going to get you out of that youth hall. We had a whole future sketched out. That was the night we finalized it. We were so overwhelmed we both cried. The next day was Saturday. I wanted to drive to Las Vegas immediately, through the night, before anyone could change our minds for us. She agreed and went home to pack a bag. She never returned. That's your account. You expect me to. You see, after she left, I made one phone call. Just one. I called my closest friend to share the news and ask him to be my best man. I wanted him to come to Las Vegas with us. Do you know what he said? He refused the honor. He told me if I married that woman, my career would be over. He said he wouldn't allow it. He had grand plans for me. Gordon Mittel, Conklin nodded, a gesture heavy with sorrow. So what? Mittel killed her, and you didn't know? I didn't know. He looked down at his withered hands, curling them into feeble fists on the blanket. They looked utterly powerless. Bosch just watched, the silence thickening. For years I couldn't face it. The idea was unthinkable, and I must admit I was selfish then. A coward thinking only of my own escape. Bosch was losing the thread, but it seemed Conklin was speaking more to himself now, rehearsing a long-buried confession. The old man suddenly looked up, his distant gaze sharpening on Bosch. "I always knew you'd come someday. How? Because I knew you'd care. Maybe no one else would, but you had to."
You were her son. Tell me everything about that night. Leave nothing out. I need water first, for my throat. There's a glass on the dresser, the fountain's in the hall. Don't let it run too long. It gets icy and hurts my teeth. Bosch glanced at the glass, then back at Conklin. A sudden fear gripped him. If he left the room, even for a moment, the old man might die and take the full story with him. He'd never hear it. "Go on. I'll be right here. It's not as though I can go anywhere."
Bosch's eyes darted to the nurse's call button. Once again, Conklin seemed to read his thoughts. "I'm nearer to hell than heaven for what I've done for my silence. I need to confess. I suspect you will understand it better than any priest ever could." Stepping into the hallway with the glass, Bosch caught sight of a man in a suit turning the corner at the far end and vanishing. It wasn't the guard. He filled the glass at the fountain, the water achingly cold. Returning, he handed it over. Conklin offered a weak smile, murmured his thanks, and drank. Bosch took the empty glass and placed it on the nightstand. "All right," Bosch said, his voice low. "Now talk, you mentioned. She walked out that night and never returned. How did you learn what actually occurred?" By morning I was terrified. Something was wrong. I eventually phoned my office and requested a standard review of the overnight incident summaries. One item they relayed was a homicide reported in Hollywood. They had the victim's name. It was her that day remains the most devastating of my life. What did you do after that? Conklin passed a hand over his brow and went on. I discovered she had been found early that morning. I was in complete shock. I couldn't process that this was real. I had Mittel ask around discreetly, but nothing helpful emerged. Then the man who had connected me with Marjorie reached out. Johnny Fox, correct. He called, stating he'd heard the police wanted to question him. He insisted he was innocent. He made threats. He said if I didn't shield him, he'd tell the police Marjorie spent her last evening with me. It would have finished my career. So you provided that shield. I handed it to Gordon. He looked into Fox's story and verified his alibi. I can't recall the specifics now, but it was solid. He'd been in a poker game or some such place, with plenty of people to vouch for him. Convinced Fox wasn't involved, I contacted the detectives on the case and set up an interview to protect Fox, and by extension myself, Gordon and I fabricated a story. We told the detectives Fox was a crucial witness in a separate grand jury probe. It worked. The detectives shifted their focus. I spoke to one later who said he thought Marjorie had fallen victim to a serial sex killer. Those were almost unheard of back then. He said the case was growing cold. I never once suspected. Gordon. To do that to an innocent person. It was right in front of me, and I was blind for years. A fool, a manipulated puppet. You're asserting it wasn't you, and it wasn't Fox. You're saying Mittel killed her to remove a risk to your political future. But that he never informed you. It was entirely his idea, and he simply carried it out. Yes, that is what I'm saying. I told him that very night on the phone, I told him she meant more to me than any plan he had for me, or that I had for myself. He said it would destroy my career, and I accepted that. I made my peace with it as long as I could begin the next chapter of my life with her. I believe those were the most contented moments I've ever known. I was in love, and I had finally taken a stand. He tapped a fist softly against the bed, a gesture of utter futility. I told Mittel I didn't care about the professional consequences he predicted. I told him we were leaving town. I didn't have a specific plan. I threw out names like La Jolla, San Diego, but I was defiant. I was even angry at him for not sharing in what I felt was our joyful decision. In my defiance, I provoked him. I see that now, and I inadvertently hurried your mother's death. Bosch watched him for a long moment. The man's anguish appeared genuine. Conklin's eyes held the hollow darkness of portholes on a sunken vessel. Did Mittel ever confess this to you? Never directly, but I knew. I suppose it was a subconscious understanding until something he said years later brought it all to the surface. It confirmed everything in my mind, and that was the end of our partnership. What did he say? And when? Years afterward, I was gearing up for a run at Attorney General. Can you imagine the hypocrisy? Me, the liar, the coward, the conspirator, being polished for the state's top law enforcement job. Mittel came to me one day and stated bluntly that I needed to acquire a wife before the election year. He was that crude about it. He said there were whispers about me that could lose votes. I called it ridiculous and refused to marry just to placate some narrow-minded voters out in Palmdale or the desert. Then, just as he was stepping out of my office, he tossed out a remark. It was a careless, throwaway line, but I've never forgotten it. He paused to take a slow drink of water. Bosch caught a whiff of something medicinal in the air, a scent that brought back unwelcome memories of the morgue. After Conklin finished, Bosch took the glass and set it aside. What did he say? His exact words were, "Sometimes I wish I'd never pulled you out of that mess with that woman. Maybe if I hadn't, we wouldn't be in this bind. Then everyone would know you aren't a homosexual." That's precisely what he told me. Bosch studied him for a long moment. It could have been nothing more than a turn of phrase. He might have meant he shielded you from the scandal by keeping your name clear. That isn't proof he killed her or arranged it. You were a prosecutor. You know that's circumstantial at best. It's not direct evidence. Did you ever ask him about it directly? No. I never did. I was too afraid of him. Gordon was becoming a formidable figure, more influential than I could ever be, so I stayed silent. I shut down my campaign and walked away from public life. I haven't spoken a word to Gordon Mittel since that day. That was over 25 years ago. You went into private practice after that? Yes. I devoted myself to pro bono work as a sort of personal atonement for what I'd allowed to happen. I wish I could tell you it helped heal something inside me, but it didn't. I'm a broken man, Hieronymus. So tell me, did you come here to end my life? Don't let my story convince you I don't deserve it. The question caught Bosch off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, he shook his head. What about Johnny Fox? He had leverage over you after that night. He certainly did. For an extortionist, he was remarkably effective. What happened with him? I had to put him on the campaign payroll, paying him $500 a week for doing next to nothing. Can you see the absurdity my life had become? He was killed in a hit and run before he ever collected his first check. Mittel's doing? I've always assumed so, though I admit it's easy to blame him for every dark turn my life has taken. Didn't it strike you as too convenient, his timing? Everything looks obvious in retrospect, Conklin replied, with a weary shake of his head. Back then, I felt lucky. A problem had simply vanished thanks to a random accident. You have to understand, I still believed Marjorie's death was unrelated to me. I saw Fox as nothing but an opportunist. When he was removed by what seemed like chance, I was relieved. We made arrangements with a reporter to keep his background quiet, and for a while everything seemed settled, but it never really was. Gordon, clever as he was, never counted on me being unable to move past Marjorie, and I still haven't.
What about McCage?
Who? McCage Incorporated. The payments to the cop, Claude Eno. Conklin fell silent, gathering his thoughts. I knew Claude Eno, of course. I never liked the man, and I never paid him a single cent. McCage was set up in Nevada. It was Eno's company. You and Mittel are both listed as officers. It was a payout scheme. Eno was receiving $1,000 a month from somewhere. You and Mittel. No, Conklin's denial came out as a strained cough. I know nothing about McCage. Gordon could have established it, even signed my name, or had me sign without realizing. As district attorney, he handled many things for me. I signed papers when he told me to sign. He held Bosch's gaze as he spoke, and Harry believed him. Conklin had already confessed to worse. Why lie about a payoff? What did Mittel do when you backed out, when you told him you were finished? By then, his influence had grown substantially, both in politics and in his legal practice. His firm represented the city's elite, and his political reach was expanding every day. Yet I was the main attraction. The strategy was to capture the Attorney General's office first, then aim for the governor's mansion. What might have come after that, who can say? So Gordon, he wasn't pleased. I avoided meeting him in person, but we spoke over the phone. When he couldn't persuade me to reconsider, he made a threat. What did he say? He warned that if I ever tried to damage his reputation, he would ensure I was charged for Marjorie's death, and I had no question he could have managed it. From your best man to your worst adversary. How did you ever become involved with him? I suppose he slipped through the door when I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see his true nature until it was too late. In all my years, I've never encountered anyone as shrewdly determined as Gordon. He was, and is, a dangerous individual. I regret ever introducing your mother to him. Bosch gave a slow nod. He had run out of questions and wasn't sure what to add. After a pause where Conklin seemed lost in reflection, the elderly man spoke again. You know, in life, you might only come across one person who feels like a perfect match. When you find that person, you hold on with everything you have, and it doesn't matter what's in her past. None of that counts. What matters is that you don't let go. Bosch nodded once more, unsure how else to respond. Where did you two meet? Ah, it was at a dance. Someone introduced us, and of course she was younger, so I didn't expect any interest from her. But I was mistaken. We danced, we went out, and I fell in love. You weren't aware of her background then? Not at first, no. She told me later. By that point, it didn't matter to me. What about Fox? Yes, he was the connection. He introduced us. I didn't know who he really was either. He presented himself as a businessman, you see. For him, it was a calculated move. Introduce the young woman to the prosecutor, then step back and watch what unfolded. I never paid her, and she never asked me for money. The whole time we were falling in love, Fox must have been evaluating his next steps. Bosch considered showing the photo from Monte Kim, but decided against stirring the old man's memory with a tangible image. Conklin spoke while Bosch was still deliberating. I'm very tired now, and you never answered my question. Which question? Did you come here to end my life? Bosch studied his face and his frail hands, feeling an unexpected wave of sympathy. I wasn't certain what I intended. I only knew I had to come. Do you want to know about her? My mother? Yes. Bosch reflected on the question. His own memories of his mother were faint and growing dimmer. He had heard little from others about her. What was she like? He asked. Conklin took a moment. She's difficult to describe. I felt a powerful draw to her, that uneven smile. I knew she carried secrets. I guess everyone does, but hers ran deep, and despite all that, she was vibrant, full of energy, and at the time we met, I didn't feel that way myself. That's what she brought into my life. He took another drink from his water glass, finishing it. Bosch offered to refill it, but Conklin declined with a wave. I'd been with other women who treated me like a prize to display, he said. Your mother wasn't like that. She preferred staying home or packing a picnic for Griffith Park over going to the clubs along the Sunset Strip. How did you discover what she had done? She told me herself. The night she told me about you. She said she needed to be honest because she required my help. I have to admit the shock was, at first I thought of my own protection. But I admired her bravery in confessing. And by then, I was in love. I couldn't walk away. How did Mittel find out? I told him. I've regretted it ever since. If she was, as you say, why did she do what she did? I've never understood. I haven't either. As I mentioned, she kept her secrets. She didn't share them all with me. Bosch turned away, looking out the window toward the north. The lights of the Hollywood Hills shimmered through the canyon mist. From behind him, Conklin's voice, worn and hoarse from the effort of so many words, cut the silence. Your mother always said you were a tough little egg. She told me once she wasn't worried about what happened to her because she knew you'd be tough enough to survive anything. Bosch remained silent, his gaze fixed on the window. Was she right? The old man pressed. Bosch's eyes traced the northern ridge. Somewhere up there, in the glow of those distant lights, Gordon Mittel sat in his fortress waiting. He turned back to Conklin, who was still waiting for an answer. I think, Bosch said quietly, the jury might still be deliberating on that one. Bosch leaned against the cool steel of the descending elevator. a stark contrast to the furious ascent. Riding up, hatred had thrummed in his chest like a trapped animal. He'd carried it for a man he didn't even know. Now that man was just a pitiful figure, frail hands folded on a blanket, perhaps hoping his private misery would simply end. Bosch believed him. There was a raw, unvarnished truth in Conklin's story and his pain that felt impossible to fake. The man was past pretending. He'd called himself a coward and a puppet, and Bosch couldn't imagine a harsher epitaph. In accepting Conklin's confession, Bosch knew he'd already met the real enemy. Gordon Mittel, the architect, the problem solver, the killer who pulled the strings. They would meet again, but next time, Bosch would set the terms. He jabbed the lobby button again, a futile attempt to hurry the descent. When the doors finally opened, the lobby was hollow and quiet. The guard was at his desk, absorbed in a crossword, no distant television murmur, just the profound silence of lives winding down. Bosch offered a curt apology for his earlier behavior. "Don't sweat it, partner," the guard said with a weary wave.
"It gets to everybody."
Bosch nodded, as if profound wisdom regularly came from graveyard shift security, and pushed out into the cooling night. He turned up his jacket collar against the chill. The sky was clear, the moon a sharp silver crescent. Nearing his rental Mustang, he noticed the trunk of the adjacent car was open, a man hunched over, fiddling with a jack. Bosch quickened his step, hoping to avoid any interaction. He was cold, tired, and thoroughly done with conversations. Fumbling with the unfamiliar rental keys, he finally got one into the door lock. Just then, he heard the scuff of a shoe on pavement behind him, and a voice said, "Hey, buddy, got a second?" Bosch turned, already formulating a polite refusal. But instead of a stranded motorist, all he registered was the blur of a descending arm. Then his world exploded into a violent, blinding red before collapsing into absolute blackness. He was following the coyote again, but this was wrong. The animal was out of place, leading him not through familiar brush, but up a steep, paved incline. Bosch looked around, panic rising as he realized he was on a towering bridge arching over an impossibly vast expanse of water that stretched to the horizon. The coyote was pulling too far ahead. Bosch broke into a run, but the animal crested the bridge's high arc and vanished. The bridge stood deserted, save for Bosch. He hauled himself to the crest, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The heavens burned a deep crimson, throbbing in time with a low, rhythmic pulse. He scanned every direction, but the coyote had vanished. He was utterly alone. Then, without warning, he wasn't invisible hands seized him from behind, shoving him forcefully toward the guardrail. Bosch fought back, throwing his elbows out in wild arcs, digging his heels into the pavement to halt his slide toward the drop. He tried to cry out, to shout for help, but his throat produced only a choked silence. Below, the water glittered like a school of silvery fish. Then, as abruptly as they had appeared, the hands were gone. He whirled around. No one. From behind came the sharp, definitive slam of a door. He turned once more. No one. And there was no door. Bosch awoke to darkness, pain, and the muffled sound of raised voices. He was sprawled on an unyielding surface, and the simple act of moving felt like a monumental task. Slowly, he slid a hand across the ground, feeling the coarse texture of carpet. He was indoors, on a floor in the distance, a thin sliver of faint light cut through the black. He fixed his eyes on it, using it as an anchor, before understanding it was the strip of illumination beneath a closed door. Pushing himself up to sit sent his internal world tilting and warping, a nauseating swirl of sensation. He shut his eyes, waiting for the dizziness to pass. His hand went to the side of his head, the source of a throbbing ache, and found his hair crusted with the familiar coppery smell of dried blood. His fingers traced a 2-inch gash in his scalp. The bleeding had stopped. The wound clotted for now, certain he couldn't yet stand. He began to crawl toward the light. A fragment of the coyote dream flickered in his mind before being swallowed by a fresh wave of pain. The doorknob refused to turn, locked. He wasn't surprised, but the effort drained him. He slumped back against the wall, closing his eyes. Inside him, a primal urge to find an escape route wrestled with a deep bodily need to just lie still and recover. The internal debate was cut short by the voices resuming. Bosch could tell they weren't coming from the room next door. They were farther off, yet clear enough to understand. "You idiot. Listen, you never said anything about a briefcase. You told me. There had to be one. Think for a second. You said, 'Bring the man.' I brought the man. You want? I'll go back to the car and look for a briefcase, but you didn't say a word about. You can't go back, you moron. The place will be swarming with police by now. They've probably already got his car and the case. I didn't see any briefcase. Maybe he didn't have one. And maybe I should have hired someone with half a brain." Bosch understood they were talking about him. The angry, crisply arrogant voice belonged unmistakably to Gordon Mittel, the man he'd met at the fundraiser. The other voice, gruff and defensive, yet laced with a threat of violence, was unfamiliar, though Bosch had a strong suspicion. It was likely the man who had struck him, probably the same individual he'd seen with Mittel that night. It took Bosch a few moments to process the argument's subject, a briefcase. His briefcase. He knew it wasn't in the car. With a sinking feeling, he realized he must have left it behind in Conklin's room. He'd taken it up to show the old man the photograph from Monty Kim and the bank statements from Eno's safe deposit box to challenge the lies he'd expected. But Conklin hadn't lied. He hadn't denied knowing Bosch's mother. The evidence, in the end, hadn't been necessary at all. The forgotten briefcase rested by the foot of the bed. Bosch replayed the last conversation he'd overheard. Mittel had insisted the other man couldn't return, that the police would be waiting. That detail didn't add up unless someone had seen the assault. Maybe the security guard had witnessed something after all. A flicker of hope sparked, then died just as fast. A darker possibility took its place. Mittel was tying up every loose end, and Conklin was undoubtedly one of them. Leaning heavily against the wall, Bosch understood with cold clarity that he was now the final loose end. He stayed there, motionless, until Mittel's voice cut through the silence again. "Go get him! Bring him outside!" Without a real plan, Bosch scrambled back toward the area where he thought he'd first regained consciousness. He bumped hard into a solid object, felt its surface with his hands, and identified it as a pool table. His fingers quickly found the corner pocket and dipped inside. His hand closed around a smooth, heavy billiard ball. He yanked it free, his mind racing for a way to hide it. In a flash, he shoved it inside his sport coat, letting it roll down the lining of his left sleeve until it settled in the crook of his elbow. The jacket was intentionally roomy. Bosch always preferred a loose fit for easier access to his firearm, which meant the sleeves were plenty baggy. By keeping his arm bent, he figured he could conceal the weighty sphere within the fabric's folds. The sound of a key hitting the doorknob sent him into motion. He lurched to his right and sprawled onto the carpet, shutting his eyes tight. He prayed he was at least close to the spot where his captors had dumped him earlier. Seconds later, the door swung open and light burned against his closed eyelids. Then, nothing, no sound, no movement. He held his breath. "Give it up, Bosch," a voice said, dripping with sarcasm. "That fake-out crap only works in the movies." Bosch didn't stir. "Take a look around. Your blood's smeared all over the carpet. It's even on the doorknob here," he realized. Then he must have left a trail from the door and back. His half-baked plan to surprise his captor and overpower him was dead on arrival. He opened his eyes. A harsh ceiling light glared directly above him. Fine. he said. "What do you want on your feet? Let's move." Bosch rose slowly, making it seem like a genuine struggle, though he hammed it up a bit for effect. Once upright, he spotted a dark smear on the green felt bumper of the pool table. He pretended to stumble, grabbing the spot for support, hoping the man hadn't noticed the blood was already there. "Get your hands off that, damn it! That's a $5,000 table. Look at the blood hell." "Sorry, I'll cover the cleaning." "Not where you're headed." "Move." Bosch recognized him immediately. It was Mittel's man from the party, just as he'd guessed. The face matched the gruff voice, a voice that sounded like it had broken more than a few noses. He had a ruddy complexion and two small, unblinking brown eyes. He wasn't in a suit this time, at least not one Bosch could see. Instead, he wore a bulky, brand-new blue jumpsuit, a splatter suit. Bosch knew professional killers used them. It made cleanup easier and kept your own clothes spotless. Just zip it off, dump it, and walk away clean. Bosch tried to stand on his own and took a step, then immediately hunched over, folding his arms across his stomach. It was the perfect position to hide the weapon in his sleeve. "You really did a number on me. My balance is gone. I think I might be sick. You get sick, and I'll make you lick it up like a damn cat." "Guess I'll hold it in then. You're a real comedian. Let's go." The man stepped back from the door and into the room, then gestured for Bosch to exit. For the first time, Bosch saw the gun in his hand. It looked like a Beretta 22 held low against his leg. "I know what you're thinking," the man said. "Only a 22, you figure you could take a couple rounds and still reach me wrong. These are hollow points. One shot puts you down, blows a hole the size of a dinner plate right through you. Keep that in mind. Walk in front of me." Bosch noted the caution. The man kept a solid 5 or 6 feet back, gun in hand. Once Bosch was through the doorway, he was directed down a hall through what appeared to be a living area, and then into another room that could easily serve the same purpose. Bosch recognized this one by the French doors and windows. It was the room adjoining the party lawn at Mittel's Mount Olympus estate. "Go outside. He's waiting for you out there." "What you hit me with?" "A tire iron. Hope it left a splinter in your skull. But it doesn't really matter now. Feels like it did."
"Congratulations." Bosch paused at one of the French doors, almost expecting it to be opened for him. Outside, the party tent had been cleared away. Near the edge of the overhang, Mittel stood with his back to the house, outlined by the endless sprawl of city lights below. "Open it." "Sorry, I just assumed." "Never mind." "Yeah, never mind. Just get out there. We're on a schedule." On the lawn, Mittel turned around.
Bosch could see he was holding the badge wallet with the ID in one hand and the lieutenant's badge in the other. The gunman placed a hand on Bosch's shoulder to halt him, then retreated to his 6-foot perimeter. "So Bosch is your real name?" Bosch looked at Mittel. The former prosecutor turned political fixer offered a thin smile. "Yes, that's the real name. Well then, how do you do, Mr. Bosch?" "It's detective, actually." "Detective, actually. Funny, I was wondering about that. Because this ID card says detective, but this badge tells a different story. It says lieutenant. And that's curious. Wasn't there a lieutenant in the papers recently? The one found dead, missing his badge? Yes, I'm sure of it. And wasn't his name Harvey Pounds, the same name you used when you were parading around here the other night? Again, I believe so, but correct me if I'm wrong, Detective Bosch. It's a long story, Mittel, but I am a cop, LAPD. If you want to shave a few years off a prison sentence, get this old guy with the gun away from me and call an ambulance. I've got at least a concussion. Could be worse." Mittel carefully tucked the badge into one jacket pocket and the ID wallet into the other before speaking. "No, I don't think we'll be making any calls on your behalf. Things have gone a bit too far for humanitarian gestures like that. Speaking of humanity, it's a shame your little performance the other night cost an innocent man his life. No, it's a crime that you killed an innocent man. Well, I was thinking more along the lines that you're the one who killed him. Ultimately, you're responsible. Just like a lawyer, passing the buck. You should have stayed out of politics, Gordy, stuck to the law. You'd probably have your own TV commercials by now. Mittel smiled. And given up all of this. He spread his arms to take in the house and the breathtaking view. Bosch followed the gesture, but he was really trying to get a fix on the other man, the one with the gun. He spotted him standing about 5 feet directly behind, the weapon held loosely at his side, still too far to risk a move, especially in his current shape. He shifted his arm slightly and felt the solid weight of the billiard ball nestled in the crook of his elbow. It was a small comfort. It was all he had. The law is for fools, Detective Bosch. But I should correct you. I don't really consider myself in politics. I'm more of a fixer, a solver of problems, any kind, for anyone. Political issues just happen to be my specialty. But now, you see, I have to fix a problem that isn't political and isn't someone else's. This one is my own. He raised his eyebrows as if surprised by the turn of events. And that's why I invited you here, why I asked Jonathan to bring you along. I had a hunch that if we kept an eye on Arno Conklin, our uninvited guest from the other evening would eventually make an appearance. And sure enough, I was right. You're a sharp one, Mittel, Bosch replied, tilting his head just enough to keep Jonathan in the edge of his sight. The man was still too far away. Bosch needed him closer. Stay right where you are, Jonathan, Mittel instructed calmly. Detective Bosch here isn't worth getting worked up over. Consider him a temporary nuisance. Bosch's gaze snapped back to Mittel. A nuisance. Just like Marjorie Lowe was a nuisance, right? Just another forgotten person who didn't matter to anyone. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while, Mittel said, his tone shifting to one of mild curiosity. Is that what this little visit is really about? Bosch just stared, fury locking his words in his throat. All I'll concede, Mittel continued smoothly, is that her unfortunate passing presented an opportunity. One I chose to utilize. I know the whole story, Bosch shot back, his voice low. You used her to manipulate Conklin, but even he finally saw you for what you are. It's finished. Do what you want to me. My team is on the way. You can bet on it. The classic "the place is surrounded" routine. I'm not buying it. A cold, knowing smile touched Mittel's lips. This whole badge situation, it reeks of someone operating far outside official channels, an unofficial investigation, perhaps. The fact you used an alias and were carrying a deceased officer's badge rather supports my theory. I don't believe anyone is coming for you, are they? Bosch's mind scrambled for a retort, but found nothing. He stayed silent. I think you're just a small-time hustler who got lucky and now wants a payout to disappear, Mittel concluded. Well, we're prepared to give you a different kind of payoff, Detective. Other people know what I know, Bosch blurted out desperately. You planning to hunt them all down? I'll certainly take that idea into consideration. What about Conklin? He knows everything. If anything happens to me, he'll go straight to the authorities. As it happens, Mittel said, his voice dripping with false sympathy, you could say Arno Conklin is already with the police, though I doubt he's doing much talking. Bosch's head dropped, his shoulders slumping in a show of defeat. He'd feared Conklin was dead, but hearing it confirmed was a blow. He felt the solid weight of the billiard ball shift in his sleeve and quickly crossed his arms to conceal the movement. Yes. It seems the former district attorney took a rather final leap from his window after your visit, Mittel added, almost cheerfully. Mittel then stepped to the side and gestured out toward the city lights below. In the distance, Bosch could make out the illuminated towers of Parc La Brea. At the base of one, the frantic pulse of red and blue emergency lights was clearly visible. It was Conklin's building. Must have been a truly traumatic moment for him, Mittel mused, his tone now laced with a sarcastic, theatrical pity. He chose death over submission, a man of principle, right to the very end. He was a sick old man, Bosch shouted, the anger erupting. Damn you, why? Detective, lower your voice, Mittel warned, all pretense of civility gone. Or Jonathan will be forced to lower it for you. You won't walk away from this, Bosch said, forcing his voice into a tight, controlled whisper. With Conklin, I suppose the official finding will be suicide. He was very ill, after all. Right, Bosch scoffed, the absurdity cutting through his fear. A man with no legs just casually strolls over to the window and decides to take a dive. Well, if the police find that story lacking, Mittel countered, unfazed. Perhaps they'll develop an alternate theory when they discover your fingerprints all over the room. I'm sure you were careless enough to leave a few along with my briefcase. The words landed like a physical blow. Mittel's composure cracked for just an instant. That's right. I left it there, Bosch pressed, a spark of defiance returning. And what's inside is enough to bring them right up this hill to your door, Mittel. They will come for you. He shouted the last words, a deliberate provocation. John, Mittel barked. The command was still in the air when the blow came from behind, a brutal impact against the side of Bosch's neck. He dropped to his knees, consciously keeping his arm bent to secure the hidden weight. He made a show of struggling to rise, slower than necessary. Since the strike had landed on his right side, he figured Jonathan had used his gun hand. By giving me the location of the briefcase, you've addressed my primary concern, Mittel stated. My other question, naturally, was about his contents and their relevance to me. My current dilemma is that without the briefcase itself, or any means to retrieve it, I have no way to verify the truth of what you're telling me now. I guess that leaves you in a tight spot. On the contrary, Detective, I believe that description fits your circumstances far better before you depart. However, I have one final inquiry. Why, Detective Bosch? Why invest your energy in a matter so dated and seemingly inconsequential? Bosch held Mittel's gaze for a prolonged moment before responding. Because everyone matters, Mittel, every single person. Bosch noticed Mittel give a subtle nod toward Jonathan. The conversation was over. It was time to act. Help. He shouted with all his strength, knowing the armed man would react instantly. Expecting the same sweeping motion toward his neck, Bosch pivoted sharply to his right. As he turned, he extended his left arm, using the momentum to guide the billiard ball concealed in his sleeve down into his palm. Continuing the motion, he swung his arm upward and outward. Turning his head, he saw Jonathan mere inches behind him, hand descending with the beretta gripped tightly. A flash of surprise crossed Jonathan's face as he realized his swing would miss its mark, his own forward momentum leaving him unable to adjust. As Jonathan's arm swept past harmlessly, leaving him exposed, Bosch's arm arced down. Jonathan made a desperate lunge to his left, but the billiard ball in Bosch's fist still connected with a glancing blow to the side of his head. The impact produced a sound like a light bulb shattering, and Jonathan's body followed the trajectory of his falling arm, collapsing face first onto the grass, landing atop the weapon. Almost immediately the man stirred, attempting to rise, and Bosch delivered a brutal kick to his ribs. Jonathan rolled off the pistol, and Bosch dropped onto him, driving his knees into the man's body and striking the back of his head and neck twice more with his fist before realizing he still clutched the billiard ball and that the threat was neutralized. Gasping for air, as if he'd just surfaced from deep water, Bosch scanned his surroundings, spotted the gun and snatched it up, searching for Mittel. But Mittel had vanished. A faint rustle of footsteps on grass caught his attention, and he looked toward the distant northern edge of the lawn. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Mittel just as he melted into the darkness where the manicured grass met the wild brush of the hillside. Mittel, Bosch, sprang to his feet and gave chase. At the point where he'd last seen Mittel, he discovered a narrow path worn into the undergrowth, an old coyote trail widened over time by human passage. He sprinted down it. The sheer drop to the city lights below perilously close on his right. He saw no sign of Mittel and followed the trail along the cliff's edge until the house disappeared from view behind him. Finally, he halted, finding no indication that Mittel was ahead or had even taken this route. Breathing heavily, his head throbbing from his wound, Bosch came upon a steep, rocky outcrop jutting from the side of the trail, littered with empty beer bottles and other debris, clearly a popular, secluded lookout. He tucked the gun into his waistband and used his hands for balance and leverage to climb about 10 feet to its summit. He performed a slow, complete turn atop the bluff, but saw nothing. He listened intently, but the constant hiss of the city's traffic below drowned out any chance of hearing movement in the brush. He decided to abandon the pursuit, to return to the house and call for an air unit before Mittel could fully escape. A helicopter with a spotlight could find him if it arrived quickly enough. As he carefully began to slide back down the rocky face, Mittel suddenly erupted from the darkness to his right. He had been concealed behind a dense thicket of brush and sharp Spanish bayonet plants. He lunged, crashing into Bosch's torso and driving them both down onto the dirt path, his full weight pinning Bosch. Bosch felt the man's frantic hands clawing for the pistol still tucked in his waistband, but Bosch possessed the advantage of youth and raw strength. This ambush was Mittel's final, desperate gamble. Wrapping his arms around the man, Bosch heaved and rolled violently to his left. Abruptly, the crushing weight vanished. Mittel was gone. Bosch pushed himself up, scanning the darkness, then crawled to the cliff's ragged edge. He yanked the gun free, leaned over, and peered down. Directly below was only a void of shadow against the steep hillside. Further down, about 150 yards, he could make out the geometric shapes of house roofs lining the serpentine roads branching off from Hollywood Boulevard and Fairfax. He did a slow, full circle, searching, then looked down again. Mittel was nowhere in sight. Bosch's gaze swept the entire scene below until movement caught his eye. Backyard lights snapped on behind one of the houses directly beneath him. A man emerged from the sliding glass door, cradling what looked like a hunting rifle. He moved cautiously toward a circular spar deck, the rifle barrel leading the way. Stopping at the spar's edge, the man reached for what Bosch assumed was the outdoor electrical panel. The tub light blazed on, revealing in stark silhouette the form of a man floating in a circle of electric blue water. Even from this height, Bosch could discern the dark, swirling tendrils of blood seeping from Mittel's body. Then the homeowner's voice carried clearly up the hillside. "Linda, stay inside. Just call 911. Tell them there's a body in our hot tub." The man then glanced upward. Bosch instinctively shrank back from the edge. A moment later, he questioned his own reflexive need to hide. He got to his feet and began the slow trek back along the path toward Mittel's estate. As he walked, his eyes drifted across the vast panorama of the city, the countless lights shimmering like a scattered galaxy in the night. He found it strangely beautiful. His thoughts turned to Conklin and Pounds, but he forcibly shoved the accompanying guilt aside, replacing it with the finality of Mittel's death. A circle begun decades ago, now closed. He recalled the photograph from Monty Kim's collection, the image of his mother peering timidly from behind Conklin's arm. He waited, expecting to be flooded with a sense of satisfaction, the triumphant closure that vengeance is supposed to bring. It never arrived. All he felt was a profound emptiness and a deep, weary fatigue. When he finally stepped back onto the immaculate lawn behind the flawless mansion, the man known as Jonathan had vanished. Snitch Chief Irvin S. Irving was framed in the open doorway of the examination room. Bosch sat on the edge of the padded table, holding an ice pack to his head where the doctor had just finished stitching a gash. He noticed Irving as he adjusted the cold pack. "How are you feeling?" Irving asked.
"I'll survive," Bosch said flatly. "Or so they keep telling me. Well, that's more than can be said for Mittel. He took the express route down." "Yeah, what about the other one? No sign of him yet. We have a name, though. You mentioned to the officers that Mittel called him Jonathan. That likely makes him Jonathan Vaughan. He's been with Mittel for years. Teams are checking hospitals. You may have injured him enough that he'd seek treatment." "Vaughan," Bosch repeated, filing the name away.
"We're running a background so far, it's thin. No criminal record." "How long was he Mittel's shadow?" "That's unclear. We've spoken with people at the law firm. They're not exactly a fountain of cooperation. But the consensus is Vaughan has been around forever. Most described him as Mittel's personal valet, a fixer." Bosch gave a slow nod, absorbing the information. "There's also a driver. We have him in custody, but he's not talking. Some young surfer type. He couldn't talk much, even if he wanted to." "Why's that?" "His jaw is broken. It's wired shut. He's not offering an explanation for that, either." Bosch simply nodded again, meeting Irving's gaze. He detected no hidden subtext in the assistant chief's words, only the blunt facts of the messy aftermath. The doctor confirmed a severe concussion with no skull fracture, just a minor laceration. "Could have fooled me," I muttered. "My head feels like a punctured blimp." When asked about the stitches, I recalled him saying 18. He mentioned you'll likely have headaches, keep that bump, and the eye hemorrhages for a few days. "It'll look worse than it actually is," came the reply. "Well, it's nice. Someone's getting the full report. I haven't heard a word from him, just the nurses. He'll be in shortly. Probably waited for you to become more alert." "Alert from what? You were pretty out of it when we reached you, Harry. Are you sure you want to discuss this now? It can wait. You're injured and should rest." "I'm fine. I want to talk." "Did you stop by the scene at Park La Brea?" "Yes, I was there. I responded when we got the call from Mount Olympus." "By the way, I have your briefcase in the car. You left it there, didn't you? With Conklin." I began to nod, but stopped as the room spun. "Good," I managed. "There's something inside I need to hold on to." "The photograph. You went through it." "Bosch, you must still be groggy." "It was recovered from a crime scene." "Right, sorry," I said, waving off the point. I was too exhausted for an argument. "So the team on the hill already briefed me on what happened, at least the preliminary version based on the evidence. What I'm missing is what drew you up there. How all this connects. Do you want to walk me through it now, or wait until tomorrow?" I gave a single careful nod, waiting for my thoughts to settle. I hadn't yet tried to assemble the whole story into one coherent piece. After a moment, I decided to try. "I'm ready." "Okay, first I need to read you your rights. Again, it's just procedure, so it doesn't appear we're giving special treatment to one of our own. You have to remember you were at 2 locations tonight where someone took a fatal fall. It doesn't look good. I didn't kill Conklin." "I know that. And we have the security guard's statement placing you leaving before Conklin went over. So you're in the clear, but I still have to follow the steps. Do you still want to talk?" I waved my rights. Irving read them from a card anyway, and I waved them a second time. "All right, then. I don't have a waiver form with me. You'll sign that later. You want the story?" "Yes, I want the story." "Okay, here it goes." I paused, gathering the words. "Harry." "Right. In 1961, Arno Conklin met Marjorie Lowe. He was introduced by a local lowlife named Johnny Fox, who made his living off such introductions and arrangements, usually for a fee. That first meeting between Arno and Marjorie was at a St. Patrick's Day party at the Masonic Lodge on Cahuenga. That's the photo in the briefcase, correct?" "Correct." Now, according to Arno's account, which I believe he didn't know at that first meeting that Marjorie was a professional and Fox was her pimp. Fox set it up, because he likely saw an opportunity, keeping one eye on the future. See, if Conklin had known it was a transactional arrangement, he would have walked. He was the head of the county vice unit. He would have walked away. So he didn't know who Fox was either, Irving asked. That's what he claimed. He said he was in the dark. If you find that difficult to swallow, the alternative is even harder to accept, that a top prosecutor would openly associate with those kinds of people.
So, I'm going with Arno's version. He didn't know. Okay, so he was unaware he was being compromised. What was in it for Fox and for your mother? Fox is simple. Once Conklin was with her, Fox had a solid hook into him and could reel him in whenever he wanted. Marjorie is another story. I've been turning it over, and it's still not entirely clear. But you could say this: most women in that situation are looking for an exit.
She might have gone along with Fox's scheme because she had a plan of her own brewing in the background, a quiet hope for something better he never saw coming. She was searching for an escape from the life she was trapped in. Irving gave a slow nod, building on the idea. She had a son in the youth facility and wanted to get him out. Aligning herself with Arno seemed like her only real chance. Exactly. The twist nobody saw coming was that Arno and Marjorie did the unexpected. They fell in love, or at the very least, Conklin fell deeply for her, and he was convinced she felt the same. Irving settled into a chair in the corner, crossing his legs as he fixed a thoughtful gaze on Bosch. His entire demeanor showed he was fully engaged, believing every word. Bosch's arm ached from holding the ice pack, and he longed to lie down, but the examination table was his only option. He pushed on with the story. So their relationship deepens, and at some point, she tells him the truth. Or maybe Mittel did some digging and delivered the news himself. The how isn't important. What matters is that Conklin eventually learned the whole story, and once again he managed to surprise everyone. How so? On October 27th, 1961, he asked Marjorie to marry him. He told you that. Arno confessed this to you. He told me tonight he wanted to marry her, and she wanted to marry him. That night, so long ago, he decided to throw it all away, to risk everything he had built for the one thing he desired most. Bosch reached for his jacket on the table and pulled out his cigarettes. Irving started to object, but then waved it off. Never mind. Go ahead. Bosch lit a cigarette. It was the most courageous thing he ever did. You understand that? It took real guts to be willing to risk his entire world like that. But he made one critical error. What was it? He called his so-called friend Gordon Mittel to ask him to come to Las Vegas as his best man. Mittel refused. He knew it would destroy Conklin's promising political future, and maybe even his own career by association, and he wanted no part of it. But he didn't stop at just saying no. See, Mittel saw Conklin as his golden ticket, his white knight to ride into power. He had grand plans for both of them, and he wasn't about to let some actress from Hollywood wreck it all. From Conklin's call, he knew Marjorie had gone home to pack, so Mittel went to intercept her, maybe telling her Conklin had sent him. The details are fuzzy, but the outcome is clear. He killed her. Bosch nodded, feeling steady this time. I don't know the exact location, maybe in his car. He staged it to look like a violent sex crime by tying her belt around her neck and tearing her clothes. The semen, it was already there from her time with Conklin. After she was dead, Mittel dumped her body in that alley off the boulevard, left among the trash. The secret held for decades after that. Until you showed up. Bosch didn't reply, just took a slow drag from his cigarette, savoring the relief that came with closing the case. What about Fox? Irving asked. Like I said, Fox knew about Marjorie and Arno. He knew they were together the night before she was found dead. That knowledge gave him a powerful piece of leverage over an important man, even if that man was innocent. Fox used it in who knows how many ways. Within a year, he was on Arno's campaign payroll, hooked on him like a parasite. So Mittel, the fixer, finally stepped in. Fox died in a hit-and-run while supposedly handing out Conklin campaign flyers. It would have been easy to set up, make it look like an accident where the driver just fled. But that's no shock. The same detective who worked the Marjorie Lowe case handled the hit-and-run, same result. No one was ever arrested. McKittrick? No. Claude Eno, he's dead now, took his secrets to the grave, but Mittel was paying him off for 25 years. The bank statements? Yeah, in the briefcase. If you look, you'll probably find records linking Mittel to those payments. Conklin claimed he knew nothing about them, and I believe him. You know, someone ought to look into every election. Mittel had a hand in over the years. I'd bet there are more skeletons hidden in those campaigns. They'd likely discover he was a backstabbing weasel who would have fit right in with Nixon's crew. Harry Bosch crushed his cigarette against a public trash can and tossed the remains inside. A deep chill settled into his bones, prompting him to pull his jacket back on. The fabric was streaked with grime and old blood. You look like you've been through a war in that thing, Harry, Assistant Chief Irving observed. Maybe you should. I'm freezing. All right. You know, he never made a sound. Who? Mittel. When he went over that hillside, there wasn't a scream. I can't get my head around it. You don't need to. Sometimes these things just... And I didn't shove him. He came at me in the thicket. We struggled and he went over the edge. Not a single cry. I hear you. Nobody is accusing you of. All I did was start asking questions about her, and then the bodies began piling up. Bosch's gaze was fixed on a distant eye chart in the emergency room. Its presence in an exam suite made no sense to him. My God! Pounds, Yes, I'm aware of the situation, Irving cut in. Bosch turned to look at him. You are. We spoke with everyone in the unit. Edgar mentioned he ran a database search on Fox for you. My only theory is that Pounds either overheard something or found out another way. I believe he was keeping tabs on your close contacts after you were placed on leave. He must have taken it further, stumbled onto Mittel and Vaughan. He ran traces on the vehicles involved. I think Mittel found out. He had the connections to get a warning. Bosch fell silent. He wondered if Irving truly bought that story, or if he was subtly communicating that he knew the real sequence of events and was choosing to let it slide. It didn't matter. Whether Irving held him responsible or took official action, Bosch's own conscience would be the most punishing judge. Christ, he muttered again. He died in my place. A violent shuddering seized his body then, as if speaking the words aloud had triggered a physical purge. He tossed the ice pack into the trash and wrapped his arms tightly around himself. But the tremors wouldn't cease. It felt less like a temporary reaction and more like a new permanent state of being. The warm, salty taste of tears reached his mouth, and he realized he was crying. He turned his face away from Irving, trying to tell him to leave, but his jaw was clenched too tightly to form words. Harry? Irving's voice came. Harry, are you all right? Bosch managed a stiff nod, baffled that Irving couldn't see his whole body shaking. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, pulling the coat tighter. His fingers brushed against an object in the left pocket, and he began to pull it out absently. Listen, Irving was saying. The doctor warned you might be emotional. A blow to the head. It does strange things. Don't worry, Harry. Are you sure you're okay? You're looking pale, son. I'm going to. I'll fetch the doctor.
I'll?
He stopped as Bosch finally extracted the object. Bosch held his trembling hand open. Cradled in his palm was a black 8 ball, much of its surface smeared with dried blood. Irving had to gently pry it from his grasp.
I'll go get someone,
was all Irving said before leaving. Then Bosch was alone in the room, waiting for someone to come and for the haunting feeling to finally depart.
Chapter 44. The concussion had left Bosch's pupils unevenly dilated, with dark, swollen bruises beneath his eyes. A brutal headache pounded behind his temples, accompanied by a fever of 100 degrees. As a precaution, the ER doctor ordered him admitted for observation, instructing that he not be allowed to sleep until 4 a.m. He tried to kill time with a newspaper and the chatter of late-night TV, but the noise and light only amplified the pain.
Eventually, he just stared at the blank walls until a nurse finally came in, checked his vitals, and told him he could rest. After that, his fitful sleep was interrupted every 2 hours by nurses checking on him. The medical staff examined his eyes and took his temperature, inquiring about his condition. They offered nothing for the lingering headache, simply advising him to rest. If any dreams visited him during those brief periods of sleep, whether of coyotes or anything else, they left no trace in his memory. By midday, he finally rose for good. His legs felt unsteady at first, but his balance returned swiftly. Moving to the bathroom, he stared at his reflection and let out a short, sharp laugh. It wasn't truly amusing, it was more that his face seemed poised on a knife's edge, ready to tip into laughter or tears or some chaotic mix of both. A small, shaved patch on his scalp revealed an L-shaped line of stitches. Touching it sent a jolt of pain, which only made him laugh again. He ran a hand through his hair, managing to cover the wound fairly well. His eyes, however, were a different story. The pupils remained unevenly dilated, now webbed with angry red veins, giving him the look of someone coming off a long, rough bender. Beneath them, deep purple triangles pointed toward the outer corners, a classic pair of black eyes. Harry Bosch couldn't recall ever having a double shiner before. Stepping back into the room, he noticed his briefcase had been left by Irving beside the nightstand. He bent to retrieve it and nearly toppled over, catching himself on the table at the last second. Settling back into bed with the case, he began sifting through its contents without any real aim, just a need to keep his hands busy. He flipped through his notebook, the words swimming and hard to focus on. Then he reread the old Christmas card from Meredith Roman, now Catherine Register. It struck him that he should call her, to explain what had happened before she saw it in the news. He found her number and dialed from the room phone, reaching her answering machine. "Meredith, Catherine," he said. "It's Harry Bosch. I need to speak with you today when you can. Some developments have occurred, and I believe hearing from me will put your mind at ease. Please call me back." He left several numbers, his mobile, the Mark Twain Hotel, and the hospital room. Opening the accordion pocket in the briefcase lid, he slid out the photograph Monty Kim had given him. For a long while he studied his mother's face. A single, persistent question surfaced. Based on what Conklin had said, Bosch had no doubt the man loved her. But did she truly love Conklin in return? Harry remembered a visit from her at McLaren. She had promised to get him out. The legal process was crawling, and he knew she had little faith in courts. When she made that promise, he understood she wasn't thinking about the law, but about ways to circumvent it, to bend it to her will. He believed she would have found a way if time hadn't run out. Now, looking at the photo, it occurred to him that Conklin might have been merely a tool for that promise, a piece in her manipulation. Their plan to marry was her strategy to free Harry, transforming from an unwed mother with a record to the wife of a powerful man. Conklin could have pulled strings to regain custody. Love might have had nothing to do with it for her. It could have been pure opportunism in all her visits. She had never once spoken of Conklin or any specific man. If she had been truly in love, wouldn't she have shared that with him? And in turning that question over, Harry faced a bitter realization. His mother's fierce campaign to save him might have been the very thing that led to her death. "Mr. Bosch, are you all right?" The nurse hurried in, setting a food tray down on the table with a clatter. Bosch didn't answer. He hardly registered her presence. She took the napkin from the tray and gently wiped the tears from his cheeks. "It's okay," she said softly. "It's okay." "Is it?" he murmured. "It's the injury."
Don't be embarrassed. Head wounds can scramble your emotions. One moment you're in tears, the next you're cracking a smile. Let's get some light in here. Maybe that will lift your spirits. I really just need to be by myself. She paid no attention and pulled back the curtains, revealing a view of another medical tower just 60 feet away. Strangely, it did help. The sight was so bleak it actually made him chuckle. It also confirmed he was at Cedars Sinai. He knew that building.
The nurse shut his briefcase to slide the table across the bed. On the tray sat a Salisbury steak, some carrots and mashed potatoes. There was a dinner roll that looked as hard as the cue ball he'd discovered in his jacket last night, plus a red gelatin dessert, sealed in plastic. The sight and smell of the meal triggered a wave of nausea. "I'm not eating this. Do you have any frosted flakes? You need to have a proper meal." "I just woke up. Your team had me up all night. I can't stomach this. It's making me sick." She swiftly picked up the tray and moved toward the door. "Let me see what I can find about the cereal." She glanced back with a brief smile before leaving. "Tried to cheer up." "Yeah, that's the cure." Left alone, Bosch had nothing to do but wait. His mind drifted back to his confrontation with Mittel, turning over what was said and what was implied. Something about it nagged at him. A beeping from the bed's side panel interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and saw it was the phone. "Hello, Harry." "Yeah." "It's Jazz. Are you all right?" A long pause followed. Bosch wasn't sure he was ready for this conversation, but now it was here. "Harry, I'm okay. How did you find me? The man who called me yesterday, Irving, I think, he? Chief Irving? Yes, he called and said you were hurt. He gave me this number." That irritated Bosch, but he tried to keep it out of his voice. "Well, I'm fine, but I can't really talk right now."
What happened?
"It's a long story. I don't want to get into it now." Now she was silent. It was one of those pauses where both people try to decipher the quiet, to understand what isn't being said. "You know, don't you? Why didn't you tell me, Jasmine? More silence. Do you want me to explain now?" "I'm not sure. What did he tell you? Who? Irving?" "It wasn't from him. He doesn't know. It was someone else. Someone trying to cause me trouble." "It was years ago, Harry. I want to tell you what happened, but not like this. Not on the phone." He closed his eyes, thinking. Just hearing her voice stirred his feelings for her again, but he had to ask himself if he really wanted to open this door. "I don't know, Jazz. I need to think about. Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Wear a warning sign when we met? Seriously, when would have been a good time? Right after that first glass of lemonade? Should I have said, 'Oh, by the way, 6 years back I shot the man I was with when he tried to assault me a second time in one night'? Would that have been the polite thing to do? Jazz, please." "Please what? The police here didn't believe my story. Why should I expect you to?" He could tell she was crying now. Not dramatically, but he could hear it in her voice, a sound filled with isolation and hurt. "You said things to me," she whispered. "I thought, Jazz, we had a weekend together." "You're reading too much into?" "Don't you dare! Don't tell me it meant nothing." "You're right. I'm sorry. Look, this isn't a good time. I've got too much happening. I need to call you back." She said nothing. "Okay. Okay, Harry. You call me? Okay. Goodbye, Jazz." He hung up and kept his eyes closed for a long moment. A hollow feeling of letdown settled over him, the kind that comes from dashed hopes, and he wondered if he'd ever speak to her again. As he sorted through his emotions, he realized his thoughts kept circling back to the same point. His real fear wasn't about what she had done, whatever the specifics might be. The fear gnawed at him, the possibility of actually calling her and becoming entangled with a person whose burdens might outweigh his own. He forced his eyes open, attempting to push the thoughts away, but his mind circled back to her. He was struck by the sheer chance of their connection. A simple classified ad in the paper. It could have just as easily read, "Lonely white killer looking for partner." A dry laugh escaped him, though there was no humor in it. Seeking a distraction, he clicked on the television. A talk show was airing, featuring women who had stolen their best friends' boyfriends, with the betrayed friends also on stage. Each question quickly dissolved into a snarling, petty argument. Bosch muted the sound and watched silently for 10 minutes, studying the twisted expressions of anger on their faces. Eventually, he switched it off and buzzed the nurse's station on the intercom to ask about his cereal. The nurse who answered knew nothing about his request for a lunchtime breakfast. He tried Meredith Roman's number again, only to hang up at the sound of her answering machine. Just as his hunger grew sharp enough to consider summoning the Salisbury steak back, a nurse finally entered with a new tray. On it were a banana, a small orange juice, a plastic bowl holding a little box of frosted flakes, and a pint of milk. He thanked her and ate the cereal straight from the box, leaving the rest. Picking up the phone, he dialed Parker Center's main line and asked for Assistant Chief Irving's office. The secretary, who finally answered, said Irving was in a meeting with the police chief and could not be disturbed. Bosch left his number. Next, he called Keisha Russell at the newspaper. "It's Bosch. Bosch, where have you been? Did you turn your phone off?" He reached into his briefcase and pulled out the phone, checking the battery. "Sorry, it's dead." "Just great. That's no help to me, is it? The two biggest names from that clip I gave you end up dead last night and you don't even call."
Some deal we made?
"Hey, I'm calling now, aren't I? So what do you have for me? What have you got already? What's the official word? They're not saying a thing. I've been waiting on you, but what's the real story? I mean it, nothing. They're calling both deaths under investigation and claiming there's no clear link. Trying to pass it all off as one big, ugly coincidence. What about the other man? Did they find Vaughan? Who's Vaughan?" Bosch couldn't grasp what was happening, why there was a cover-up. He knew he should wait for Irving, but a hot anger began tightening in his chest. "Bosch, you there? What other man? What are they saying about me?" They're not saying anything. The other man's name is Jonathan Vaughan. He was there too, up at Mittle's place last night." "How do you know that?" "I was there too." "Bosch, you were there?" He closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't pierce the shroud. The department was throwing over the case. It made no sense. "Harry, we had a deal. Tell me the story." He noted it was the first time she had ever used his first name. He remained silent, trying to piece together the situation and weigh the fallout of talking to her. "Bosch, back to normal? All right, you got your pencil. I'll give you enough to get started. You'll have to go to Irving for the rest. I've been calling him." "He won't even take my calls." "He will when he knows you have the story. He'll have to." By the time he finished recounting the story, he was drained and his head was throbbing again. He wanted nothing more than to sleep, if sleep would have him. He longed to forget everything and just drift off. "That's an incredible story, Bosch," she said when he was done. "I'm sorry you know about your mother." "Thanks. What about Pounds? What about him? Is it connected?" Irving was leading that investigation. Now he's handling this one. "You'll need to ask him directly, if I can even get him on the phone. When you call over, tell the adjutant to inform Irving you're calling about Marjorie Lowe. He'll call you back once he gets that message, I guarantee it." "All right, Bosch. One last thing. We didn't address this up front like we should have. Can I quote you as a source?" Bosch considered it, but only briefly. "Yeah, you can use my name. I'm not sure what it's worth these days, but you have my permission." "Thanks. I'll be in touch. You're a real friend." "Yeah, a real friend." He hung up and closed his eyes, drifting into an uneasy doze, unsure how much time had passed before the phone jarred him awake. It was Irving, and his voice was tight with anger. "What have you done? What are you talking about? I just received a message from a reporter. She says she's calling because of Marjorie Lowe." "Have you been speaking to the press about this?" "I spoke to one reporter." "What exactly did you tell her?" "I told her enough to ensure you can't just sweep this one under the rug." "Bosch!" he trailed off. A heavy silence hung between them until Bosch broke it. "You were planning to bury it all, weren't you? Toss it in the trash right alongside her. After everything, she still doesn't matter to you people, does she? You have no idea what you're saying." Bosch sat up sharply, anger flaring. A wave of vertigo immediately hit him, forcing him to close his eyes until it subsided. "Then why don't you enlighten me, Chief? You're the one who's clueless here. I heard the official line you're pushing, that there might be no link between Conklin and Mittel. What kind of nonsense is that? You think I'm just going to accept that? And Vaughan, not even a mention. A mechanic in a coverall. He throws Conklin out a window and was ready to put me in the ground. He killed Pounds, and your people don't even acknowledge him. So, Chief, why don't you tell me what the hell I'm missing, huh? Bosch, listen to me. Just listen. Who did Mittel work for?" "I don't know, and I don't care. He was employed by extremely powerful individuals, some of the most influential in this state, some of the most connected in the country, and I don't give a damn."
A majority of the city council. So what? What are you telling me? The council, the governor, the senators? Are they all involved now too? You covering for them as well? Bosch, calm down and think rationally. Listen to yourself. Of course I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to explain is that if you publicly tie Mittel to this scandal, you implicate many powerful people who were associated with him or used his services.
The fallout could haunt this department, and you and me in ways we can't even calculate. That was the heart of it, Bosch realized. Irving the pragmatist, likely alongside the police chief, had chosen to protect the department and their own positions over the truth. The whole arrangement reeked of corruption. A crushing exhaustion washed over Bosch, leaving him feeling submerged. He'd had enough, and by covering it up, you're helping them in ways you can't calculate, right? I'm sure you and the chief have been on the phone all morning, assuring each of those powerful people exactly that. They'll all owe you. They'll all owe the department a huge favor. That's just great, Chief. What a fantastic deal. I guess it doesn't matter that the truth is completely lost in all this. Bosch, I want you to call her back. Call that reporter and tell her you took a blow to the head and you know. I'm not calling anyone back. It's too late. The story is out, but not the full story. The complete story is just as damaging to you, isn't it? There it was. Irving knew. He either had concrete knowledge or had made a very educated guess that Bosch had used Pounds's name and was ultimately responsible for his death. That knowledge was now his weapon. If I can't contain this, Irving added, I may have to take disciplinary action against you. I don't care, Bosch said, his voice quiet and resolved. You can threaten me all you want, but the story is going to be published, Chief. The facts are coming out. But are they the complete facts? I don't believe they are, and somewhere inside I think you share that doubt. We'll never have the full picture. Silence hung on the line. Bosch waited for a further response, but when none came, he ended the call. He unplugged the phone and finally managed to fall asleep. Bosch woke at 6 the next morning, his mind foggy with fragmented memories of a bad hospital meal and nurses checking on him through the night. His head felt heavy. He carefully probed the wound on his head, finding it less painful than the previous day. Getting out of bed, he paced the small room, testing his balance, which thankfully felt steady again, in the bathroom mirror. His eyes were still a spectacular display of bruises, but at least his pupils were finally the same size. It was time to get out of there. He dressed, picked up his briefcase, and draped his ruined jacket over his arm. At the nurse's station, he pressed the elevator button. One of the nurses behind the counter watched him with a puzzled look. clearly not recognizing him in street clothes. "Excuse me, can I help you?" she asked. "No, I'm all set. Are you a patient here?" "Not any more. I'm checking out. Room 419. Bosch. Sir, wait a moment. What are you doing? I'm leaving, going home."
"What? You can't just leave? Let me get the doctor." The elevator doors slid open.
Bosch raised a hand in a casual farewell wave.
"Just send me the bill." "Wait," she called out. But the doors closed. In the lobby, he bought a newspaper and hailed a cab outside, directing the driver to Park La Brea. During the ride, he read Keisha Russell's front-page story. It was a condensed version of what he had told her, carefully framed with reminders that the investigation was ongoing.
It was a compelling read. Bosch was named throughout as a key source and participant. Assistant Chief Irving was also quoted extensively. Bosch figured Irving, ever the pragmatist, had decided to align himself with this version of the truth, or something close to it, once the story was already loose. This way, Irving appeared to be in control, the voice of cautious authority, his statements often tempering Bosch's own with warnings about the preliminary nature of the investigation. The best part for Bosch were the quotes from various city officials, including most of the city council, expressing stunned disbelief at the deaths of Mittel and Conklin and their alleged involvement in covering up murders. The story noted that Mittel's employee, Jonathan Vaughan, was wanted for questioning. The coverage of Pounds was the most delicate area. There was no mention of Bosch using the lieutenant's name, or that it had led Pounds into danger. Instead, Irving was quoted saying the connection was under review, suggesting Pounds might have independently stumbled onto the same trail. Irving had held back that damaging detail, even after his threats. Bosch could only assume the assistant chief wanted to keep the department's worst secrets out of print. The full truth would hurt Bosch, but it would scorch the department too. If Irving was going to make a move against him, Bosch knew it would be an internal affair, handled quietly and out of public view. His rented Mustang was still in the La Brea Lift Care parking lot. He'd gotten lucky. The keys were right in the door lock where he'd left them, moments before Vaughan attacked him. He paid the cab driver and got into the car. On an impulse, he decided to take a drive up into the Hollywood Hills before heading to the Mark Twain Hotel. He plugged his phone into the cigarette lighter to let it charge and pointed the car up Laurel Canyon Boulevard, the city unfolding below him in the morning haze. For the first time in days, he felt a sliver of control returning. A quiet defiance settling in where the exhaustion had been, driving down Hercules Drive. Bosch eased to a stop outside the gated entrance to Mittel's property, where the grounded spacecraft replica sat silent. Yellow police tape still draped the closed gate, and the driveway stood empty. The whole scene was unnervingly calm. It wouldn't be long, Bosch figured, before a for sale sign went up and some other brilliant mind moved in, convinced he owned the world. He didn't linger. This wasn't the place he needed to see. 15 minutes later, as he took the familiar curve onto Woodrow Wilson, the view felt wrong. His house was simply gone. The absence was as stark and ugly as a gap in a smile. Parked at the curb were two massive construction dumpsters, overflowing with the wreckage of his life, splintered timber, twisted metal, and glittering shards of glass. A portable storage unit sat nearby, and Bosch clung to the hope that it held whatever they'd managed to salvage before the bulldozers came. He parked and walked over to where his flagstone path used to begin. Now, all that remained were the 6 concrete pylons jutting from the hillside like a row of gravestones. He could rebuild on them if he ever wanted to. A rustle in the acacia bushes near the footings caught his eye. A flash of brown fur, then the lean, wary head of a coyote emerged, moving slowly through the underbrush. It never looked up or sensed him, and soon it vanished back into the wild. Harry watched the spot for another 10 minutes, smoking a cigarette, but saw nothing more. He offered a silent farewell to the land, with a strong sense he wouldn't be returning. Back at the Mark Twain Hotel, the city's morning routine was just beginning. From his room, he heard the grinding whine of a garbage truck in the alley, hauling away another week's refuse. The sound brought an unwelcome image of his home, neatly compacted into those two dumpsters. Thankfully, a siren wailed in the distance, a police car, not a fire engine, pulling his thoughts away. With the station just down the street, he knew that noise would be a constant companion. Pacing his 2 rooms, he felt adrift and restless, as if life was moving on without him. He brewed coffee with the machine he'd brought from the house, but the caffeine only sharpened his unease. He picked up the newspaper again, but the front-page story about his own investigation was the only thing that held his attention. Flipping half-heartedly through the thin metro section, he read a brief item about the county commission installing bulletproof desk blotters, a handy shield for politicians in case some lunatic started shooting. He tossed that section aside in mild disgust. Returning to the front page, he reread Keisha Russell's article. The reporting was solid. That wasn't the issue. The problem was seeing the whole story laid out in print. On the page, it felt less convincing than it had when he'd explained it to Russell or to Deputy Chief Irving or even to himself. He set the paper down, leaned back on the bed, and closed his eyes. Running through the sequence of events one more time, he finally pinpointed the source of his nagging doubt. It wasn't in the newspaper account. It was in what Mittel had said to him. Bosch replayed their exchange on that perfectly manicured lawn behind the millionaire's mansion. Mittel, believing himself utterly untouchable with Bosch wounded and his enforcer Vaughan standing guard, had been in a boasting mood. A man with that ego in that position of power would have no reason to hold back, and he hadn't. He'd proudly detailed his scheme to manipulate Conklin and the others. But now, in the quiet of the hotel room, Bosch wondered if that boastful confession had been a little too perfect, a little too complete. Had Mittel, even in his arrogance, actually held one card back? The thought settled in his gut, cold and unresolved. He had openly, if not directly, confessed to his role in the deaths of Conklin and Pounds. Yet, when it came to Marjorie Lowe's killing, he had offered no such admission. Bosch sifted through the fractured memories of that night, struggling to recall the precise words spoken. The visual memory was sharp. Mittel standing before that blanket of city lights, but the audio was missing. Mittel's mouth moved silently in his mind. Then, after a long mental tug of war, it surfaced. One word: opportunity. Mittel had labelled her death an opportunity. Was that an admission of guilt? Was he confessing to her murder, or to arranging it? Or was he merely acknowledging that her passing created a chance he could exploit? Bosch didn't know, and the uncertainty sat like a stone in his chest. He tried to push it aside, and gradually began drifting towards sleep, soothed by the familiar sounds of the city outside, even the distant sirens. He was right at the edge of unconsciousness when his eyes snapped open in the dark. "The Prince," he said aloud. Half an hour later, clean-shaven and dressed in fresh clothes, he was driving downtown. He checked himself in the rear-view mirror, his sunglasses hiding the bruises around his eyes. He dampened his fingers and smoothed his curly hair, carefully covering the shaved patch and the stitches on his scalp. At County USC Medical Center, he pulled into the back lot, parking close to the rear garage entrances of the medical examiner's office. He walked through an open bay door and gave a brief wave to the security guard, who recognized him and nodded back. Investigators weren't technically supposed to enter this way, but Bosch had been doing it for years. He wasn't about to stop unless someone decided to make a big deal of it, and the minimum wage guard wasn't likely to be that someone. Upstairs, he headed to the investigators' lounge on the second floor, hoping to find someone he knew, and more importantly, someone he hadn't managed to alienate over the years. He pushed the door open and was greeted by the rich smell of fresh coffee. The sight inside, however, was disappointing. Only Larry Sakai was there, seated at a table scattered with newspapers. Sakai was a coroner's investigator Bosch had never liked, and the feeling was thoroughly mutual. "Harry Bosch," Sakai said, looking up from the paper in his hands. "Speak of the devil. I'm reading about you right here. Says you're in the hospital. I'm right here, Sakai. You see me. Where's Hounshell or Lynch? Either of them around?" Those two were investigators. Bosch trusted good people who'd do a favor without overthinking it. "Nah, they're out bagging and tagging. Busy morning. Guess things are picking up again." Bosch had heard a rumor after the earthquake. While recovering victims from a collapsed apartment building, Sakai had brought his own camera, taken photos of the dead crushed in their beds, and sold the prints to tabloids under a fake name. That was exactly the kind of guy he was. "Anyone else around?"
"Just me, Bosch. What do you want?"
"Nothing." Bosch turned to leave but paused. He needed to make that print comparison and didn't want to wait. He looked back. "Listen, Sakai, I need a favor. You want to help me out? I'll owe you one." Sakai leaned forward, a toothpick visible between his lips. "I don't know, Bosch. Having you owe me one is like getting a freebie from an old hooker with AIDS after paying for the first round." He chuckled at his own crude analogy. "Okay, fine." Bosch turned and pushed through the door, keeping his anger tightly reined in. He'd taken 2 steps down the hall when he heard Sakai call him back. Just as he'd hoped, Bosch drew a steadying breath and stepped back into the lounge. "Listen, Bosch, I never said I wouldn't help you. I read the article, and honestly, I get what you're dealing with here." "Sure you do," Bosch thought, keeping the sarcasm to himself. "All right," he replied flatly. "What's it going to take?" "I need a set of fingerprints from one of your clients in the morgue." "Which client? Mittel?" Sakai gestured toward the discarded newspaper on the table. "That Mittel? The one from the story? He's the only one I'm interested in." Sakai fell silent, weighing the request. "You realize we typically release prints only to the lead detectives on active homicide cases." "Spare me the official lines, Sakai." "You know, I'm aware of the policy, and if you actually read the piece, you know I'm not the lead, but I need those prints. Are you going to help me, or am I just spinning my wheels here?" Sakai rose to his feet. Bosch understood the unspoken calculus. If Sakai retreated now after opening the door, Bosch would gain the upper hand in their tense, unspoken rivalry. If Sakai followed through, the leverage would swing his way. "Take it easy, Bosch. I'll get the prints." "Why don't you grab some coffee and have a seat? Just toss a quarter in the kitty." The idea of owing Sakai anything grated on him, but the potential payoff was undeniable. Those prints were his one clear shot at closing the case for good or blowing it wide open. Bosch poured a bitter cup of coffee and waited. 15 minutes later, the coroner's investigator returned, fanning a fingerprint card in the air. He passed it to Bosch and moved to the counter for a refill. "This is from Gordon Mittel, correct?" That's what the tag said. And let me tell you, that fall did a number on him. Music to my ears. You know, it makes a guy wonder if your LAPD story is so airtight. Why are you skulking around here, collecting a dead man's prints on the sly? The case is solid, Sakai. Don't lose sleep over it, and I'd better not get a call from some reporter asking about this print run, or I'll be back. Don't work yourself into a lather, Bosch. Take the prints and go. I've never met anyone so determined to make the person doing them a favor feel like dirt. Bosch tossed his cup in the trash and headed for the door. He paused, the word sticking in his throat. Thanks. It felt like swallowing glass. The guy was a genuine piece of work. Just remember, Bosch, you owe me one. Bosch turned back. Sakai was stirring cream into his coffee. Bosch walked over, fished in his pocket, and dropped a quarter into the slotted tin coffee fund box on the counter. There, that's for you, Bosch said. Consider us even. He walked out, and halfway down the hall he distinctly heard Sakai mutter, asshole to Bosch. That was a reassuring sign that the natural order of things, his world at least, was still intact. When he reached Parker Center 15 minutes later, a new problem presented itself. Deputy Chief Irving had kept his ID badge as evidence recovered from Mittel's jacket. Loitering near the entrance, Bosch spotted a cluster of detectives and administrative staff heading in from the City Hall annex. He fell in step behind them, blending into the group as they moved past the entry counter, bypassing the duty officer unnoticed. He found Hirsch at his terminal in the latent print unit. "Do you still have the life scan file from the prints on the belt buckle?" "Yeah, I've been holding on to them for you." "Good. Before I take them, I have another set I need you to compare." Hirsch gave him a measured look, but only hesitated for a second. "Let's see what you've got." Bosch retrieved the print card from his briefcase and handed it over. Hirsch held it up, tilting it under the fluorescent light. "These are clean lifts. You don't need the automated system for a comparison, right? You just want me to compare these to the prints you brought in earlier?" "That's correct." "All right, I can take a look right now if you're willing to wait." "I'll wait." Hirsch retrieved the life scan card from his desk and carried both it and the coroner's card to the work counter. Under the glow of a magnifying lamp, his eyes darted methodically between the two sets of prints. Bosch watched him, the back-and-forth motion reminding him of a tense tennis match. As he observed, a deep, almost desperate yearning settled in his chest. More than anything, he wanted Hirsch to look up and confirm a match. He wanted this relentless pursuit to be finished, to finally close the book. After several minutes of heavy silence, the silent match concluded. Hirsch lifted his gaze and delivered the verdict. When Dr. Carmen Hinojos opened her waiting room door, a look of genuine surprise crossed her face at the sight of Bosch on the couch. "Harry, are you okay?" "I didn't expect you today." "Why not? It's my appointment time, isn't it?" "Yes, but I saw in the paper you were at Cedars Sinai." "I discharged myself." "Are you certain that was wise? You look terrible." "I wasn't going to say that. Please come in." She guided him inside, and they settled into their usual chairs. "Honestly, I look better than I feel." "Why? What's wrong?" "Because it was all pointless." Her expression shifted to one of confusion. "What do you mean?" "I read the coverage. You solved the murders, including your mother's. I thought you'd feel different." "Well, don't believe every headline, Doctor. Let me set the record straight. My little crusade resulted in 2 men being murdered and another dying by my hand. Let's tally the score. I solved 1, 2, 3 murders. Great, but I didn't solve the one I started this for. So I've been running in vicious circles, leaving bodies in my wake." "How exactly did you think I'd be showing up here today?" "Have you been drinking?" "I had a couple of beers with lunch. It was a long lunch, and frankly, a 2-beer minimum feels justified given the circumstances. But I'm not drunk, if that's your concern. And I'm off duty, so what does it matter?" "I thought we had an agreement about cutting back." "Oh, come on, this is the real world, remember? That's what you call it, right? Since we last spoke, I've killed a man, Doc."
"And you want to talk about my drinking, like any of that etiquette matters now?" Bosch pulled out his cigarettes, lit one, and left the pack and lighter on the arm of the chair. Carmen Hinojos studied him for a long, quiet moment before speaking again. "You're right, I'm sorry. Let's address what seems to be the core issue. You said you didn't solve the murder you set out to solve, your mother's. The Los Angeles Times story attributes it to Gordon Mittel." "Are you telling me you now know that to be completely false?" "Yes, I now know that to be completely false." "How?" "It's simple, fingerprints. I went to the morgue, obtained Mittel's prints and had them compared to those on the murder weapon, the belt. No match. He didn't do it. Wasn't there. Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not sitting here weighed down by guilt over Mittel. He was a man who gave orders to have people killed coldly. At least twice that I know of, and then he added me to the list. So I say, to hell with him.
He got what was coming. But I'll carry the deaths of Pounds and Conklin with me for a long time, maybe forever, and one way or another, I'll pay for that. It would just make that weight a little easier to bear if there had been a reason. Any good reason? You know what I mean? But there isn't a reason. Not anymore. I understand. I don't. I'm not entirely sure how to proceed.
Do you want to discuss your feelings regarding Pounds and Conklin?
Not really. I've already turned it over in my mind enough. Neither of them were innocent men. They had done things, but they didn't deserve to die the way they did, especially Pounds. God, I can't even talk about it. I can't let my mind go there. Then how do you move forward? I don't know. Like I said, I owe a debt. What will the department do? Any idea? I don't know, and I don't care. This is beyond the department. It's on me to decide my own penance. Harry, what does that mean? That worries me. Relax. I'm not heading for the closet. I'm not that guy. The closet? I'm not going to put a gun in my mouth. From everything you've shared today, it's clear you've accepted responsibility for what happened to those two men. You're confronting it in a way. You're refusing to deny it any longer. That's a foundation you can build from. This talk of penance concerns me. You have to keep living, Harry. Nothing you do to yourself will bring them back, so the best thing you can do is go on. He said nothing. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him, a tiredness of all the advice of her intrusion into his private turmoil. He felt a prickling resentment. "Do you mind if we wrap up early today?" he asked. "I'm not feeling great." "I understand, that's fine, but I need you to promise me something. Promise me we'll talk again before you make any decisions." "You mean about my penance?" "Yes, Harry." "Okay, we'll talk." He stood and tried to offer a smile, but it twisted into something more like a grimace. Then he remembered. "By the way, I'm sorry I didn't call you back the other night. I was waiting on another call and couldn't talk, and then it just slipped my mind. I hope you were just checking in and it wasn't anything urgent. Don't worry about it. I forgot too. I was just calling to see how the rest of your afternoon went with Chief Irving. I also wanted to ask if you wanted to discuss the photographs. It doesn't matter now. You looked at them?" "Yes. I had a few thoughts, but—" "Let's hear them." Bosch sat back down. She studied him for a moment, gauging his sincerity, then decided to proceed. "I have them right here." She leaned down to retrieve the envelope from a lower desk drawer, nearly vanishing from his sight. When she straightened up, she placed the envelope on the desk. "I suppose you should take these back." Irving took the murder book and the evidence box. "He's got everything now except for those." "You sound unhappy about that, or like you don't trust him with it. That's a shift. Aren't you the one who said I don't trust anyone? Why don't you trust him?" "I don't know. I just lost my prime suspect. Gordon Mittel is in the clear, and I'm back at square one. I was just thinking about the odds, and, well, I don't have the exact statistics, but a significant chunk of homicides are actually reported by the person who committed them. You know, the husband who calls sobbing, saying his wife is missing. More often than not, he's just putting on a show. He killed her and thinks calling the police helps sell the story that he's clean. Look at the Menendez brothers. One of them calls up weeping about Mom and Dad being dead. Turns out he and his brother were the ones who blasted them with shotguns. There was a case up in the hills a few years back. This little girl went missing in Laurel Canyon. It was all over the papers and TV. The community organized search parties, and a few days later, one of the searchers, a teenage boy who lived nearby, found her body under a log near Lookout Mountain. It turned out he was the killer. I had his confession in 15 minutes. The whole time they were searching, I was just waiting to see who would find the body. It was about the percentages. He was a suspect before I even knew his name. Irving found your mother's body? Yes. And he knew her before that, he told me once. That seems like a stretch to me. Yeah, most people probably thought that about Mittel, too, right up until they fished him out of his hot tub. Isn't there another possibility? Could it be that the original investigators were right all along, that they were dealing with a random sex killer, someone impossible to track, and the whole thing was hopeless from the start? There are always other possibilities. Yet you consistently lean toward implicating someone with power, a figure from the establishment. What if that's not it this time? What if that impulse is just a reflection of your broader need to hold society accountable for what happened to your mother?
And to you.
Bosch shook his head, unwilling to entertain the idea. All this amateur psychology, can we please stick to the photographs?
I apologize.
She glanced down at the envelope, her gaze seeming to penetrate the paper to the images within. Examining them was profoundly difficult for me. From a forensic standpoint, they offered limited technical evidence. What they depict is what I would term a statement homicide. The fact the ligature, the belt, remained around her neck suggests the killer wanted the police to understand his actions were deliberate, that he maintained complete control. The placement of the body is equally significant. The trash receptacle had no lid. It was open. This implies the intent was not concealment. It was he was declaring she was garbage. Precisely, another statement. If his sole aim was body disposal, that alley offered countless options. He selected the open dumpster. Consciously or not, he was making a declaration about her. To make such a definitive statement about a person, he likely knew her, at least to some extent. Knew about her life. Knew she was a prostitute. Knew enough to pass that brutal judgment. The image of Irving flashed in Bosch's mind again, but he kept silent. "All right," he said, shifting in his chair. "But couldn't the statement have been about all women? Could it have been some deranged individual? Forgive the language, some lunatic who despised all women and viewed them all as trash? In that scenario, he wouldn't have needed to know her personally. Maybe someone who simply wanted to kill a prostitute, any prostitute, to make a point about them as a group. That is a possibility," she conceded. "But like you, I tend to go with the statistical likelihood. The type of individual you're describing, which, in professional terms, we would diagnose as a sociopath, is far rarer than one who fixates on specific targeted victims." Bosch dismissed the notion with a shake of his head and turned to look out the window. The city's endless sprawl feeling suddenly oppressive. "What is it?" "It's just frustrating," he admitted, his voice tight. "The original murder book shows almost no effort to scrutinize her known circle, her neighbors, anyone like that. Trying to reconstruct that now is next to impossible. It makes the whole thing feel utterly hopeless." He thought of Meredith Roman, a ghost from that past life. He could approach her, ask about his mother's acquaintances and clients, but he wrestled with the morality of dragging those buried memories back into the light. "You have to consider the context," Hinojos offered gently. "In 1961, a case like this would have seemed insurmountable. They likely wouldn't have even known where to begin. These things simply didn't happen with the frequency they do today." "They're nearly impossible to solve today, too," Bosch countered flatly. A heavy silence settled between them. Bosch contemplated the chilling possibility of a transient monster, a serial killer who had vanished into the shadows of decades past. If that were true, his entire private quest was over. It was a failure. "Is there anything else from the photos?" "That's really all I had. No, wait, there was one detail." "You may have already noted it." She picked up the envelope and opened the flap, reaching inside. "I don't want to see that," Bosch said abruptly. "It's not of her," she clarified. "It's a photo of her clothing laid out on a table. Is that acceptable?" She paused. The photograph half emerged. Bosch gave a curt wave of his hand. "I've already seen the clothing. Then you've probably already considered this." She slid the photo to the desk's edge. Bosch leaned forward to study it. It was a color photograph, its hues having faded and yellowed with age, even sealed within the envelope. The same clothing items from the evidence box were arranged on a table, positioned to suggest the outline of a body, much like a woman might lay out an outfit before getting dressed. It reminded Bosch of those paper doll cutouts from childhood. Even the belt with the distinctive seashell buckle was there, though it was placed between the blouse and the black skirt, not at the imagined neckline. "All right," she began. "What struck me as unusual here was the belt, the weapon used in the crime." "Exactly. Look, it features a large silver shell as the buckle, with smaller silver shells as decorative accents. It's quite a statement piece." "Right, but the buttons on this blouse are gold." The crime scene photos also show she was wearing gold teardrop earrings, a gold necklace, and a bracelet. "Yes, I'm aware. Those were in the evidence box as well." Bosch wasn't following her point. "Harry, this isn't some hard and fast rule, which is why I'm hesitant to mention it, but generally, people, women especially, tend not to mix gold and silver accessories. Your mother appeared to be very well put together that evening. Her jewellery matched the buttons on her blouse. She was coordinated and had a clear sense of style. What I'm suggesting is that I don't believe she would have chosen to wear this particular belt with those other items. It was silver, and it was flashy." Bosch remained silent. A sharp, nagging thought was beginning to pierce his consciousness. "And one more thing," she continued. "This skirt buttons on the hip. It's a classic style that's still around. I own something similar."
What's so practical about it is the wide waistband. It's designed to be worn with or without a belt. There are no belt loops. Bosch stared intently at the photograph. No loops, correct? So what you're implying is, this might not have been her belt. It could have, but it was. I remember it clearly. The seashell belt, I gave it to her for her birthday. I identified it for the police, for McKittrick, the day he came to give me the news. Well,
that undermines everything I was about to propose. I suppose it's possible the killer was already waiting in her apartment with it when she arrived. No, the crime didn't happen in her apartment. They never located the actual scene. Look, set aside for a moment whether it was her belt or not. What was your theory? Oh, it's nothing definitive, just an idea about the belt possibly belonging to another woman who could have been the real focus of the killer's rage. It's referred to as aggression, transference. Given this new information, it might not fit, but there are documented cases of similar behavior. A man uses his ex-girlfriend's stockings to strangle another woman. In his mind, he's strangling the girlfriend. I was considering that something along those lines could have happened here with the belt, but Bosch had stopped listening. He turned toward the window, though he wasn't really seeing the view outside. In his mind, the pieces were violently snapping into place. The clash of silver and gold, the belt with two worn punch holes, two friends who were as close as sisters, one for both and both for one. Until one of them decided to leave that life behind. She'd found her white knight, a chance at a different future, while the other was left standing still in the old world. "Harry, are you all right?" He looked back at Hinojos. "I think you just did it." Did what? He reached for his briefcase and pulled out the photograph taken at the St. Patrick's Day dance over 30 years ago. It was a long shot, but he had to be sure. This time, he didn't look at his mother. His eyes went to Meredith Roman, standing behind the seated Johnny Fox. And for the first time, he saw it. She was wearing the belt with the silver seashell buckle. She had borrowed it. The realization hit him like a physical blow. She had helped young Harry pick out that belt for his mother. She had coached him, steering his choice not because his mother would love it, but because she loved it herself and knew she'd get to wear it. Two friends who shared everything, clothes, secrets, perhaps even a dangerous life. Bosch shoved the photo back into his briefcase and snapped it shut. He stood up abruptly. "I have to go. Chapter 48. Bosch employed the same pretext he had used earlier to gain re-entry into Parker Center. Stepping off the elevator on the 4th floor, Bosch nearly collided with Hirsch, who was waiting to go down. He caught the young print technician by the arm, holding him in the hallway as the elevator doors slid shut. Heading out? I was planning on it. I need one more thing. I'll buy you lunch, dinner, anything you want. It's important and it won't take much time. Hirsch stared at him, and Bosch could see the regret settling in. You know the saying, Hirsch. In for a penny, in for a pound. What do you say? Never heard it. Well, I have. I'm supposed to have dinner with my girlfriend tonight, and I... Perfect. This will be quick. You'll make your dinner. Fine. What do you need? Hirsch, you're a lifesaver. You know that. Bosch privately doubted the girlfriend's existence. They returned to the lab, which was empty, the clock nearing 5 on a quiet afternoon. Bosch placed his briefcase on a vacant desk, popped it open, and carefully extracted the Christmas card by pinching a corner between 2 fingernails. He held it up. This came in the mail 5 years ago. Think you can pull a print from the sender? Mine are probably on there too. Hirsch studied the card, his brow furrowed and his lower lip pushed out in thought. I can try. Prints on paper hold up pretty well. The oils linger, and sometimes they leave an impression in the paper itself.
Was it kept in the envelope?
Yeah, for 5 years until I took it out last week. That'll help. Hirsch carefully took the card, moved to the work counter, and clipped it open to a board. I'll start with the inside. Better chance there, less likely you touched it, and the writer always handles the inside. This might ruin it. Is that okay? Do whatever you need to. After examining the surface with a magnifying glass and giving it a light puff of air, Hirsch selected a spray bottle labeled ninhydrin from the rack. He applied a fine mist. Within minutes, a purple hue crept from the edges, and then faint shapes began to emerge like blossoms on the card. Fingerprints. Need to bring these out more, Hirsch muttered mostly to himself. His eyes scanned the rack of chemical reagents until they landed on a bottle marked zinc chloride. He sprayed it over the card. This should really make them pop. The prints deepened to a rich, stormy purple. Next, he took down a bottle labeled PD for physical developer. After a misting, the prints turned a sharp greyish black, their ridges now clearly defined. Hirsch leaned in under his magnifying lamp. This is good. We won't need the laser now. Take a look here, detective. He pointed to a print left by a thumb beside Meredith Roman's signature, with 2 smaller finger marks above it. Looks like someone was holding the card steady while writing. Any chance that was you? Hirsch hovered his own fingers over the card, mimicking the position. Bosch shook his head. I only opened it and read it. I think those are the ones we want. Okay, what now? Bosch went back to his briefcase and pulled out the print cards from earlier. He found the one with the lifts from the seashell belt buckle. Here, he said, compare this to what you just pulled from the card. You got it. Hirsch positioned the magnifying glass with its ringed light and began his familiar rhythmic eye movement, bouncing between the 2 samples in a silent, focused comparison. Bosch pieced together the likely sequence of events. Marjorie Lowe was heading to Las Vegas to marry Arno Conklin. For her, the idea must have felt like a dream coming true. She needed to return home to pack. The plan was to drive through the night. If Arno intended to bring a best man, perhaps Marjorie wanted a maid of honor. She might have gone upstairs to invite Meredith to join her, or perhaps to retrieve the belt her son had given her, which she'd lent out. Maybe she simply went to say goodbye, but something went terribly wrong once she arrived. On what should have been her most joyful night, Meredith ended her life. Bosch recalled the interview reports from the original murder file. Meredith had told Eno and McKittrick that Marjorie's date that night was arranged by Johnny Fox. She claimed she didn't attend the party herself because Fox had beaten her the night before, leaving her face bruised and her lip split, injuries the detectives noted in their report. Why hadn't they seen the truth? Bosch understood now those wounds weren't from Fox. Meredith sustained them during the struggle with Marjorie. The drop of blood on Marjorie's blouse belonged to Meredith. The investigators dismissed any suspicion toward her, if they ever entertained it, simply because she was a woman and because Fox corroborated her story by admitting he'd hit her. The reality, as Bosch now saw it, was this. Meredith killed Marjorie. Hours later, she called Fox at his card game to deliver the news and ask for help disposing of the body and concealing her role. Fox agreed without hesitation, even willing to confess to a beating he didn't commit. He recognized the bigger opportunity. While Marjorie's death cut off one source of income, it gave him immense leverage over Conklin and Mittel. An unsolved murder was a permanent threat. He could walk into a police station any time and point the finger at Conklin. What Fox underestimated was Mittel's own capacity for cunning and brutality, a lesson he learned fatally a year later on La Brea Boulevard. Fox's motives were clear, but Meredith's remained a puzzle. Could abandonment by a friend truly ignite a rage powerful enough for murder? Bosch felt a nagging doubt. There was still a missing piece. The final secret rested with Meredith Roman, and he would have to extract it himself. A disturbing question surfaced. The estimated time of death was around midnight, but Fox didn't receive that call and leave his game until nearly 4 in the morning. If the murder occurred in Meredith's apartment, what did she do during those 4 long hours with her best friend's body lying there? Detective! Bosch snapped back to the present. Hirsch was at the desk, nodding. You got something. Bingo. Bosch nodded slowly. This was more than a fingerprint match. It was a confirmation that the truths he had built his life upon could be as fabricated as Meredith Roman's identity. The sky had taken on the deep purple hue of a ninhydrin stain on paper, cloudless and darkening with dusk. Bosch thought of the sunsets he'd described to Jazz and realized even that was a lie. Everything was. He pulled the Mustang to the curb in front of Catherine Register's house. Another deception. The woman living here was Meredith Roman. A name change couldn't erase her guilt or transform her into someone innocent. No lights were visible from the street, no movement inside. He was prepared to wait, but didn't want to sit alone with his circling thoughts. He stepped out, crossed the lawn to the front porch, and knocked. Harry waited, pulling out a cigarette and starting to light it before he froze. The motion was automatic, a habit from arriving at scenes where death had settled in long ago. His instincts had caught the scent before his mind did outside the door. It was faint, but unmistakable. He glanced back toward the empty street, then tried the knob. It turned. A wave of cool, stale air met him as he stepped inside, carrying the odor with it. The house was quiet except for the steady hum of an air conditioner in her bedroom window. That was where he found her. Meredith Roman had been dead for days. She lay in bed, the covers drawn up near her chin. Only her face was visible, or what remained of it. Harry didn't look long. The decay told him she'd probably died around the time of his last visit. On the nightstand sat 2 empty glasses, a vodka bottle half gone, and an empty prescription container. He bent to read the label Catherine Register, 1 each night at bedtime. Sleeping pills. Meredith had faced her past and chosen her own sentence. She'd taken the blue canoe. Suicide. It wasn't his call to make, but the scene spoke for itself. He remembered the tissue box on the bureau and turned to grab one to wipe his prints. But there, beside the gilded photo frames, was an envelope with his name on it. He picked it up, took a few tissues, and left the room. In the living room, still too close to the smell, but better, he noticed the envelope's flap was torn. It had been opened before. Maybe Meredith had read her own words again, having second thoughts. He pushed the question aside and pulled out the note. It was dated a week earlier, the day after he'd come to see her. Dear Harry, if you're reading this, then my fear was right. You learned the truth. And if you're reading this, Then the choice I made tonight was the correct one. I have no regrets. I would rather face whatever comes after this life than see you look at me knowing what I did. I've always known what I took from you. Saying I'm sorry doesn't help, and explanations won't either, but it still shocks me how a life can shatter in just a few moments of blind rage. Marjorie came to me that night so full of hope, so happy. She was leaving me for a life with you, with him, for the kind of future we'd only ever dreamed about. Jealousy is just a mirror for your own failures, isn't it? I was jealous, I was angry, and I struck her. Then I tried poorly to cover it up. I'm sorry, Harry. I took her from you, and with her any chance you might have had. I've carried the guilt every single day since. I take it with me now. I should have paid for this long ago, but someone talked me out of it, helped me disappear. There's no one left to convince me otherwise now. I don't ask your forgiveness. That would be an insult. I just want you to know I regret it, and that sometimes people who get away don't really get away at all. I didn't. Not then, and not now. Goodbye, Meredith. Harry read the note again, then stood there a long while, thinking. Finally, he folded it, slipped it back into the envelope, and walked to the fireplace. He lit a corner with his lighter and dropped it onto the grate. He watched the paper curl and blacken, blooming like a dark rose before it crumbled to ash. Then he went to the kitchen, wrapped his hand in a tissue, lifted the phone receiver, and set it on the counter. He dialed 911. Harry Bosch moved toward the front door, the faint voice of the Santa Monica police dispatcher, still asking for details from the silent line. He left the door unlocked, wiping the outside knob with a tissue before stepping onto the porch. A voice cut through the quiet night behind him. She writes a convincing letter, doesn't she? Bosch turned. Vaughan was seated on the porch's rattan love seat, a fresh .22 caliber pistol in his hand, another Beretta by the look of it. He appeared remarkably unscathed, lacking the bruised eyes and stitches Bosch sported. Vaughan. The name was all Bosch could muster. His mind raced, trying to piece together how Vaughan had tracked him here. Had the man been bold enough to wait outside Parker Center and tail him? Bosch glanced toward the street, calculating how long it might take for a patrol car to respond to the 911 call's traced address. Even with no words spoken, they would send someone eventually. He had wanted them to find Meredith Roman. If they were slow, they might find him too. He needed to buy every second he could. Yeah, it was a thoughtful note, the armed man agreed. But she skipped over a key detail, don't you think? What detail? Vaughan seemed to ignore the question. It's ironic, he said. I knew your mother had a son, but I never met you, never even laid eyes on you. She kept you hidden from me. I suppose I wasn't considered worthy. Bosch kept his eyes locked on him as the pieces started snapping into place. Johnny Fox, in the living flesh. I don't follow Mittel. Mittel had me eliminated? Not exactly. I orchestrated my own demise, you could say. I read that article your people ran today. You had most of it wrong. Bosch gave a slow nod. He understood now. Meredith killed your mother, kid. My apologies for that. I only assisted with the clean-up afterward, and then you leveraged her death to get to Conklin. Bosch didn't require confirmation. He was just stalling. That was the strategy to reel in Conklin. It worked beautifully too, pulled me out of the gutter. But I realized quickly that the real influence was Mittel. I could see it. Between the two of them, Mittel had the endurance, so I aligned myself with him, you might say. He wanted a stronger grip on his golden boy. He wanted an insurance policy, so I helped provide it. By faking your own death? I'm not following. Mittel taught me that the ultimate leverage over someone is the power they don't realize you hold until you choose to use it. See, Bosch, Mittel always harbored a suspicion that Conklin was the one who actually killed your mother. Bosch nodded, seeing the trajectory of the story. And you never corrected him. You never told him it was Meredith. Correct. I never mentioned Meredith. So, from Mittel's perspective, if Conklin was the killer and believed I was dead, then Conklin would think he was in the clear. I was the sole loose thread that could connect him. Mittel wanted Conklin to feel secure. He wanted him relaxed, unfettered, not losing an ounce of his ambition. Conklin was on a trajectory, and Mittel didn't want anything to slow his climb. But he also wanted a hidden card, something to play if Conklin ever stepped out of line. That card was me. So Mittel and I arranged that little hit-and-run accident. The funny thing is, Mittel never actually had to play that card with Conklin. Conklin delivered years of loyal service after that. By the time he declined that Attorney General push, Mittel had already diversified his portfolio. He had a congressman, a senator, a slew of local politicians on his client list by then. You could say he had used Conklin's shoulders as a stepping stone to higher ground. He didn't need Arno Conklin anymore. Bosch nodded once more, letting the full weight of the scenario settle in. All those years. Conklin lived believing Mittel was the killer, and Mittel lived believing it was Conklin. The truth was, it had been neither. A cold, hollow laugh almost escaped Bosch as he considered the absurd, tragic waste of it all. So who was the man you hit with your car? Just a random person. It doesn't matter who he was. He was essentially a volunteer. I found him over on Mission Street, handing out what he thought were Conklin campaign flyers. I'd placed my own identification at the bottom of the bag I gave him. He had no idea what was coming or why he was chosen. "How did you manage to avoid getting caught?" Bosch asked, though he felt he already understood the mechanics of it. Mittel had Eno in his pocket. We arranged for it to happen during Eno's on-call shift. He handled the scene, and Mittel handled him. Bosch realized this arrangement also gave Fox leverage over Mittel, a partnership that had lasted ever since. A bit of cosmetic surgery, a better wardrobe, and he became Jonathan Vaughan, assistant to the celebrated political strategist and fundraiser. "How did you know I would come here? I kept an eye on her through the years. I knew she lived here alone. After our encounter on the hill, I came here to hide and rest. You gave me a real headache. What in the world did you hit me with?"
A pool ball. I suppose I should have considered that when I locked you in that room. Regardless, I found her in the bed. I read the note and understood who you were. I assumed you'd return, especially after you left that message on the answering machine. You've been staying here all this time with her body. You adapt. I turned the air conditioning up high and shut the door. You get used to it. Bosch tried to picture it.
He sometimes told himself he was accustomed to the smell of death, but he knew that was a lie. What did she leave out of the note, Fox? That was the part about her wanting Conklin for herself. You see, I tried pairing her with Conklin first, but it didn't work. Then I introduced him to Marjorie, and the sparks flew. No one anticipated he'd actually want to marry her, least of all Meredith. There was only room for one rider with the White Knight, and that seat went to Marjorie. Meredith couldn't accept that. Must have been one hell of a fight between them. Bosch stayed silent. The truth felt like a slap, a raw sting in the end. It all boiled down to a vicious clash between two women fighting over the same man. "Let's head to your car now," Fox said. "Why? We need to go to your place." "What for?" Fox never got to answer. A Santa Monica police cruiser pulled up in front of the house just as Bosch finished his question. Two officers began stepping out.
"Stay calm, Bosch," Fox said quietly. "Stay calm if you want to keep breathing." Bosch saw Fox shift his aim toward the approaching officers. They couldn't see the weapon through the thick bougainvillea covering the porch. One of them started to speak. "Did someone here call for?" Bosch took 2 quick steps and vaulted over the porch railing onto the lawn. As he jumped, he shouted a warning. "He's armed! He has a gun!"
On the ground, Bosch heard Fox's footsteps pounding on the wooden porch decking, heading for the door. Then the first shot rang out. He was certain it came from Fox behind him. The two officers opened fire. the noise erupting like a fireworks display. Bosch lost count of the shots. He stayed flat on the grass, arms wide and hands raised, praying none would come his way. It was over in less than 10 seconds. When the echoes faded and silence returned, Bosch yelled again, "I'm unarmed. I'm a police officer. I am not a threat. I am an unarmed police officer." He felt the hot muzzle of a gun press against his neck. "Where's your identification?" "Inside jacket pocket, right side." Then he remembered he still didn't have his badge. The officer's hands gripped his shoulders. "I'm going to roll you over." "Wait, I don't have it on me." "What's going on?" "Roll over." Bosch complied. "I don't have it with me. I have other ID, though, left inside pocket." The officer began searching his jacket. Bosch felt a spike of fear. "I'm not going to try anything. Just be quiet." The officer pulled out Bosch's wallet and examined the driver's license behind the plastic window. "What have you got, Jimmy?" the other officer shouted. Bosch couldn't see him. "Is he for real? He claims to be a cop, but there's no badge. Just a driver's license here." The officer crouched back down, patting Bosch's body thoroughly for any hidden weapons. "I'm clean." "All right, roll back over." Bosch complied, and his hands were secured behind his back with cuffs. He listened as the man above him radioed for backup and an ambulance. "Okay, on your feet." Bosch stood up. Now he had a clear view of the porch. The second officer stood with his service weapon aimed downward at Fox's collapsed form near the front door. Bosch was guided up the steps. He could see Fox was still clinging to life, his chest labouring. He'd taken rounds in both legs and the abdomen, and it appeared one bullet had passed straight through both cheeks. His jaw was slack, but his eyes were wide with the stark realization of his own mortality. "I knew you'd pull the trigger, you bastard," Bosch muttered to him. "Just finish it." "Enough!" the officer named Jimmy snapped. "Not another word." The other cop moved Bosch away from the doorway. Out in the street, neighbours were gathering in small clusters or watching from their own porches. Nothing brings a suburban street together like the sound of gunfire. Bosch mused. The scent of cordite in the air is a more potent social catalyst than any weekend barbecue. The younger officer stepped close, his face inches from Bosch's. Harry could read his nameplate. D. Sparks. "All right, what in the hell happened here? If you're really a cop, start talking." "You two just stumbled into being heroes. That's what happened. Give me the story now. I don't have time for games." Bosch could hear sirens growing louder in the distance. "Name's Bosch, LAPD. The man you shot is the prime suspect in the murders of Arno Conklin, the former district attorney for this county, and LAPD Lieutenant Harvey Pounds. I'm sure you've heard the cases. Jim, you catch that?" Sparks turned back to Bosch. "Where's your badge?" "Stolen." "I can give you a direct number for Assistant Chief Irvin Irving. He'll verify everything. Forget that for a second. What's he doing here?" He gestured toward Fox. "He told me he was lying low here. I got an anonymous call earlier today telling me to come to this address. He was waiting, set up an ambush. See, I could identify him. He needed me gone." The cop glanced down at Fox, skepticism plain on his face as he weighed the unbelievable tale. "You showed up just in time," Bosch added. "He was about to finish me." D. Sparks gave a slow nod, starting to appreciate the narrative taking shape. Then a thought struck him, furrowing his brow. Who made the 911 call? "I did," Bosch said. "I arrived, found the door open, and went inside. I was on the line with dispatch when he got the drop on me. I just dropped the phone, knowing you'd trace it and come. Why call 911 before he even confronted you?" "Because of what's in the back bedroom?" "What's back there?" "There's a woman on the bed. Looks like she's been dead for about a week." "Who is she?" Bosch met the young cop's searching gaze. "I don't know. Why didn't you tell them you knew she was the one who killed your mother? Why lie about it? I'm not sure. I haven't fully unraveled that myself. Something about her final words and her last actions. I can't explain it. It felt like it was enough. I just needed to walk away from it. Carmen Hinojos nodded slowly, as if she understood, though Bosch wasn't certain he did. I believe that was a healthy decision, Harry. You think so? I doubt anyone else would see it that way. I'm not speaking from a procedural or legal standpoint. I'm talking about a human one. For your own peace, I think you did the right thing. I suppose, do you feel any sense of resolution? Not exactly. You were right, you know, was I, about what you said regarding my search for the truth. You warned me, said discovering who did it, might cause more damage than healing. That turned out to be a profound understatement. Some personal mission I embarked on, huh? I'm sorry if my prediction proved accurate. But as I mentioned last time, the deaths of those individuals cannot be. I'm not talking about them anymore. This is about something else entirely. I realize now that my mother was trying to protect me from the situation we were in. It was like she promised me that day by the fence, the one I mentioned. Whether she had feelings for Conklin or not, I believe she was focused on me. She needed a way out for us, and he seemed to be the path. So, in the end, you could say I'm the reason she's gone. Please, Harry, don't do that to yourself. That's not a fair way to think. He could hear the genuine frustration in her tone. If you follow that kind of logic, she went on, you could trace anything back as a cause. You could even say her decision to have you set events in motion. Do you see how unhelpful that is? Not exactly. It's the flip side of what you said about people avoiding blame. This is about carrying too much of it. You're heading down that road. You have to let it go, Harry. Really let it go. Allow other people to own their part, even if they're not here anymore. Being gone doesn't erase their choices. Her intensity left him quiet. He studied her face, knowing this outburst marked a natural pause. The guilt conversation was over. She had shut it down and given him his marching orders. I apologize for raising my voice. It's fine, Harry. Any word from the department? Nothing. I'm waiting on Irving. What does that mean? He kept my involvement out of the press. Now the ball's in his court. He either comes at me through internal affairs if he can build a case about me posing as pounds, or he lets it drop. My money's on him letting it go. Why? If there's one thing the LAPD isn't interested in, it's public self-criticism. This case has gotten a lot of attention. If they come after me, there's always a risk it leaks and gives the department another black eye. Irving sees himself as the guardian of the department's reputation. He'll prioritize that over taking a shot at me. Besides, he probably thinks he's got leverage over me now. You seem to have a good read on Irving and the department. Why do you say that? Chief Irving called me this morning. He asked me to send a favorable return to duty evaluation to his office as soon as possible. He said that. He specifically asked for a positive report. Those were his words. Do you feel you're ready for that? He was silent for a moment, avoiding the question. Has he ever done that before? Told you how to assess a patient? No. It's a first, and it troubles me. It compromises my role if I just comply. It puts me in a difficult position, and I don't want you caught in the middle. If he hadn't said anything, what would your evaluation be? Positive or not? She tapped a pencil on the desk, thinking it over. It's a close call, Harry, but I believe you need more time. Then don't do it. Don't give in to him. That's quite a shift.
Just last week, all you talked about was getting back to work. That was last week. A heavy weariness colored his words. Stop using the past as a weapon against yourself, she said. You can only hit yourself over the head with it so many times before you cause real, lasting harm. I think you're at that edge. For what it's worth, I see you as a good man, an honest one, and a kind one at your core. Don't undo all of that with this thinking.
He nodded as if he understood, but her words had already washed over him. I've been doing a lot of thinking these past few days. About what? everything reached any conclusions? Getting there? I think I'm going to pull the pin, leave the department. She leaned forward, arms folded on the desk, a serious line forming on her brow. Harry, what are you saying? This isn't you. Your job and your life are intertwined. I think it's healthy to have a little space, but not a complete break. She paused, as if a new thought had just struck her. Is this your way of atoning, of trying to make things right for what happened? I'm not sure. I just feel that for what I did, there has to be a price. That's all. Irving isn't going to take action, so I will. Harry, you made an error. A significant one, absolutely. But for that, you're willing to give up your entire career, the one thing you openly admit you're actually good at. You're going to toss it all aside. He gave a slow nod.
Did you submit the resignation paperwork yet? Not yet. Don't. Why shouldn't I? I can't keep doing this. It feels like I'm walking around shackled to a parade of ghosts. He shook his head. They were just rehashing the internal argument he'd been having with himself for the past 2 days, ever since that night at Meredith Roman's place. Give it a little time, Hinojas urged. All I'm asking is that you consider it. You're on paid leave right now. Use it. Use this time.
I'll tell Irving he's not getting a return-to-duty clearance from me anytime soon. In the meantime, just give it some time and think it through deeply. Go somewhere, sit by the ocean. But really think about it before you hand in your papers. Bosch lifted his hands in a gesture of reluctant acceptance. Please, Harry, I need to hear you say it. Okay, I'll do some more thinking. Thank you. She allowed a quiet moment to settle, reinforcing his agreement. Do you remember what you said last week? About seeing that coyote on the street? About it maybe being the last one? I remember. I think I understand how you felt. I would really hate to think I was seeing the coyote for the final time, too. From the airport, Bosch took the freeway, got off at the Armenia exit, and headed south to Swan. He realized he didn't even need the rental car map. He turned east on Swan into Hyde Park, then down South Boulevard toward her place. He could see the bay glinting under the sun at the end of the street. At the top of the stairs, the main door was open, but the screen door was shut. Bosch knocked. "Come in! It's open!" It was her voice. Bosch pushed through the screen door into the living room. She wasn't there, but the first thing that caught his eye was a painting on the wall where before there had only been an empty nail. It was a portrait of a man sitting in shadows, alone at a table. The figure's elbow rested on the table, his hand pressed against his cheek, obscuring his face and making the deeply set eyes the painting's focal point. Bosch studied it for a long moment until she called out again. "Hello? I'm in here." He saw the door to her studio was open a few inches. He stepped over and pushed it open. She was there, standing before the easel, a palette of dark earth-toned oils in her hand. A single stray streak of ochre marked her right cheek. She smiled immediately. "Harry, hello, Jasmine." He moved closer, stepping around the side of the easel. The portrait was only just begun. But she had started with the eyes. The same eyes as in the portrait hanging in the other room. The same eyes he saw in his own mirror. She hesitated for a second, then came nearer. There wasn't a trace of awkwardness or discomfort in her expression. "I thought that if I painted you, you might come back." She dropped her brush into an old coffee can fastened to the easel and closed the distance between them. She put her arms around him, and they kissed, a silent, gentle reunion. Then he placed a hand against the small of her back and pulled her tightly to him, as if she were a pressure bandage that could finally stanch a deep internal wound. After a while, she leaned back, brought her arms up, and cradled his face in her hands. "Let me see if I got the eyes right." She reached up and carefully removed his sunglasses. He managed to smile. He knew the purple bruising beneath his eyes had mostly faded, but they were still red-rimmed, the capillaries swollen. Good grief, you took the red-eye flight. It's a long story I'll tell you later. Oh, put these back on. She hooked the glasses back over his ears and laughed softly. It's not that funny. It hurt. Not that. I got paint on your face. Well, then I'm not the only one. He gently traced the ochre slash on her cheek with his thumb. They embraced once more. Bosch understood there would be time for conversation later. Right now, he simply held her close, breathing in her scent as he gazed past her shoulder at the dazzling blue expanse of the bay. A piece of advice from the old man in the hospital bed echoed in his mind. When you believe you've found the person who fits, you hold on with all your strength. While Bosch wasn't certain she was that person, in that moment he clung to her with every bit of resolve he possessed, as if the gentle salt breeze carried a promise he wasn't ready to examine. The world, for once, felt still and complete, framed by the water's shimmering light.